Villain ch1. The Devil Emperor. Where am I? With furrowed brows, he muttered to himself in confusion. His confusion was reflected on his face. The room in which he found himself was a magnificent display of medieval grandeur. It exuded an air of luxury and intimidation at the same time, with its imposing architecture and grandiose furnishings. The walls were lined with torches, casting flickering shadows across the darkly colored stone surfaces. The throne at the far end of the room loomed ominously, a symbol of power and authority. In the center of the chamber stood a throne of unparalleled beauty and craftsmanship. The chair was a towering testament to the wealth and power of the realm's rulers, made from the finest materials and adorned with precious gems and intricate carvings. As he moved his view around the room, his confusion only deepened. He couldn't help but feel intimidated by the imposing nature of the chamber, and he knew that he was treading on dangerous ground. Didn't I just come from the training ground? He muttered to himself, his voice echoing faintly in the empty space. He turned in a slow circle, taking in his surroundings once more. Why am I here? He felt a growing sense of unease. The room gave him the impression that he would soon face the last boss. But that was impossible, wasn't it? He had just started playing and had only just passed the training ground, filled with other new players like him. The only achievement he had was a perfect score in the training simulation. Feeling a surge of excitement and anticipation, he decided to explore his surroundings and see if he could find any other players. He took a few tentative steps forward, his eyes scanning the darkness for any signs of life. Hello. He called out, his voice echoing through the empty chamber. Is anyone here? But there was no answer, no sign that anyone else was present in this mysterious boss room. The only sounds were the crackling of the torches and the faint hum of the virtual reality system. Undeterred, he continued to explore, his footsteps echoing through the vast, empty chamber. As he walked, he couldn't help but feel a sense of anxious. Where were the other players? Why was he the only one here? Had something gone wrong with the virtual reality game? He called out again, his voice ringing out through the room. Hello? Can anyone hear me? But once again, there was no answer. This was weird since he'd seen the game demos, yet he couldn't recall anything like this. He stumbled to a stop in front of the ornate mirror, his eyes widening in shock as he caught a glimpse of his reflection. What? He muttered, his voice filled with disbelief and confusion. As he approached the mirror, he realized something was not right. His character had changed, but how was that possible? Although his face was still the same, a dark-haired man with striking red eyes, the equipment he wore was definitely not something a new player should have. And why did he have horns, of all things? Moving down, he couldn't help but be awestruck by the sight before him. The clothing he wore was unlike anything he had ever seen before. It was rich, luxurious, and fit for a king. His jaw dropped in amazement as he took in the intricate embroidery and shimmering jewels that adorned the fabric. But at the same time, he couldn't help but be confused by what he was seeing. How had he acquired this equipment? Was it some sort of bonus for completing the training ground? Or had he stumbled upon a hidden cache of treasures somewhere in the game? Without hesitation, he opened his status, eager to see if he could make sense of what was happening. As the menu appeared before him, he couldn't help but be impressed by the array of stats and abilities that were listed. Name, Azazel. Race, Demon. Class, Devil Emperor. Tier 1, Demon Spawn. Level, 1. HP, 200. DP, 120. STR, 15 Luck, 10. WIS, 12 VIT, 20. Int, 18 AGI, 10. Skills. Demonic Aura LV1, consume 5 DP. Emit a menacing aura that increases the user's attack and defense by 5% and decreases enemies' attack and defense by 5% within a 7-meter radius for 10 seconds per level for 15 minutes. Soul Siphon LV1, consume 2 DP. The Devil Emperor can drain the life force from his enemies to restore his own health and mana. Demonic Claw LV1, consume 5 DP. Increases the Devil Emperor's physical damage by 5% for 15 minutes. Causes the Devil Emperor's attacks to ignore 10% of the target's physical defense. Has a 20% chance to inflict the demonic weakness debuff on the target for 5 seconds. Shadow Walk LV1, consume 5 DP. The Devil Emperor gains mastery over the darkness, allowing him to teleport short distances through shadows and conceal himself from enemies. Demonic Lance LV1, consume 5 DP. The Devil Emperor summons powerful demonic lances and charges toward the target, dealing massive damage upon impact. In normal battles, the skill summons 5 lances, while in events, it summons 10 lances at once to wreak havoc upon the enemy forces. The lances are made of dark energy and can penetrate even the toughest armor. Lance number will increase depend on the level. Talents. Fly LV Max, consume 2 DP. The Devil Emperor could fly using his wings. Luck of the Devil, passive. The Devil Emperor's infernal heritage grants him a supernatural ability to a higher chance of critical hits, dodging enemy attacks, and finding rare loot. Savage Reanimation, war event only gives the Devil Emperor the power to resurrect fallen monsters that he has defeated before and bring them back to life as his loyal soldiers. The power and numbers of the reanimated monsters depend on their original strength. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Summon Mini-Boss, war event only gives the Devil Emperor the power to bring the mini-boss back to life as his loyal soldier. The power and numbers of the reanimated monsters depend on their original strength. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Demon's Disguise LV1, consume 5 DP. The Devil Emperor uses his demonic powers to disguise himself as a human or other humanoid creature, allowing him to blend in among the masses undetected. Dark Portal LV1, consume 5 DP. Dark Portal is a powerful summoning spell that creates a portal to Cursed Crypts, the Netherworld. Mini-Boss Pact LV1, consume 5 DP. Allows the player to make a pact with Mini-Boss by defeating it to gain access to summon them in the event. Additional attributes, please insert your unique additional request. Devil Emperor. He half screamed, the words tumbling out of his mouth before he could stop them. Luckily, he lived alone in his small apartment, so there was no one around to hear him. Chapter 222, a good material for my novel. Villain CH2. A good material for my novel. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Other than the name he had filled in at the start of the game, everything was different. The equipment, the stats, the skills, and even the race itself. It was as if he had been transformed into a completely different character, a powerful and dangerous entity with a reputation that preceded him. For a few moments, he was silent, lost in thought as he tried to make sense of what was happening. He looked around the throne chamber, but there was no one there. No other players, no NPCs, nothing but the flickering torches and the opulent furnishings that surrounded him. Is this a demo? He wondered aloud, his voice filled with uncertainty. The Devil Emperor's background story? It was possible, he realized. Maybe the game developer had created a short story at the beginning of the game, detailing the reasons why the main villain was so obsessed with destroying this world and killing the players. Perhaps it was an emotional scene that provided hints and clues that players could use to defeat him one day. With that guess in mind, he started exploring the place. His eyes were fixed on the status screen in front of him, his mind whirring with possibilities. As he scrolled through the menu, he couldn't help but notice the additional attributes that were still empty. A thrill of excitement coursed through his veins as he realized that he could fill them with whatever he wanted. I can fill anything, right? He thought as he walked through the corridor of the place, which resembled the Demon King's palace. He couldn't help but marvel at the intricate details. The walls were adorned with elaborate carvings and the floors were made of a shimmering black stone. A mischievous smirk appeared on his lips. Since I haven't had a girlfriend in a while and I need good material to write my novel, I will have some fun then, he muttered under his breath. He was a gamer, yes, but he was also an online writer. His stories were mostly erotica harem and they sold well. Unfortunately, despite his readers' assumptions that he had slept with a lot of women, he was still a virgin single man. Well, this was only a demo and he was pretty sure it would have no effect on his character. With a wave of his hand, the virtual keyboard appeared in front of him. The keys were a vibrant blue color, and each one glowed with a soft light as he touched them. His fingers flew across the keyboard, typing out a command that would change everything. With each keystroke, he felt a sense of excitement building within him. The letters appeared on the hologram screen in a sleek, futuristic font. They were large and bold, making it easy for him to see what he was typing even as he walked through the game world. The Devil Emperor and his wives have to do loot things to get additional status/attributes/buff, he typed, a grin spreading across his face. It was a completely random command, but his harem smut author's brain couldn't help but think in terms of erotic scenarios. As he stared at the words on the screen, his mind began to wander. He imagined the Devil Emperor and his wives, all gathered together in a grand palace, engaged in all manner of loot activities. The thought was both exciting and exhilarating. But he wasn't done yet. He wanted to push the limits, to see just how far he could take this. With a wicked grin, he began to type again. And they can use the intercourse to fully fill their HP/DP, he added, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. It was a bold command, one that would change the game world in ways he couldn't even imagine. As he read over his words, he couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. This was exactly the kind of content his readers craved, and now he had the power to bring it to life. At least for him. With a quick click of the Enter key, he watched as his commands took effect. The game world flickered for a moment, and then it was done. An announcement suddenly appeared in front of him. The Devil Emperor's request is in progress. Huh? This is for real. He muttered in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had never experienced anything like this before, and the implications of it were staggering. As he stood there, frozen in place, another announcement appeared on the screen. It was short and to the point. Request granted. Huh? He couldn't help but let out a stupid sound due to his confusion. It was like a dream come true, but he couldn't quite believe it. For a few moments, he just stood there, staring at the words on the screen. He felt a sense of excitement building within him, but also a creeping sense of fear. What had he done? Maybe it's because this is just a demo. He guessed, his voice barely above a whisper. It was all he could think of to rationalize what had just happened. He continued to walk and looked around in awe. Several demon guards stood around him, their red eyes glowing in the dim light. They towered over him, their muscular bodies covered in thick, black armor. A thrill of excitement boiled inside of him. It was like nothing he had ever experienced before. The graphics were so realistic that it felt like he was truly standing in the presence of these demonic beings. In curiosity, he reached out and clicked on one of the demon guards. Instantly, it turned to face him, bowing deeply. Demon Emperor, I am honored by your presence. Your power is legendary and your dominion over the demon world is absolute. How may I serve you? The demon guard spoke in a deep, rumbling voice before returning to his position. So cool. He muttered under his breath. It was his first time experiencing what it felt like to be a royal, and he couldn't help but revel in the feeling of power and authority. He continued looking around and met some other NPCs. But none of the NPCs had any sign that they had quests for him or clues where he should go, nor monsters he should kill, so he decided to explore. He was sure he would trigger something soon. Then he stopped in front of a room and decided to open it. This room looks different from the others, so it was definitely related to the game. Once he entered the room, his eyes widened once he saw a beautiful succubus. Note, Don't forget to give me vote and leave review, smiley face. Chapter 3-3, His Succubus. Villain CH3. His Succubus. Her appearance was nothing short of breathtaking. Long, flowing locks of vibrant purple cascaded down her back, a stark contrast to the darkness of the black horns protruding from her forehead. Her demon wings spread wide behind her. But it was her face that truly captured his attention. Beautiful beyond compare, with high cheekbones, full lips, and a sharp jawline that exuded confidence and strength. Her eyes, a piercing shade of crimson red, seemed to glow with an otherworldly intensity as they fixed upon him. She was on all fours, a look of surprise crossing her face. It was then that he noticed her outfit, revealing just enough to tantalize the senses and leave little to the imagination. He couldn't resist the urge to glance up at the name floating above her head. Lilith. His heart skipped a beat as he read the words, his mind racing with excitement. For real, he screamed in joy internally, the thrill of the moment almost too much to bear. His jaw almost dropped in disbelief, but somehow he managed to maintain his composure. He didn't expect the game to enter his request so easily. On top of that, a succubus. It was a good start. The Emperor. Lilith spoke, her voice tinged with surprise. Huh, he was momentarily taken aback by the sound of her voice. It was more alive than any other in the game before, as if the succubus herself had taken on a physical form within the game. He wondered if the game developer had used a real voice actress to bring Lilith to life, or if it was simply a testament to the incredible level of detail that had gone into the game's design. Well, maybe the succubus played an important role in this game. He took a deep breath, steadying his nerves. A confident smirk appeared on his lips as he approached the succubus with elegant, purposeful steps. Even though this was just a demo, he had decided to give it his all. "Yes, it's me, my dear," he said smoothly, his voice oozing with confidence as he stopped near her and held out his hand in greeting. He watched as Lilith regarded him with a mix of curiosity and suspicion, her crimson eyes piercing him with their intense gaze. He could feel the weight of her scrutiny, the sense that she was sizing him up, testing him to see if he was worthy of her attention. "What are you doing here?" he said confidently, trying to sound as if he belonged in this world of demons and magic. Lilith looked at his hand, her expression unreadable as she considered his words. For a moment, he thought it was because of his connection. "Is my connection unstable?" he thought. He had checked his ping before going online and had no problems. So this was weird. But then she took his hand and spoke, her voice tinged with a hint of amusement. "Of course, I'm waiting for you, my emperor," she purred, her voice low and seductive, standing up. "I've been waiting for you all night." He had expected her to be aloof and dismissive, but instead, she was pressing herself against him, her body warm and inviting as she ran her hands over his chest in a tantalizing caress. His heart was beating faster and faster, the thrill of the moment coursing through him. "Really?" he said once again, his voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. Hum," she replied with a soft hum, her voice as sweet as honey. "You said that you would accompany me last night, but you never showed up," she cooed, her lips brushing against his ear in a tantalizing whisper. Since the game didn't have any pre-written responses for this kind of situation, he decided to improvise, to let his creative mind run wild and come up with a response that would keep the succubus interested and engaged. "I'm sorry, my dear," he said smoothly, his voice dripping with confidence and charm. "I had a lot of business to attend to last night. Mortals can be such a bother, always getting in the way and thinking they're stronger than they really are. But I made sure to put them in their place, to show them who's really in charge," he added, his words flowing easily as he wove a tale of intrigue and power. That's nice speech, he was proud of himself. Thanks to his profession as an online novelist, he had the ability to make the script on the spot for nonsense situations like this. As expected of His Majesty, she said with a soft giggle, her eyes sparkling with mischief. But now that you're here, shall we continue where we left off? He felt a thrill of excitement coursing through him as she pressed her body against his once again, her hands roaming over his chest and down to his waist. Her form was graceful and sinuous, her movements fluid and hypnotic. She moved with an effortless sensuality that left him breathless, a true embodiment of the very essence of temptation. As soon as Lilith finished speaking, she gracefully led him to the luxurious bed in the center of the room. The sheets were made of the finest silk, and the pillows were plump and inviting. She sat down on the bed, positioning herself so that she was leaning back. She beckoned him to come closer with her delicate finger. "Come here, my emperor," she said in a sultry tone. "You should fulfill your promise last night," she said again. A frown on her forehead clearly showed what she wanted from him. "Okay," he said confidently. He walked towards her, and as he got closer, he could see her outfit in more detail. Her clothes were tight and revealing, emphasizing her curves in all the right places. Once he was near the bed, an announcement appeared before him. The words on the screen caught him off guard. "Do you agree to do a lewd act? Yes/no. Don't forget to leave review and vote." Laughing face. Chapter 4-4, Take Control. Villain ch4. Take control. "Ah, that's why we need an ID to play this game," he thought. As the game title implied, it was not just a casual game for everyone, it was reserved for adults only. He remembered the warnings in the game's description: gore and adult content. Most players assumed it was due to the game's gruesome scenes, which were evident in the bloody trailer. But it was more than that. Apart from promising an unprecedented level of realism and interactivity, this game was unlike any other he had ever played. This was the first game where the character would have a wound effect and bleeding like in the real world rather than just an announcement of damage points. The device had many sensors to ensure the player could feel the thrill and all their gaming experiences. That's why the device was expensive compared to any other gaming devices. Also, the VR headset had a retina identification feature, ensuring only authorized individuals could play. It was a foolproof system, making it almost impossible for anyone to enter the game under false pretenses. This feature was implemented to ensure the safety of players and to prevent any unlawful behavior. Yes, he chose. But the game feature didn't answer him right away. Instead, he needed to wait a couple of seconds before another announcement popped up. "Lilith gives you permission to do lewd acts on her." "You can do lewd act?" "Huh?" So an NPC can refuse the player, he assumed by the announcement, completely ignoring the delay and thought it was because of his connection, the game glitch, or too many users. It was bizarre, but he decided to brush it off and continue playing. As he lay beside her, Lilith chuckled softly, her eyes roaming over his body. "Relax. I won't bite. Unless you want me to." He couldn't help but laugh at her playful remark, feeling a bit more at ease. "I don't know what to say," he admitted, feeling a surge of desire coursing through him. Lilith brought herself even closer until her body was almost touching his. "You don't have to say anything," she whispered, her breath warm against his skin. "Just let me show you." And then she kissed him, her lips soft and sweet like ripe fruit. He responded eagerly, his hands reaching out to touch her. She was so warm and smooth under his fingertips, like silk and honey, and everything good. She pulled away from him, a sly smile playing at the corners of her mouth. "Do you want to see more?" she asked, her voice low and husky. He nodded eagerly, feeling like he was under her spell. He couldn't resist her, didn't want to resist her. Lilith peeled all of his clothes and led him deeper onto the bed. She pressed him against the mattress, her hands roaming over his body, igniting every nerve ending with electric pleasure. Although it was only in the game, somehow the device made him experience the same thing. A grunt out of his mouth as he lost in the sensation of her touch. She knew just how to make him feel, how to bring him to the brink of ecstasy and hold him there. And then she was kissing him again, her tongue dancing with his, her body pressed so close to his that he could feel the heat emanating from her. He lost himself in her, his mind a haze of pleasure and desire. Her hands moved down his chest. Her fingers traced the lines of his muscles. His heart thundered in his chest, and his breathing grew ragged as she lowered herself onto him, her warmth enveloping him in an instant. "My dear, sweet husband," she purred, her hair spilling across his bare chest. His breath caught at her words. This NPC surely knows how to speak endearing things, he thought. He wanted to reply but his throat felt thick with arousal, and he couldn't speak. So instead, he reached for her hips, pulling her down into his lap. At once she wrapped her legs around his waist, pressing her breasts against his naked torso. Her pink tips hardened in response, and he couldn't help but gasp when she ran her hands along his back, sliding them between their bodies. As she continued to move her hips against his, Lilietha's lips found his neck, and her teeth grazed his skin. Although this was just a VR game, the sensation was so real, so intense, that he felt the blood rush to his face. And then her lips were on his, her tongue stroking the length of his. For a moment, he forgot where they were. All he could think about was her. How she was making him feel. How she'd made him forget who he was. All he could do was enjoy the pleasure, the sensation, the bliss of her body moving against his own. Then she removed her tongue from his mouth, and he gasped at the loss of contact. It took all of his willpower not to reach out and touch her, to taste her skin again. Lilieth smirked up at him. "Do you want more?" she teased. "Yes," he answered. And without another word, she rose from his lap, opening her bra before kicking off her panties. As she climbed back onto the bed, she pushed him onto his back, straddling his hips. The sight sent him into a daze, his mind unable to comprehend what he was seeing, what was happening. He stared up at her nude form in awe, watching as she closed the distance between them, and then sank down onto him. At first, it was foreign, like entering a new world. A world of hot and wet flesh and slick muscles, a world of pure pleasure. But then he remembered his role, and his character as the Devil Emperor. And he did not hesitate to take control. To seize the reins of the game. Chapter 5-5, You Aren't an NPC. Villain CH5. You aren't an NPC. He reached out, running his hands along her thighs. She arched her back, a low cry escaping her lips, and he smiled, knowing it pleased her. His hands ran along her sides and then cupped her full breasts, squeezing gently. Even through the device, the sensation was so real, so powerful. He could feel each and every muscle, the way they tensed and relaxed. He could hear her breathing, sharp and quick, the sound echoing in his ears. He slid one hand around to the front, his fingers gliding between her plump lips. She moaned and thrust down onto him, and he heard her words through the device. "Oh, oh please," she pleaded. He leaned forward, licking at her breast and feeling her tip harden underneath his tongue. For a while, he played with it, making it even harder under his movement. Satisfied, he released his mouth from it and rubbed his erection in front of her entrance. Then, in one thrust, he pushed his erection inside her, pumping it in and out, and she began to buck her hips again. This time he kneaded her breasts while he filled her with his erection, leaning down to kiss her, his tongue swirling with hers. Lilietha's hands wrapped around his shoulders, pulling him closer. He gasped when he felt her warm breath on his earlobe, then she spoke. So strong. It feels so real." She purred. The last one sounded weird to him. It sounded as if he wasn't a real player. But he couldn't think straight right now. He was in the middle of pleasure, all he could think of was his desire. He couldn't resist the urge to move faster, to drive into her harder. She was moaning now, her nails digging into his skin, her body trembling beneath his. He watched as her cheeks flushed a bright red, and he felt his own heart pounding in his chest. Then he felt it too. She climaxed, her inner walls clenching down on him. Her cries echoed within the device, and he lost himself in the sensation, the sounds, the heat radiating between them. For a few moments, he felt nothing but pleasure. Then he came, his body jerking uncontrollably, his orgasm sending jolts of pleasure through him. Your health point and demonic power are fully charged. When it subsided, he collapsed beside her, panting, and she lay her head on his chest, wrapping an arm around him. Yes, she sighed contentedly, her voice barely above a whisper. This is the first time I've felt this way. Especially in a game. I just found out an NPC can go this far, she muttered to herself, her eyes glued to him. Her words struck him like a bolt of lightning. A guess crossed his head and it made him turn to look at her, his eyes widening in surprise. Wait. Is that mean that you aren't an NPC? He asked in uncertainty. A frown on his forehead. Upon his question, Lilith also gave him the same surprised look. Are you a player? She asked in the same confusion as his. But before he could say more, his screen suddenly went blank as a loading screen appeared. Please wait for a moment. The loading screen dissolved into the darkened throne room, the only light emanating from the flickering torches that lined the walls. He gasped in shock at the sudden scene change. He was no longer laying down on the bed but was now seated on the Emperor's throne. A second later, he felt a soft weight settle on his lap. It was Lilith. She was perched on his lap, nestled in his arms, completely naked, just like him. He could feel the warmth of her skin against his own, her curves and contours pressing against him. Both of them had no idea how they had ended up in this place. She looked up at him, her gaze filled with equal parts wonder and confusion. What is happening? She whispered, her voice trembling. He shook his head, still unable to find his voice. He looked around the throne room, searching for some sort of explanation, but there was nothing to be found. As they sat there in the throne room, still trying to make sense of their sudden appearance in this unfamiliar place, he noticed a shift in the atmosphere. The room, which had been empty just moments ago, was now populated with a small group of people. They were all dressed in clothing that matched the game's medieval fantasy theme, their attire ornate and intricately detailed. Some of them were milling about, murmuring amongst themselves in hushed tones, while others stood off to the side, eyeing him with suspicion and curiosity. But for sure all of them were confused just like him. Lilith's grip on him tightened as she too noticed the group of people. Who are they? She whispered, her voice barely above a breath. He shook his head, still trying to make sense of it all. I don't know, he muttered, his eyes scanning the crowd for any sign of familiarity. But except that they were all demons, there was none to be found. For sure, this time, he was sure they were all players, not NPCs. Then his eyes fell on one woman who stood out from the rest. She was dressed in a business suit, a stark contrast to the medieval attire of the others, causing her to stand out even more. The woman was slender and broad-shouldered. A cringe was on her friendly face. Her gaze was on him. He glanced at her name. Khafra. Can you tell me what's going on here? He demanded, his voice tense and urgent. He was sure that she was the one who had summoned all of them to this place. The low number of players present suggested that the game staff had specifically selected certain individuals, and he couldn't help but wonder what role he was meant to play in all of this. Note, don't forget to click vote and leave review XD. Chapter 6-6, Sharp Tongue Siren. Villain CH6. Sharp Tongue Siren. Khafra quickly returned to her composure and smiled warmly. I will, she replied, her voice calm and collected, but don't you two better get dressed first? Lilith, who had been on his lap, suddenly realized that he was another player and jumped off him in embarrassment. She covered her breasts with one hand while the other frantically searched for her equipment screen. In a matter of seconds, her clothes reappeared, covering her body. "Sorry about that," she muttered, her face flushed. The same as her, he quickly summoned his equipment screen and changed into his usual outfit, trying to hide his embarrassment. He could feel his heart racing, the adrenaline pumping through his veins. Despite his panic, he was excited to see what all of this was about. As they finished getting dressed, Khafra cleared her throat to expel her embarrassment and started giving greetings to them all. "Welcome, players," she began, her voice more formal now. "I'm glad you could join us today. All of you are the first 8 players who achieved a perfect score at the training ground. So all of you had been chosen to be the villains in this game. You will be facing off against the heroes, trying to prevent them from completing their quests and saving the world." She gave them a long explanation. He listened intently, his mind already whirring with ideas on how to be the best villain he could be. He knew it would be challenging, but he was determined to succeed. Lilith, on the other hand, looked uncertain. "But why villains?" she asked, her voice soft. "Why can't we be heroes?" Khafra smiled at her kindly. "You can, but that means you can't use this character again," she explained. "You will be teleported to where other players go. While with this character, it's up to you to make the game interesting. You can challenge the heroes and make them fight for their victories." He grinned, feeling the thrill of the game coursing through his veins. He couldn't wait to see what kind of challenges they would face, what kind of powers they would have, and what kind of quests they would take. But then he remembered something. "Wait a minute," he said, turning to Khafra. "Didn't the game developer say that the villain would be driven by advanced AI? Why do we have to play the villains?" Khafra only smiled cryptically. "All will be revealed in due time," she said. "But right now, the most important question is whether you want to accept this role or not." He and Lilith looked at each other, then back at Khafra. They knew that accepting this role would mean taking on significant responsibility, but they were both ready for the challenge. "I accept," he said firmly, a sense of determination filling him. Lilith nodded in agreement. "I accept too." The others thought for a moment, one by one agreeing to the challenge. But then there was one different player. She crossed her arms over her chest, a frown marring her face. "Wait," she said, her voice sharp. "I didn't sign up for this." He glanced at the player's name, taking note of the bolded words. "Lullaby." As she spoke, he studied her appearance. She had long blue hair, which cascaded down her back in soft waves. A pair of gray wings protruded from her back, as well as from top of her head, which he recognized as typical of flying sirens in the game world. Even though sirens were traditionally associated with the ocean, game developers often modified the myth and added wings to these creatures. Unlike the harpy, which had a half-bird body, most games portrayed sirens as humanoid figures with wings. Despite her beauty, there was an air of defiance about Lullaby that made him wary. He could sense that she was not one to back down easily. Khafra turned to Lullaby, acknowledging her question with a nod. "I understand your concerns," she prompted. "May I know why you refuse it?" Lullaby didn't hesitate. "I won't let us do this task for free," she stated boldly, her voice more mature and commanding than the rest of them. He was sure she was much older than him. Actually, he had been thinking the same thing as Lullaby, but he decided to hold his tongue. At least for now. There was no need to rush into things and risk making a bad impression. Besides, he knew if they were going to become the villains in this game, they should have a written agreement with the company. If not, it would be too easy for one of them to leak the information to the public and damage the game developer's reputation. So they were on higher ground than the game developer itself. "Of course, you won't do this for free," Khafra answered smoothly, her voice laced with confidence. We'll talk about that later. The most important thing is whether you agree or not. She turned her gaze to each of the players, her eyes lingering on Lullaby. Lullaby seemed to weigh her options for a moment, her sharp gaze scanning the room. He could sense her hesitation, but he didn't blame her. This was a big decision, and they needed to consider all the risks and benefits before agreeing. Finally, Lullaby nodded firmly. I agree, she said, her voice unwavering. Khafra's smile widened, and he could see the relief in her eyes. Excellent, she said. I have already checked your data and identity. I know that all of you live in the same city. Therefore, I suggest that we meet at the cyber building in 2 hours to discuss this further. He glanced around the room and saw the other players nodding in agreement. There was a sense of camaraderie in the air as if they were all united in this new adventure. Okay, Khafra said, her voice filled with excitement. The others echoed her sentiment, and Khafra's image on the screen flickered before turning blank as the game logged off automatically. Note, don't forget to click vote and leave review. Chapter 7-7, Cyber Building. Villain CH7. Cyber Building. He reached up and carefully removed the VR game device from his head. He felt a sense of disorientation wash over him. The world around him suddenly seemed stark and colorless, lacking the vibrant hues and vivid landscapes he had just experienced within the game. He paused for a moment, his hand hovering over the device as he adjusted to the real world once again. The device itself was a sleek and futuristic piece of technology, with a smooth, matte black finish that reflected the dim light of the room. It fit snugly over his head, encasing his skull and ears in a soft, padded shell that blocked out all external sounds and distractions. Removing it was a deliberate and methodical process, one that required precision and care to avoid any damage to the delicate components. With the device and controllers safely stowed on his desk, he leaned back in his chair and ran his fingers through his short, messy hair. The strands were a deep shade of blue, reminiscent of the character he had been playing in the game. Despite the color, his hair was well maintained and neatly trimmed. His eyes were a rich, warm brown, and they glinted with a mixture of satisfaction and curiosity as he gazed around the dimly lit room. The walls were adorned with posters and artwork from various video games and movies, lending the space a cozy and welcoming vibe. A small window on the far wall allowed the sunlight to filter in, casting soft shadows across the floor. He was 23 years old and a simple person at heart, with few material possessions and a humble lifestyle that suited him well. He had always been drawn to the world of gaming and fantasy, and he had found a way to turn his passion into a career as an online writer. Despite the sedentary nature of his work, he was in excellent physical shape. He made a point of working out regularly. His physique was lean and toned, with well-defined muscles that hinted at a rigorous training regimen. His eyes gazed at the gaming device on his desk, the black surface glinting in the dim light of his room. The clock on his desk showed 1:04 p.m., the digital numbers glowing brightly against the dark background. His heart was racing with excitement, a broad smirk spreading across his face as he muttered his role in the game. Devil Emperor, he whispered, the words feeling almost sacred on his tongue. He could hardly believe that he had just played the biggest villain in the game, a role that had been his ultimate dream since he first started playing. The rush of adrenaline and excitement was still coursing through his veins, his body tingling with anticipation. This was the first time he had ever been given the opportunity to play such a pivotal role in the game, and he knew that it was a chance that might never come again. With a deep breath, he reached over and turned off his gaming device, the screen flickering briefly before going black. He then grabbed his phone, quickly searching for the address of the cyber building where he was supposed to meet with the game staff. His fingers flew across the screen, tapping with practiced ease as he scanned through the search results. Once he had the address, he stood up from his chair and grabbed his motorcycle key from his coat pocket before he quickly slipped on his jacket, zipping it up to his chin. He then grabbed his helmet, the black and silver exterior gleaming in the dim light. He made his way to the basement via the elevator, his fingers tapping impatiently against the metal doors as they slowly descended. The apartment and motorcycle were his. They were the result of the prize money he had won from a gaming tournament 2 years ago. It was a time when he had been obsessed with gaming, but now, as an online writer, he was content to simply enjoy the game as it was. Once he reached the basement, he made his way to his sport motorcycle. It was a beast of a machine, capable of taking him to high speed. He swung his leg over the seat and settled in, feeling the comfortable leather beneath him. He revved the engine to life. With a roar, the motorcycle shot out of the basement and into the busy streets of Revine City. Skyscrapers loomed high above him, their gleaming glass surfaces reflecting the bright sunlight. The sidewalks were crowded with people, all rushing to and fro on their daily business. It was a chaotic and bustling city, one that never slept. Despite the hustle and bustle, he navigated his way through the streets with ease. He had ridden through these streets 1,000 times before, and he knew the best shortcuts and hidden alleys to take to avoid the worst of the traffic. There were no fantastical creatures like elves and dwarves in his real world, only humans existed, and the city looked just like any other normal modern city. After half an hour, he spotted the tall building from a distance, his heart racing with anticipation as he recognized it as the Cyber Building. It loomed large and impressive against the city skyline, its windows reflecting the bright sunlight in dazzling patterns. He expertly navigated his motorcycle into a parking space near the entrance and dismounted, taking a moment to smooth out his jacket and put his helmet in the luggage. As he entered the building, he was greeted by the cool air conditioning and the bustling energy of the lobby. The lobby was spacious and airy, with gleaming marble floors and floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a stunning view of the city. People rushed back and forth, talking on their phones or typing on their laptops, all in a hurry to get somewhere. Smoothly, he approached the receptionist, a young woman with bright green eyes and a friendly smile. He cleared his throat nervously. "Excuse me," he said, his voice betraying his nerves. She greeted him warmly. "Good afternoon, sir. How can I help you?" Her voice was soft and pleasant. "My name is Alan Greyblight. I'm a Hell's Gate player, and Kafra asked me to come here," he said, flashing a grin. Chapter 8-8, The Real Lilith. Villain Ch8. The Real Lilith. The receptionist nodded, her eyes scanning over her computer screen. A small smile played at the corners of her lips. "Ah, yes. I see your name on the list, Mr. Greyblight. Welcome to Cyber," she said, her voice pleasant and professional. "You need to go up to the 30th floor. Take the elevator straight ahead and turn left when you get out. The meeting will be held in conference room C." "Thank you," he replied, feeling a sense of relief wash over him since she understood quickly although he only mentioned his name and Kafra. He made his way to the elevator. As the elevator doors slid open, Alan took a deep breath and stepped inside. The walls were made of sleek black glass, and the floor was carpeted in a deep red. He pressed the button for the 30th floor, feeling a sense of excitement building within him. He really wanted to know what he should do as the villain of the game. Once he stepped out of the elevator, he was immediately greeted by another receptionist who smiled warmly at him. "Mr. Greyblight, please follow me," she said, gesturing towards a door at the end of the hallway. Alan followed her, his heart pounding with excitement. They entered conference room C, which was empty except for him. It took a sleek and modern design. The wall on one side of the room was made entirely of glass, offering a breathtaking view of the bustling city below. The walls were lined with bookshelves, and there was a long table in the center of the room. On the table were several VR devices and controllers, neatly arranged and waiting to be used. The receptionist turned to him and said, "You may take self-service at the complimentary corner while waiting." "Thank you," he replied, feeling a sense of gratitude since it meant he had something to do to kill the time, except make his novel draft through his phone. She left the room, closing the door behind her, and Alan was left alone in the conference room. He approached the corner of the room where there was a small table filled with snacks and drinks and decided to make himself a cup of tea to accompany him to write. However, instead of writing or sitting down, he found himself drawn to the window side of the room, where he could see the vast expanse of the city below. Lost in thought, he sipped his tea and gazed out at the endless sea of skyscrapers, each one seemingly reaching for the heavens. Trampling down the city. And destroy it? He muttered nonsense as he thought about his game role. A smirk appeared on his face. Maybe I should write a villain-themed story and create an evil character for my next book, he muttered again before sipping his tea. 5 minutes later, the sound of the door opening broke through his reverie and made him turn around. His hand lowered his cup and his gaze quickly caught a beautiful young woman entering the room. She was around 21 years old, with long, purple hair that cascaded down her back in soft waves. Her face was sweet and delicate, with full lips and bright, sparkling eyes. She wore a simple, yet elegant short dress with a bit of lace around the hem, giving her a distinct Lolita style. Please wait here, Miss Featherspell. Miss Coffra will come soon, said the receptionist politely. Thank you, said the girl before the receptionist left and closed the door. The girl turned to the room and her gaze quickly caught the only person in that room. A man wearing a simple t-shirt with a black jacket stood near the huge window. He looked older than her a bit and she found his face was kinda handsome. He had a friendly vibe around him. Their eyes met. She quickly remembered something and couldn't help but feel a flutter in her chest. Her heart was pounding so hard that she could feel the pulse in her temples as she stood frozen in front of him. Before he could say anything, the girl spoke. The Emperor. Her voice was soft but filled with shock. It flew out her mouth just like that. Alan was stunned. This was the first time someone called him by his role in the game, and every nerve in his body was on high alert. In the previous game's throne room, he was the only male character in the game, making it easy for her to recognize him. The game device did not allow players to swap genders to avoid the dreaded catfishing, leaving the players with no choice but to play as they were. In an instant, he recognized her from the expression on her face and the tone of her voice. Lilith, he said in the same surprise, making sure he wasn't mistaken. He had thought that she would arrive later, along with the others, but here she was, standing before him, all alone. He couldn't believe that they had met up so soon after what had happened in the game. Indeed, it was embarrassing, but he couldn't deny that he enjoyed her seduction and touch. But what surprised him more was her appearance. He didn't expect the real Lilith to be as beautiful as her character in the game. She was too nervous to answer him. Her face was flushed in obvious embarrassment, especially after she seduced him. Even though that only happened in the virtual world, they were strangers. They had never met before, so it was very awkward. Indeed, VR game erotica was a thing nowadays. But the player usually did that with NPCs, not with other players. That was why they both assumed that they were NPCs at each other. She fought her will to run. She didn't want to be there, alone with him, after what happened. She even could imagine how he would laugh at her and mention how bold she was in the game or how stupid she was thinking that he was an NPC. Note, don't forget to leave review and vote, laughing face. Chapter 9-9, The Devil Emperor Isn't an Old Man. Villain ch9. The Devil Emperor isn't an old man. I'm so sorry, she stuttered, finally opening her voice after her hard inner battle. I thought you were an NPC, I didn't mean to, well, you know. Her words trailed off into awkward silence, and she looked away, her hands fidgeting nervously. He couldn't help but notice the way her face turned a deeper shade of red with each passing second, so he tried to break the tension with a reassuring smile. Hey, don't worry about it, he said, his voice soft and reassuring. We both made a mistake, but it's all good. Why don't you take a seat? With a sweeping gesture, he motioned to a nearby seat. And if you're hungry, he added, there are some snacks over there. He pointed to a small table in the corner of the room. After a moment of hesitation, she finally mustered the courage to take a step forward. With a small nod, she decided to forego the complimentary corner and take a seat instead. But her nervousness was still evident on her face. As she settled into her seat, Alan couldn't help but notice the awkward tension between them. He could sense her discomfort, and he knew that he needed to do something to break the ice. Without a word, he sat beside her and placed his cup on the table. Taking a deep breath, he turned to face her, his voice soft and reassuring. I'm Alan, he said, extending his hand. Nice to meet you. For a moment, she hesitated, her eyes flickering uncertainty between his face and his outstretched hand. But after a moment of consideration, she finally reached out and took his hand in hers. Vivian, she introduced herself, her voice barely above a whisper. Alan withdrew his hand and leaned back in his chair, his eyes never leaving Vivian's face. He couldn't help but notice the way her hands trembled slightly when they touched. She doesn't look like a gamer, he thought to himself. He had met several female gamers before, from the wannabe gamer girls who were only interested in hanging out with the boys, to the real deal who knew their way around a game controller. But Vivian was different. There was something about her that intrigued him, something that he couldn't quite put his finger on. Alan's curiosity was piqued, and he couldn't help but wonder if Vivian was as new to VR gaming as she appeared. Yet her game score said another thing. He hesitated for a moment, unsure of how to broach the subject without sounding rude or offensive. But then, with a small smile, he decided to change his approach. Is this your first time playing this type of VR game? He asked, his tone gentle and curious. For a moment, Vivian hesitated, her eyes flickering uncertainly. But then, with a deep breath, she shook her head. This is actually my second time playing MMORPG, she admitted. His eyes studied her face for a moment before he spoke again. What game did you play before? He asked, his voice filled with excitement. Vivian hesitated for a moment, unsure if she was ready to share her gaming history with a stranger. But then, with a small smile, she decided to take the risk. I used to play a lot of the quest for the dragon's treasure, she admitted. I was really into the fantasy aspect of it, and I loved exploring all the different worlds and characters. Alan's face broke into a grin. No way, me too. He exclaimed, his eyes shining with excitement. I used to spend hours raiding with my guild, trying to level up and get the best gear. It was so much fun. For the next few minutes, they talked about their favorite game memories, swapping stories and strategies. As they spoke, the tension between them began to fade, and Vivian found herself relaxing in Alan's company. But then, just as they were really getting into the conversation, the door to the meeting room burst open, and two other girls walked in. The first girl who walked in was 23 years old, with long, blonde hair that cascaded down her back in soft waves. Her hazelnut eyes sparkled with mischief as she sauntered into the room, her movements confident and self-assured. She wore a matching crop top and shorts that showed off her toned abs and long, lean legs. Her skin was bronzed and glowing, and she exuded an energy that was both playful and alluring. The second girl was also 23 years old, with pink hair that fell in loose waves around her shoulders. Her hair was styled in a soft, feminine manner, with the ends slightly curled for added bounce and volume. She wore a simple yet elegant dress that clung to her curves in all the right places, accentuating her slender figure and delicate features. Her eyes were a deep, rich brown, and they sparkled with a warmth and kindness that was immediately disarming. As the two new girls entered the room, their eyes were immediately drawn to Alan and Vivian, who were in the midst of a conversation about their shared love of video games. The girls looked at him for a few moments, their gazes intense and curious. "HAAA. Thank God, the Devil Emperor isn't an old man," the pink-haired girl said in relief, her voice carrying a hint of laughter. "Yeah, I also thought he was a perverted old man," the blonde girl chimed in, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. "But it seems his deep voice makes him sound older than he actually is." Alan forced a smile, though inwardly he was annoyed. He had always been self-conscious about his voice, which he felt made him sound much older than his actual age. But he knew better than to let his insecurities show, especially in front of these new girls. "Sorry for having a voice like an old man," he said, trying to sound light-hearted. Vivian held back a giggle, sensing his discomfort. Chapter 10-10, Daddy Material. Villain Ch10. Daddy Material. Both of the girls made their way to the seats at the other end of the table, sitting down with a soft rustle of fabric. "It's a good thing, ya know. You are a good source of daddy material," the blonde girl said bluntly with a shrug. He held his cringe. "Daddy material? I'm not married yet," he thought. But yeah, he held his tongue. The pink-haired girl spoke up next, her voice as bright as her hair. "Are you a couple? I mean, we all saw what happened in the throne room." Alan and Vivian both quickly denied the accusation, their faces flushing with embarrassment. "No, we aren't," Vivian said, her voice soft and apologetic. "It was just a misunderstanding," Alan added, hoping to quell any further inquiries. "I see, so it was also your first time," the pink-haired girl said, her eyes widening with interest. "Is it your fetish?" she asked again. But before Alan and Vivian answered, the blonde girl poked her friend with her elbow. A warning that she had asked a sensitive thing. "Sorry, we didn't introduce ourselves earlier," the blonde girl said, offering her hand to Alan. "I'm Bella, and this is Alice." She gestured to her friend. "It's nice to meet you both," Alan said, once again introducing himself. "I'm Alan." "And I'm Vivian," Vivian chimed in, trying to lighten the mood a little. The group settled into a more comfortable conversation, discussing their previous experience in the new game. The meeting room was abuzz with activity as the conversation between Alan, Vivian, Bella, and Alice continued to flow smoothly. However, their chat was soon interrupted by the arrival of 4 more girls, who sauntered into the room with an air of confidence and poise. The first of the new arrivals was a 25-year-old black-haired beauty named Larissa. Her toned body exuded strength and confidence, and she moved with a fluid grace that was mesmerizing to watch. Alan couldn't help but notice the way her eyes sparkled with intelligence and wit, and he found himself drawn to her magnetic energy. The other 2 girls who entered the room with Larissa were a mother and daughter duo. The mother, Shay, was a stunning woman with long, flowing hair that glimmered like strands of gold in the light. Her expensive-looking clothes draped elegantly over her lithe figure, and she carried herself with the grace and poise of a queen. Her daughter, Zoe, was about 18 years old, with soft brown hair that framed her delicate features. Her short hair was styled in a chic, modern cut that suited her youthful energy and playful spirit. The last one was a 24-year-old girl with red medium hair and brown eyes who had a lively and outgoing personality. She looked confident, passionate, and not afraid to stand out from the crowd. Her brown eyes indicated warmth, sincerity, and grounded nature. Her name was Jane. As Larissa, Jane, Shay, and Zoe settled into their seats, before they could make any real conversation except introduce their name, another woman entered the room. She was in her 30s, with black hair pulled back into a tight ponytail, and she wore a sharp business suit that accentuated her lithe figure. A name tag on her lapel revealed her name to be Kafra, and it was clear from her confident demeanor that she was one of the top game staff members. "Hello, everyone," Kafra said as she approached the conference table. "I apologize for the delay. Are you all ready for this meeting? I have a lot to explain," and I don't want to keep you waiting any longer. The group nodded in unison, their curiosity piqued. They were all eager to learn more about their roles. Excellent, Khafra said with a smile. First things first, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Khafra, and I am one of the top game staff members. I am here to guide you through this game and to help you achieve your goals. Khafra began to explain the intricacies of the game. The group listened intently. She explained that the game developer had decided to use a real player instead of AI to portray the villain character in the game. The villain of this game is our highest selling point, Khafra explained. We needed a real thrill that would make the players compete to defeat the villains. Our research team tried this on our advanced AI, but it didn't work. Even though we could create an intelligent villain, there was nothing that would spur the players to be the best. Pay to win would be something that would be alluring for the players, which meant it would give the game company more money. With AI, they were just bland villain characters with scripted sentences and actions. She mentioned all the reasons bluntly. So, to provide a real gaming experience, we decided to use a real player and make them the villain in this game, Khafra continued. And out of all the players, you were selected. Your role was not only determined by your score at the training ground but also by your track record in the past. Khafra read out their track records one by one, and the group was stunned. Most of them had extensive gaming experience, even though their current jobs had nothing to do with games. Even Shay, the beautiful mother, had previous gaming experience. You see, we needed players who could truly embody the role of the villain and challenge the other players to be their best, Khafra explained. And based on your track records, we believe that you are the perfect candidate for this role. As soon as Khafra finished her explanation, the room fell silent. It was Shay who broke the silence, her voice confident as she asked about their compensation. Since this is more like a job and all we're going to do is for the company's gain, we should also be getting something out of this, right? She questioned. Khafra nodded her head, understanding that the group was not just in this for the thrill of the game. She then went on to explain the payment plan, which consisted of a share of the sales of certain in-game items. The job seemed like a win-win situation for both parties. The company got the thrill they needed for their game, while they got the monetary compensation they deserved. Khafra continued to explain their duties. They had to participate in the war events at least 5 times a week, and if the Devil Emperor wasn't online within a week, they would replace him. While the others had a month. As for their contracts, Khafra explained that they would be renewed every year depending on the success of the game. Note, don't forget to leave review and vote. Chapter 11-11, The Contract. Villain CH11. The Contract. After Khafra finished explaining the payment and their duties, Alan raised a valid concern: what if our friends ask us to join the hunt with them? If they know we are playing the game, but continue to refuse their requests, they will be suspicious of us. Khafra smiled. Don't worry about that, Alan. All of you have the demon's disguise skill. With that skill, you can imitate human characters, but you only have one disguise. During the disguise, not only your appearance, but your skills will follow a certain class. Meanwhile, your demonic skills will be locked. This was something they didn't expect. With the demon's disguise skill, they could blend in with the rest of the players without arousing any suspicion. I understand. It's like being an undercover agent in a way, Jane said with a smirk. Khafra nodded approvingly. Yes, you could say that. And it's important that you treat it like a job. You'll be representing our company, after all. Khafra continued, however, I must warn you all to cover up your identities as it might trigger hatred against you in the real world. We don't want any unnecessary attention on you. As for your character, you will play like normal players and level up like the others. Of course, the company will provide a certain place to help your leveling. But for some places, you will still have to share with others. This will make the game more realistic since the players could encounter the villains anywhere, not just during events. Larissa raised her hand. What if we encounter someone who recognizes us? Khafra nodded. That is a possibility. But it will be better if you try to stay anonymous as much as possible. The group listened intently to Khafra's instructions, trying to memorize everything. This was a big responsibility and they didn't want to mess it up. They were excited about this opportunity, but at the same time, they were nervous about the consequences. Khafra noticed their anxious faces and reassured them, "Don't worry, you guys were selected because we believe in your skills and your ability to handle this role. We will provide you with all the necessary support and training. Just focus on your duties and have fun with the game." After that long explanation, Khafra gave them the contract and they signed it. They checked it for a while and signed it. Once it was done and the documents were in Khafra's hands again, she began discussing their in-game requests. Alan's heart sank as he remembered the ridiculous attributes he had entered. He could feel the judgmental eyes of the other players on him. Just as he was about to protest, Khafra interrupted with surprising news. "Alan, the girls have already agreed to your request," she said calmly. "Huh?" His confusion was clear on his face. Alan's eyes widened in shock. He hadn't expected that at all. He looked at the girls, who seemed embarrassed and a little uncomfortable. Khafra continued, "However, I need your approval for their requests as well." The girls' faces turned pale at the mention of their requests. Zoe spoke up, "Can't we discuss this more privately?" Khafra looked around at the small group. "This is already private, isn't it? After all, you have all seen each other's requests and agreed to them." Without further ado, Khafra began to list each player's request. The first name to roll off her tongue was Larissa's, and as soon as she mentioned her name, the atmosphere grew tense. Larissa was playing a vampire queen in the game. Her request was simple: she wanted to suck Alan's blood every time they had sex. Alan's eyes widened at the request, and he struggled to maintain his composure. The other girls, however, glanced at Larissa with a mixture of shock and discomfort. Larissa, in turn, felt her face flush with embarrassment as she awkwardly covered her face with her hands. "I thought it was just a demo," Larissa said in a defensive tone, "so I wanted to try my favorite scene from a vampire story." Alan swallowed hard, his mind racing as he tried to process. After all, he couldn't really judge Larissa's request, considering that his own was equally absurd. But before he could dwell on this thought for too long, Khafra spoke up again, this time addressing a request from Vivian. Alan's jaw dropped as Khafra read out the request. Vivian had asked if she could seduce him every time they had sex, citing her character as a succubus as the reason why it would be fitting. He turned to look at Vivian, who was sitting right next to him, as well as the other players. The room was silent once again, everyone's eyes locked on Vivian. Vivian sat there with her red face. "It's just a character trait," she sniffled, her voice barely above a whisper. "I thought it suited her well." Then Khafra continued again. Khafra's voice was barely above a whisper as she read out the next request. "Bella's request is, she wants Alan to act like a daddy while they're intimate, or during gameplay. She is the fox demon," she said, her eyes flickering to Bella for a moment before returning to her notes. Alice's face contorted in disgust, and she turned to look at Bella with a look of disbelief on her face. But Bella, in contrast, simply smiled smugly, as if she had known that her request would raise eyebrows. "I told you he was good daddy material," Bella said casually, her tone laced with amusement. "So I'll use it well." Alan's face burned with embarrassment as he tried to wrap his mind around Bella's request. The idea of acting like a daddy was completely foreign to him, but he was also curious about it. As Khafra continued to read out the requests, Alan couldn't help but feel his heart rate quickening with every passing moment. It seemed like each request was more outrageous than the last, and he couldn't help but wonder what he had gotten himself into. Note, don't forget to click vote and leave review, laughing face. Chapter 12 to 12, First War. Villain 12. First War. As Khafra continued to read out the requests from the other players, Alan couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. First, there was Alice, who played the witch, asking him to dominate her in bed. Then there was Jane, the necromancer, who had made the same request. But before he could even process this information, Khafra spoke up again, her voice steady and even as she read out the next request. Shay's request is, she wants Alan to be her virtual sugar baby boy, Khafra said, her eyes flickering to Shay for a moment before returning to her notes. As the words sunk in, Alan felt his face flush with embarrassment. The idea of being someone's virtual sugar baby was not something he had ever considered, but as he looked at Shay's confident smile, he couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. You only need to do it when it's just the two of us, so don't worry, Shay said, her voice smooth and seductive. And I'm a widow, so you don't need to be afraid that someone will kill you. Alan felt his heart skip a beat at her words, and he couldn't help but wonder what being Shay's sugar baby would entail. But before he could say anything, he heard Zoe, her daughter, speak up. But Mom, isn't that too much? Zoe said, her voice laced with concern. Shay shrugged off Zoe's words with a dismissive wave of her hand. Well, my request sounds better than yours, she said in a nonchalant tone. Alan couldn't help but chuckle at her brazen confidence. But before he could ask what Zoe's request was, Shay spoke again, her words sending a shockwave through the room. Since she is playing a Kraken, she wanted to use her tentacles when you guys did it, Shay said shamelessly. She said that would be a cool reverse rape. Alan couldn't believe what he was hearing. He had never encountered such explicit requests before. He had thought he had a dirty mind as an online erotic harem author, but these requests were beyond anything he had ever imagined. Zoe quickly turned to him, her voice tinged with panic. I thought it was just a demo, believe me. She tried to defend herself. Alan's mind raced as he tried to process the requests. The tentacles were one thing, but the idea of reverse rape was too much for him to handle. He swallowed hard, trying to calm his nerves. I understand, he stammered, still reeling from the shock. You know I don't mind the tentacles part, but I have to say no to that reverse rape, he quickly said. Zoe's eyes brimmed with tears. Please don't judge me for it, she pleaded in a soft voice. Alan could feel the weight of her words as they hung in the air between them. He knew he had no right to judge her, not when he himself had written about his MC engaging in similar acts with a Kraken in one of his novels. He smiled nervously, trying to ease the tension in the room. I won't, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Khafra looked around the room, taking in the tense atmosphere as everyone processed the shocking requests that had just been revealed. She cleared her throat and spoke up, breaking the conversation. Since Alan has agreed with all of this, how about we move to the real deal? Khafra said, her voice steady and firm. The others in the room looked at each other, still a bit shell-shocked by the previous conversation. But Khafra's words seemed to jolt them back into reality, and they all nodded in agreement. Okay, let's do it, Alice said, her voice filled with determination. Khafra smiled, pleased that they were all willing to take the next step. She stood up and gestured toward the gaming device that was sitting on the table in front of them. Everyone could please put on their gaming devices and log in, we'll start our first war event, Khafra said, her tone authoritative. Khafra's request came as a bolt from the blue. It made them hesitate. But we're all still level 1, Alan reminded her, his voice tinged with concern. The other players had at least already played for 2 to 3 hours when they were talking. Jane nodded in agreement. A frown appeared on her forehead. Isn't that too fast? We need to level up first. Khafra, however, seemed undeterred. Her face split into a sly grin. I know. But the highest player level now is still level 15. Most of them still stumble on their first quest to change their class. Since the villain is the highest point of this game, you should at least make your first appearance. Let them taste your power a bit. A wave of excitement pulsed through his veins, sending shivers down his spine. The thought of slaughtering other players in the game was creeping into his blood, and he couldn't help but revel in the sadistic tendencies that had taken hold of him. A smirk appeared on his lips, betraying his innermost desires. I like that sadistic tendency of yours, he admitted, glancing over at Khafra. However, his smirk quickly disappeared as a wave of doubt washed over him. Yet, if we're weaker than the other players, doesn't that mean we'll be the ones being slaughtered? He reminded Khafra. The corners of Khafra's lips twisted into a reassuring smile as she spoke. Don't worry, I've thought about that. That's why I'm coming with you. Just think of it as a tutorial, she reminded him, her voice laced with a sense of conviction. He nodded. Fair enough for me, he replied with a shrug, echoing the sentiment of his comrades. Khafra wasted no time in getting them ready for the task ahead. Okay, put your gaming devices on. We will greet the players, she announced, her voice firm and unwavering. With a flick of her wrist, Khafra motioned for them to put on their gaming devices. Chapter 13-13, Cursed Crypts. Villain 13. Cursed Crypts. With bated breath, he prepared to enter the virtual world of Hell's Gate. He donned his VR gaming device, feeling the weight of the VR device settle comfortably around his head. He picked up their controllers, fingers twitching with anticipation as he leaned back in their seats. The screen before him flickered to life, displaying the typical login screen that was all too familiar to MMORPG players. The pulsating graphics seemed to leap out of the screen, beckoning them to enter the world beyond. Taking a deep breath, he held out their hands, allowing the device to scan their retina. The screen flickered once more before a robotic voice echoed through the headsets. Welcome to Hell's Gate. Please wait while we process your login. His heart pounded with excitement as he waited, watching with rapt attention as the loading bar slowly filled up. A sense of anticipation filled the air, and he could practically taste the thrill of the game world that lay just beyond. Finally, with a triumphant beep, the loading bar filled up, and the robotic voice spoke once more. Login successful. Welcome to Hell's Gate. The scenery shifted seamlessly around him as he found himself transported from the modern meeting room to the grand throne room of the medieval era. The walls were adorned with intricate tapestries, and the floors were made of polished marble. He looked down at his hands, marveling at the detail of his luxury clothes. He got down from the throne, where his character had been left before, and strode forward, the clack of his boots echoing off the marble floors. The same with the others. They looked around the room, taking in the opulence of their surroundings. Khafra, where are you? He called out, scanning the room for any sign of her. None of them knew what they were supposed to do, and they hoped that Khafra would give them a hint or a clue. Suddenly, a voice rang out, causing them to jump. I'm here, Khafra replied, her voice laced with amusement. They turned to face her, only to find that she had taken on the form of a monster bat. He couldn't help but cringe. Why did you have to take that form? He asked, his voice filled with concern. Khafra landed gracefully on the edge of the throne, looking up at them with her large, beady eyes. We can't let the other players know that I'm helping you, she explained. This form will make it easier for us to move around unnoticed. He nodded, understanding her reasoning, though he couldn't shake the unease that he felt. All right, what's the plan? He asked, eager to get started. Start the slaughtering event, of course. Khafra hopped off the throne and turned to face them. Come on, she said, spreading her wings wide. We don't have all day. Follow me. Without hesitation, he and the other players followed Khafra as she led them out of the throne room. As they made their way through the empty corridor, Khafra suddenly stopped in her tracks. "Ah, I forgot to give you this," she said. At the same time, an announcement appeared in front of all of them. "You got the Cursed Crypts map X1. He opened it in his inventory. A screen popped up, displaying the map of the area. It was a place called the Cursed Crypts, and there were several different locations marked on the map. "There's the throne room here, a battle arena here, and a room for NPCs where you can buy potions and equipment," Khafra explained, pointing out each location on the map. "And here's the portal room where you can enter the player world." He studied the map carefully, taking note of each location. This would be their base of operations in the game, and it was important that they knew where everything was. "All right, let's head to the portal room," he said, closing his screen. They walked through the place until they finally reached the portal room. The room was filled with a strange energy, and he could feel the power of the portal pulsing through the air. "All right, before we jump into the fray, let's make sure we're all equipped with the right gear," Khafra said, turning to face the group. "Open up your inventory and equip your war armor." He opened his equipment inventory. Devil's Basic Black Armor X1. He equipped the Devil's Basic Black Armor and felt a thrill run through him. The black leather material hugged his body like a second skin, the spikes and chains woven into the design giving him a dangerous and edgy look. It made his character look so much cooler than before. He couldn't help but grin as he checked out his appearance in his status. Looking around, he saw that the others had also equipped their armor. They all looked fierce and deadly, their weapons glinting in the dim light of the crypt. He couldn't help but admit that they still looked sexy despite the intimidating armor. Khafra stood in front of them, her monster bat form hovering in the air. "Listen carefully," Khafra said, her voice echoing in the silence. "Our first target is Illid. It's a small town close to the novice town, and most of the players there are at levels 10 to 15. This place is also the home of the Swordsman Guild. Our objective is to make our presence known, to show them that we are a force to be reckoned with." She looked at each of them, her eyes scanning their faces. "I want you all to use your skills to summon as many monsters as you can, even though the event will summon monsters automatically. We need to make a statement that they came from us." They all nodded, understanding the gravity of their mission. They knew that this was not just a game anymore, they were in the midst of a virtual war. They had to use all their skills and knowledge to make their mark. Khafra stepped back, her wings flapping as she hovered in the air. "Wait here," she said. "I'll make the announcement. Note, first 100 collections. Thank you guys. Don't forget to vote and leave review XD. Chapter 14 to 14, The Hero of Illid. Villain 14. The Hero of Illid. Soon, an announcement appeared on the screen. The words flashed in bright red letters, catching their attention immediately. "The war event will start soon. The Devil Emperor and his subordinates will attack the town of Illid. The event will end in 10 minutes. Everyone who participates will get a 2x EXP bonus." Excitement surged through him as he read the announcement. This was what they had been waiting for. The chance to show off their skills and prove their worth. He could feel his heart racing as he prepared himself for the battle ahead. Khafra's words echoed through the room, her voice laced with excitement and a hint of mischief. "Now, let's go to Illid. Wreck and destroy everything. But the most important thing is to have fun," Khafra repeated, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. They nodded, their own excitement building as they prepared to face their enemies. With a final glance at each other, they stepped forward and entered the portal. The town of Illid was a picturesque wonderland that seemed to have emerged straight out of a medieval magic fantasy era. Every inch of the cobblestone streets, quaint little shops, and thatched-roofed houses oozed with an otherworldly charm that could transport any visitor to a bygone era. The town, which was situated at the edge of a sprawling ocean, was not too crowded despite the fact that it was a hub of activity for players in the VR game. Most players were off on their quests and hunting, leaving behind a peaceful ambience that added to the charm of the place. As one approached the town from the east, a stunning view of the sea stretched out before them. The glistening azure waters were punctuated with the occasional sailboat, while a large wood ship docked on the shore added to the town's charm. The ship, with its tall masts and carved wooden hull, was a sight to behold. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the large ship was no ordinary vessel. It was the vessel that would transport players to the underwater dungeon on a small island near the town, one of the many challenges that the game had to offer. The ship was intricately designed, with ropes, pulleys, and sails that swayed in the breeze. One could almost imagine the sound of waves crashing against the hull and the salty sea spray on their face. In the middle of that peaceful town, a male player named Max stood out. With his blonde hair, and his sharp, angular features, he was the picture of a proud swordsman. His broad shoulders were accentuated by the uniform he wore, complete with a leather vest and a sword at his waist. Mac had just returned from a successful hunt for slimes and other small monsters, as well as aiding the novices in their quests. He was already a seasoned player, having reached level 12 and gained a reputation for his prowess in battle. As he walked through the town, he scanned the vendors for the potions he needed to continue his quest. Mac's sharp eyes took in every detail of the town, from the quaint little shops to the towering buildings that loomed overhead. He knew most nook and cranny of the town, having spent at least half an hour or exploring every inch of it. But even with all his knowledge, he always found something new to discover. He scanned the sign above the door, which read Item Shop. His steps stopped. He pushed open the door and entered the shop. The interior of the shop was dimly lit, with shelves of items lining the walls. A wooden counter stood in the center of the room, and behind it was an NPC named Galen. Galen immediately greeted him with a warm smile. "Hello there, adventurer. What can I do for you today?" he asked, his voice friendly and welcoming. Mac approached the wooden counter, where an item list appeared in front of him. The list was extensive, containing everything from potions to weapons to rare magical artifacts. Mac's eyes scanned the list, looking for the items he needed for his next hunt. One basic health potion, a potion made from ground health herbs that restores about 50 HP. 25 coins. 2 basic mana potion, a potion made from ground mana herbs that restores about 70 MP. 50 coins. 3 strength potion, looking to increase your physical strength. This potion will give you a temporary boost, allowing you to deal more damage in combat. 100 coins. 4 agility potion, need to be more nimble in combat. This potion will increase your agility, making it easier for you to dodge attacks and land critical hits. 100 coins. 5 fire resistance potion, need to resist a particular type of damage. This potion will increase your resistance to fire type damage, making you less vulnerable in combat. 200 coins. 6 earth resistance potion, need to resist a particular type of damage. This potion will increase your resistance to earth type damage, making you less vulnerable in combat. 200 coins. 7 wind resistance potion, need to resist a particular type of damage. This potion will increase your resistance to wind type damage, making you less vulnerable in combat. 200 coins. 8 ice resistance potion, need to resist a particular type of damage. This potion will increase your resistance to water type damage, making you less vulnerable in combat. 200 coins. So expensive, he complained internally and cringed, but complaining was no use. He clicked on the items he wanted to buy, he mostly spent it on the health basic potion and the price appeared next to them. Automatically, his coins decreased according to the price of the items he selected and the items went into his inventory. "Thank you for your patronage, adventurer. Good luck on your journey," Galen nodded and bid him goodbye. but when he was about to leave the shop, an announcement appeared on his screen. The war event will start soon. The Devil Emperor and his subordinates will attack the town of Ilid. The event will end in 10 minutes. Everyone who participates will get a 2x EXP bonus. Chapter 15-15, Bloody War Part 1. Villain CH-15. Bloody War Part 1. The announcement shocked Mac and all the players in the town, sending chills down their spines. Mac immediately came out of the item shop and looked up at the bright blue virtual sky, which had turned dark in an instant. It was as if a storm was approaching, and the players could feel the tension in the air. Fear painted on the NPCs' faces, and some of the useless ones tried to escape and got into the nearby building. It was evident that they were trying to seek shelter from whatever danger was coming their way. The panic that spread among the NPCs was so palpable that it gave the impression of real panic, making the players feel as if they were part of a real-life event. The important NPCs that related to quests or vendors stayed in place and ducked down, but still within reach of the players. Mac's heart was pounding so hard that he could feel it in his ears. His blood boiled with excitement and fear, and he instinctively drew his sword, ready to defend himself and the other players. As he stood there, the sounds of chaos and destruction filled his ears. Monsters had appeared from nowhere, and they were wreaking havoc on the town. Mac scanned the area, trying to identify the source of the attack. The monsters were low-level creatures, with levels ranging from 1 to 10. They were not particularly powerful individually, but their numbers were overwhelming, and they were more aggressive than the peaceful monsters that roamed outside the town's walls. As the monsters approached, Mac could see the fear in the other players' eyes. Some of them were frozen in fear, while others were already fighting for their lives. Mac knew that he had to act quickly if he wanted to survive. One death meant -1% of his EXP bar. With a battle cry, Mac charged forward, his sword glinting in the darkened sky. The monsters swarmed around him, their claws and teeth glinting in the dim light. Mac fought with all his might, his muscles straining as he swung his sword, taking down one monster after another. The VR system gave him the announcement of the EXP and items one after another. The other players soon joined in, and together they fought off the swarm of monsters. The air was filled with the sounds of clashing swords and magic spells. One by one the bodies of defeated monsters turned into dust. Yes, dust, not shattered into particles like the other VR games. As the chaos and destruction continued to rage around him, Mac could hear the sound of something huge approaching. The ground shook beneath his feet, and the noise grew louder and louder until it was almost deafening. Suddenly, the source of the sound appeared, and Mac couldn't help but shudder in horror. It was a mutant bug, easily 3 times his size, with razor-sharp claws and glowing red eyes. Its roar was so loud that it made the ground tremble, and the other players recoiled in terror. But Mac was different. He had always been fearless in the face of danger, and this was no exception. While the other players scrambled to flee, Mac stood his ground, his eyes locked on the monster. Mutant bug. As Mac charged forward toward the giant mutant bug, he caught sight of a healer who was about to flee. With a quick movement, he grabbed her hand, stopping her in her tracks. "Hey, wait!" he exclaimed. "Can you give me a buff?" The healer looked at him in confusion, but Mac didn't give her a chance to respond. "Quick, I need buff!" he shouted. Without hesitating, the healer closed her eyes and muttered a quick incantation. "Agility. Your agility has increased." Suddenly, Mac felt a surge of energy coursing through his veins, and he knew that he was faster and nimbler than he had been before. "Thank you," he said. The healer answered him with a nod and ran away. With a confident grin, he turned back towards the giant bug and charged at it, his sword held high. The monster responded with a furious roar, swinging its massive claws in a wild arc. Mac dodged nimbly out of the way, using his newfound speed and agility to avoid the monster's attacks. He fought with all his might, using his newly acquired agility buff to dodge the attacks of the mutant bug. With each swipe of his sword, he landed a decisive blow on the monster. The crowd of players cheered him on, urging him to keep fighting. And Mac felt alive as if this was where he was meant to be. As he delivered the final blow, the giant bug collapsed with a loud thud, its massive body quivering before it finally stilled. Mac grinned widely, exhilarated by his victory. He was about to turn around and acknowledge the cheers of the crowd when he felt a sudden pain in his stomach. Critical hit. You have taken 150 damage points. Warning. Your HP is below 20%. Mac's vision blurred as he looked down at what had impaled him. It was a black claw, unlike any dagger he had ever seen before. Blood soaked through his swordsman uniform, staining it a dark shade of red. Weak. A male voice came from behind him. That voice sent terror into his blood. Mac's mind was racing as he struggled to keep his eyes open. Desperately, he exerted all his energy and looked up to see his attacker. He could barely make out the figure in the dim light, but he could see the glint of the demon's red eyes. The demon's black armor shone in the darkness, and the pair of horns on his head only added to his menacing appearance. The evil smirk on his face sent a shiver down Mac's spine. Blood painted the demon's face and armor. He glanced at the demon's status above his head. Mac's heart sank as he realized that he was facing the main villain in this game. Azazel. Note, thank you for your reviews. Need 6 more to go. Don't forget to give me power stones and reviews, laughing face. Chapter 16-16, Bloody War Part 2. Villain CH16. Bloody War Part 2. Mac's world began to spin as the demon's claw was removed from his stomach. He fell to the ground. Blood gushed out of his wound, creating a puddle of crimson around him. He was barely conscious, but his vision was clear enough to see the demon staring at him, his eyes gleaming with a malevolent glint. Alan's smirk grew wider as he watched the swordsman bleed out. He was enjoying every moment of this and relished the feeling of power that came from attacking the players so easily. He knew that this was just the beginning and that there were many changes for him later. As he stood there, watching Mac's life force ebb away, Alan couldn't help but chuckle. He was pleased with his work. He had shown the other players that he was not to be trifled with and that he was a force to be reckoned with. Mac's body was still twitching from the pain, but his eyes were fierce, filled with determination even in the face of death. Alan had to admit, he found the players' courage impressive. Do you think you can stop me? Alan asked, his voice cold as ice. He had put his eyes on Mac since the beginning. Because while most players ran and screamed in terror, Mac was different. He faced the mutant bug head-on. Alan saw a true leader in him, a player who could inspire others to fight and not give up. Once again, Alan raised his demonic claw, ready to strike down on Mac's lifeless body. But, a sudden burst of light enveloped the area, blinding everyone momentarily. The sound of shuffling feet followed, and when the light dissipated, a young woman with short brown hair and a white healer's robe stood near them. Heal! She shouted again, her hands glowing with a soft, green light. The energy flowed from her palms and entered Mac's body, mending his wounds and restoring his health. The light concentrated on Mac's wounded stomach, where the black claw had left a gaping hole. The girl's eyes remained fixed on the wound as the light pulsated around it. Mac felt a sudden sensation of warmth spread through his body as the light slowly began to close his wound. The blood that had previously drenched his swordsman uniform was now fading away, leaving no trace of its existence. But it didn't mean he was completely healed. The light made Alan turn his attention to the healer. That was when he saw her. She stood there, trembling and wide-eyed, staring at him with a look of raw fear etched on her face. Mac recognized her. She was the healer who buffed him earlier. What are you doing? Run! He bellowed, his voice hoarse with exhaustion. He couldn't do anything to save her except warn her. Alan's eyes flicked to the healer once more. "Run," he muttered, his voice cold and steely. Then he used his skill. Shadow Step. As soon as Alan activated his skill, he disappeared in a blur and then reappeared behind the healer. "Don't ever think of it," Alan said once more. His eyes stared at the healer coldly, filled with killing intent. She screamed and tried to run away, but Alan grabbed her hair and pulled her head back, revealing her delicate neck. She trembled in fear, thinking that she was about to meet her end. Mac saw what was happening and tried to run to save the healer, but once more he fell to his knees. He couldn't move as fast as before since his wound didn't completely heal yet. His HP points not even reached 50% yet. He could only watch as Alan held the healer hostage. "Please, let her go," Mac begged, his voice shaking with fear and anger. But Alan just laughed, his eyes glinting with malice. "Why should I?" As the healer stared at the menacing figure of Alan, her heart pounding in her chest, she realized with a sinking feeling that she was not going to escape unscathed. Trembling, she tried to escape, but her feet felt like they were glued to the ground. Alan's eyes glinted in the dim light, a sinister smile curling his lips as he reached out and grabbed the terrified healer by the neck. She gasped for air, her eyes bulging in panic as she struggled to free herself from his grasp. "Please, let me go," she cried out, her voice choked with fear. But Alan didn't release his grip. Instead, he lifted her up by the neck, the force of his grip causing her to gasp and choke for air. He towered over her, his black armor glinting ominously in the dim light, and his eyes filled with malice and cruelty. "Soul Siphon," Alan muttered in a vicious tone. His red eyes glinted. "You are absorbing your enemy's HP and MP." Alan's fingers tightened around the healer's neck, and a dark aura emanated from his body, enveloping them both. Mac watched in horror as the status above the healer's head changed, indicating that her health and mana were being drained. He knew what this skill was, and he knew that it was deadly. Meanwhile, Alan's eyes shone with a sinister gleam as he absorbed the life force of the helpless healer. His power grew stronger with each passing moment, fueled by her very essence. "No!" Mac screamed. Even though it was just a game, the terror and everything seemed real to him. And seeing someone who was trying to save him die in front of him broke his heart. "You have successfully absorbed your enemy's HP and MP." The healer's body in front of Alan hung limply in his hand. Alan tossed the healer's limp body aside like a rag doll. She hit the ground with a sickening thud. Yes, to give a realistic impression, the body of a dead player didn't just disappear, but remained there for a few seconds. And during that time the dead player could see what was going on, but she couldn't do anything or say anything at all. Note, don't forget to give me power stones and reviews, laughing face. Chapter 17-17, Bloody War Part 3. Villain CH-17. Bloody War Part 3. Mac was seething with anger as he watched the healer's lifeless body crash against the wall, the sight burning into his memory. His grip on his sword tightened as he prepared to launch an attack on the Devil Emperor, but before he could even take a step forward, two other swordsmen had already charged toward the enemy. "Heal yourself first," said one of them. "We will hold him." Mac was surprised to see the two novices he had helped earlier taking charge and charging toward the Devil Emperor. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and admiration toward them. He remembered them saying that they wanted to be archers, but he didn't expect that they would change their minds and become swordsmen like him. "Thank you," Mac said. Immediately, he waved his hand forward, summoned the inventory screen, and immediately took a potion to heal himself. His heart pounded wildly and his chest pounded ever since he was sure that those new swordsmen were not the Devil Emperor's opponent. And what Mac's prediction was right. As his character swallowed the last drop of the potion and the flask disappeared into particles in his hand and the wounds on his body were completely healed, screams sounded from the direction of the Devil Emperor. Mac felt a surge of anger and determination wash over him as he looked back at the Devil Emperor, raising his sword in defiance. The two swordsmen who had charged at the Emperor were now lying on the ground, covered in blood, and Mac knew that he couldn't let their sacrifice go to waste. Hey hey hey! Mac let out a primal scream, his sword raised high above his head, ready to strike down the Devil Emperor once and for all. I'm invincible, the Devil Emperor sneered. You're nothing compared to me. I am a power incarnate. Mac swung his sword with all his might, hoping to land a decisive blow on the Devil Emperor. But to his surprise, the Emperor didn't budge. Instead, he transformed into a shadow and reappeared behind Mac in an instant. Mac quickly turned around and saw the Emperor's claws aimed directly at him. Without hesitation, he gritted his teeth and used his sword to block the attack, meeting the Emperor's claws with a loud clash. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through Mac's body, and he struggled to maintain his footing. But he held on tightly to his sword, refusing to let go, determined to protect himself from the Emperor's deadly claw. Mac could feel his arm tremble under the weight of the attack. He strained his muscles to keep the claw from penetrating his flesh. His eyes narrowed in concentration, and he gritted his teeth, determined not to give up. It made Alan blink in surprise. A smirk appeared on his lips. Not bad," he muttered. This was the first time a player counterattacked him. While he had killed many players with a higher level than Mac, Alan realized that level and equipment were not the only things that determined victory in this game. Without good playing skills, it would all be in vain. And Mac was one of those players. Alan believed that Mac might become his nemesis in the future. It excited him even more. Alan's eyes glinted with malice as he pressed his weight against Mac's sword. "Fool," he snarled, his voice like venom. Mac's heart pounded wildly in his chest as he pushed back against the Emperor's claw. He knew that he was no match for the Devil Emperor, but he refused to give up without a fight. Along with another shout, Mac fought fiercely, swinging his sword with all his might and skill against the Devil Emperor. The two clashed in a fierce battle, with sparks flying every time their weapons met. Mac moved with agility and precision, expertly dodging the Emperor's attacks while finding openings to strike back. He knew that he had to stay focused and not let his guard down for even a moment, for the Emperor was a formidable opponent with deadly claws and wicked cunning. Despite Mac's best efforts, however, the Devil Emperor proved to be a formidable foe. With lightning-fast reflexes and unmatched strength, he managed to land several blows on Mac, each one sending him staggering backward. Finally, the Devil Emperor seized his chance, and with a powerful swing of his claws, he landed a devastating blow on Mac. The force of the attack sent Mac flying through the air, crashing to the ground in a heap. Blood flowed freely from the deep gashes on his arms and chest, staining his clothing and pooling on the ground beneath him. Fighting to stay conscious, Mac fell to his knees, his legs giving out beneath him. His vision blurred and his head swam as he struggled to stay upright. The world around him seemed to spin and twist, his surroundings warping and distorting into a surreal nightmare. With a last gasp of effort, Mac thrust his sword into the floor, using it as a makeshift crutch to support himself. He gritted his teeth against the pain, his muscles screaming in protest as he tried to remain standing. But the Devil Emperor was not finished with him yet. Grinning in victory, he advanced on Mac, his eyes glinting with cruel amusement. "You thought you could defeat me," he sneered. "But you are just a weak human. You are nothing compared to my power." But before Mac could answer him, an announcement showed up. "The war event will end in 10 seconds. The countdown began, each passing second marked by a pulse of light that illuminated the screen. Mac lay on the ground, his body battered and broken. He struggled to draw breath, each inhalation of a ragged gasp that rattled in his chest. The Devil Emperor's subordinates gathered around him, their forms blurred and indistinct in his fading vision. As he looked up at them, Mac's eyes swept across their forms, taking in their inhuman beauty. They were all demonesses, each one more stunning than the last. Their lithe forms were clad in tight-fitting leather, their curves accentuated by the clinging material. Note: thank you for your reviews. I need 2 more to go. 150 power stones equals 1 bonus chapter. Chapter 18 to 18, All Hail to the Devil Emperor. Villain ch 18. All hail to the Devil Emperor. Their eyes glinted with amusement as they looked down at Mac. We have to go now, Your Majesty, said the witch. She wore a daring ensemble of black leather and lace, the curve-hugging fabric leaving little to the imagination. Her long black hair cascaded down her back in a cascade of waves, framing her heart-shaped face and accentuating her ruby-red eyes. On top of her head sat a tall, pointed witch's hat, its brim shadowing her delicate features. The hat was adorned with silver stars and a crescent moon and seemed to glow with a faint inner light. Despite the chaos and destruction that raged around her, the witch remained poised and collected. She moved with a graceful fluidity. The Devil Emperor stood frozen in place, his eyes locked onto Mac's limp form. I know. He replied coldly. Mac thought the Devil Emperor would let him go and disappear, but he was wrong. Without a shred of mercy, the Emperor plunged his claw into Mac's chest, tearing through his flesh and turning his HP points to 0. In shock and mouth wide open, Mac stared up at the Devil Emperor, his eyes filled with defiance, as the Emperor whispered tauntingly in his ear. You won't be able to beat me. The Emperor sneered, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. And then, with a sudden and brutal twist of his claw, the Emperor ripped it free from Mac's chest, sending him crashing to the ground in a heap. Mac watched in horror as the world around him devolved into chaos. Flames licked around him and scorched everything. He could feel his life slipping away, even as the Devil Emperor and his subordinates disappeared into the shadows, leaving the town of Illid in chaos. All hail to the Devil Emperor. The Devil Emperor sneered, his voice echoing through the flames. And then, with an evil smirk on his face, he and his subordinates vanished into the fiery inferno, leaving behind only destruction and despair in their wake. Mac's vision began to fade as he felt the embrace of death wrapping around his character. But just as he was about to slip away into the darkness, his screen suddenly lit up with a countdown timer. With each passing second, the town of Illid around him began to shift and change, returning to its former state. The once decimated buildings rose up from the ashes, their walls mended and their roofs restored. The NPCs that had cowered in fear now went about their business as usual, their expressions returning to their default states. Mac watched as the world around him transformed, the dark skies giving way to a brilliant sun that bathed the town in a warm, golden light. It was as if the entire event had never happened, as if the chaos and destruction that had consumed the town were nothing but a bad dream. As the timer reached its final seconds, Mac's body was suddenly enveloped in a bright light, and he felt as if he were being pulled in 1,000 different directions. And then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the light vanished, leaving Mac standing in front of a towering gate. A female NPC stood before him, dressed in a medieval maid outfit. "Welcome back, adventurer." She greeted him with a cheerful smile. The NPC's name was Thera. She was in every city with a different appearance, and she was usually used for saving points, vaults, and teleportation to other cities. Mac looked around and saw that he was surrounded by a sea of players, all of them looking equally disoriented and bewildered. They were muttering amongst themselves, complaining about the difficulty of the battle and how frustrating it was to be killed by the Devil Emperor. Some were cursing loudly, while others were simply shaking their heads in disbelief. Despite the crowded and chaotic scene, there was a palpable sense of unity among the players. They all shared a common goal, to defeat the Devil Emperor and claim victory for themselves. Mac could see it in their eyes, the steely determination, the unyielding will to succeed. He knew that he was not alone in his desire to beat the Emperor, and that gave him a small glimmer of hope. Another announcement appeared. "Congratulations! All participants will get 2x EXP for 24 hours. The other players around him rushed off to start grinding levels. But Mac was different. He knew that leveling up wasn't everything, and he needed to be cautious if he wanted to survive in this game. His eyes flickered over to his HP bar, which was still dangerously low. His recent encounter with the Devil Emperor had left him severely injured, and he needed to rest before he could even think about leveling up. Slowly, he made his way to the nearest bench and sat down heavily. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his racing heart. It was a chaotic battle, and he was lucky to have survived the monster attack. But the victory was short-lived as the Devil Emperor had appeared out of nowhere and dealt him a fatal blow. Max sat on the bench in the game world, feeling the cool breeze that swept across his face. In his mind, he began to calculate the best way to maximize his hunting time while waiting. As he thought, his hand moved to the back of his head, where his VR game device was attached. He took a deep breath before pulling it off, revealing his sweat-drenched hair underneath. He rubbed his forehead, feeling the pressure release as he disconnected from the game world. The transition was jarring. One moment he was sitting in a virtual world, and the next, he was sitting on his gaming chair in his room. Once his VR device was off from his head, Max Player revealed his face, a 24-year-old man with his blonde hair falling in disarray across his forehead and his eyes were green. His name was Elio. Previously, he decided to take a short break to drink some water before he continued his hunt. But instead of standing up, he stared at the VR device in front of him. That Devil Emperor's movement is too fluid. He does not look like an AI for me. He muttered. Thank you for your review, I need one more to go. Don't forget to give me power stones. 150 power stones equals a bonus chapter. Chapter 19 to 19, Most Wanted Player. Villain CH19. Most Wanted Player. The atmosphere was charged with otherworldly energy as Alan and his group materialized in the cursed crypts once again. But instead of finding themselves in the familiar portal room, they stumbled out onto the grounds of the mansion. The gate loomed before them, tall and wrought iron, its rusty hinges creaking in the chilly night air. The moon shone down on the eerie scene, casting long shadows across the unkempt yard. The grass was overgrown and tangled, the trees twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like grasping fingers. Welcome back, heartless demons. An NPC in a maid's uniform greeted them. Her name was Thera. Yes, she was everywhere. Included in this place. But than usual, this Thera looked more ghostly with her pale face and tattered maid uniform. As he appeared there, an announcement appeared in front of him. Congratulations, you have completed your first war event. You have killed 117 players. You have killed 25 NPCs. You have destroyed 30 structures. Town of Illid destruction is 54%. Level up. X14. You are now level 15. You got 2,302 coins. A grin appeared on his lips. That is easy farming, he exclaimed. Within 10 minutes, he had risen to level 15. Khafra's voice cut through his reverie. What do you think? Fun, right? She asked, a grin spreading across her face. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions awash with joy. He turned to Khafra, a smile playing across his lips. Her bat form was still intact. Yes, he replied, his voice tinged with wonder. This is incredible. You know what? I think being a villain is quite fun, Lilith said, her eyes sparkling with delight. It was clear she was reveling in the experience, and who could blame her? I agree, said Grimora, the necromancer. She was a vision in blonde, her hair cascading down her back in golden waves. Her outfit was striking, a form-fitting black leather catsuit that showed her cleavage cut that left little to the imagination. But it was her headwear that truly caught the eye, a black and white habit that marked her as a nun, albeit a rather unorthodox one. You want to know how I did it? She asked, a sly grin spreading across her lips. I made them all kill each other. It was easy, really. I just summoned my army of the undead and let them loose on the players. They didn't stand a chance, she chuckled. The girls huddled together, chatting excitedly about the last war event. Khafra listened intently, nodding and offering occasional words of encouragement. But Alan's attention was elsewhere. His eyes were fixed on the tower in the distance, a brooding presence that loomed over the landscape like a giant sentinel. Curious, Alan's hand waved in front of him, and a holographic display shimmered into existence. He opened his inventory to his map. His eyes scanned the glowing interface until they fixed on a name that excited him. Tower of Power. As he read the description of the place, Alan's heart began to race. This could be their leveling ground, he realized, at least until they were level 50. The tower was a formidable structure, built by a long-forgotten civilization and filled with ancient secrets and powerful artifacts. It was rumored to be haunted by the ghosts of those who had dared to venture inside, and few had ever returned alive. Guys, do you want to level up with me tonight? Alan said, turning to his companions. They were still inside Cyber Building, so they couldn't possibly do it right now. What kind of leveling? Lullaby teased, a sly grin playing across her lips. Alan grinned back at her, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. That, he said, pointing towards a distant tower that rose up from the horizon. The girls' gaze fell on the tower, and they felt a thrill of excitement run through their bodies. Khafra turned to face the group. The game developer has prepared that tower specifically for you, she said. It's going to be your very own leveling ground, a place where you can hone our skills and grind your levels. But there's a catch, Khafra continued, her voice dropping to a whisper. While you are out in the field, you'll also be competing against other players. It's just for level 50 plus maps only. They'll be trying to kill you, just like you'll be trying to kill them. The group fell silent, their eyes fixed on Khafra as she spoke. This was a new level of danger, a new challenge that they had never faced before. Unless you use your disguises, of course, Khafra added with a sly grin. Then you can blend in with the other players and strike when they least expect it. Also, you can't enter any towns or cities with this form except at the event time. So we are simply the most wanted guy in this game? Alan asked, his eyes wide with wonder. It was a strange feeling, being both feared and admired in equal measure. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride at it. Khafra smiled at him, her eyes shining with amusement. She transformed back into her humanoid form. That's right, Khafra said, her voice low and throaty. You are the ones that everyone wants to take down, the ones that everyone fears. But that's also why we selected certain players to do this task. We know that not everyone has what it takes to face the challenges that lie ahead. Alan shrugged, his face calm and composed. He knew that they had what it took to succeed, to become the most powerful and feared players in the game. Fair enough, he said simply, his voice filled with quiet determination. The fox demon, Ira, spoke up, her voice ringing clear. I think we should focus on filling our HP and DP first, she said, her eyes fixed on Alan. The rest of the group turned to him, their expressions expectant as they waited for his response. He immediately understood her meaning since he was the one who asked them to do it. It was his first request in the game. Thank you for your review, I need one more to go. Don't forget to give me power stones. 150 power stones equals a bonus chapter. Chapter 20 to 20, for real. Villain CH20. For real. Before he could say a word, Lilith spoke up, her voice tinged with uncertainty. I think we should do that after we get back, she said, her face flushing with embarrassment. The other girls turned to her, their expressions curious as they wondered what she meant. Why? they asked, their voices filled with curiosity. Lilith turned to Alan, her gaze shifting in another direction. He is good, she whispered, her words barely audible above the hum. Her face flushed in embarrassment. Alan's heart skipped a beat as he heard her words. He was not expecting that it would come out of another player's mouth. Thanks, he said with a smile, his voice tinged with happiness. As he spoke, the other girls turned their attention to him and Lilith. They exchanged glances and a smirk appeared on their faces, clearly amused by the situation. Abyssia, the Kraken Queen, smirked and asked in a teasing tone, "How good?" Her hair, as black as ink, swayed gently as she spoke. Lilith's face grew even redder as she glanced at Alan once more. "I can't explain it," she murmured, her voice barely audible above the sound of the virtual world around them. He knew what Lilith meant, and it made him feel flattered. He coughed lightly and tried to keep his composure. "Well, I guess you'll have to find out," he said with a sly grin, trying to play it cool. Khafra cleared her throat and drew the attention of the group. She interrupted their conversation and issued a warning. "Just for warning," she began, "the contract and the game company will not interfere and be responsible for your relationship in the real world." Lullaby nodded her head in understanding. "Of course, we understand." But then, she cast a sidelong glance toward Alan. Her lips curled into a mischievous smirk. "But since he's the only male in our group," she said, her voice honeyed and suggestive, "isn't it normal for us to put our eyes on him?" A ripple of laughter ran through the group. His eyes twinkled with amusement. "You mean I can make a real harem in the real world?" he asked, his tone teasing and light-hearted. He expected the group to deny him, to dismiss his words as a mere jest. But he was wrong. To his surprise, the other players responded with eager enthusiasm. They batted their eyelashes and simpered, teasing him with coy flirtation. At that moment, he felt like a king, surrounded by a bevy of adoring subjects. Selena, the witch, spoke up in a teasing tone that belied the seriousness of her words. "Well, I don't mind it," she said, her voice laced with an undercurrent of mischief. "How about you guys?" Her words hung in the air like a tantalizing invitation, beckoning the others to join in the forbidden pleasure that she hinted at. Ira, the fox demon, responded with eager enthusiasm. "Count me in," she said, her voice brimming with anticipation. He couldn't help but press his lips together, his mind reeling with the implications of their conversation. "For real?" he screamed internally, unable to fathom the implications of what they were suggesting. His curiosity urged him to ask them a question that burned within him. "Aren't you two good friends?" he asked, his voice thick with confusion. He noticed the deep bond that Selena and Ira shared. Ira, the fox demon, was Bella, and Selena, the witch, was Alice. From the moment they arrived in the meeting room, it was clear that they were good friends. But as the conversation turned towards forbidden pleasures and taboo desires, he couldn't help but wonder if their friendship could survive the dizzying heights of their passion. It was Selena who spoke up first, her voice casual and unconcerned. "Yes. And we don't see anything wrong with that," she said, her eyes burning with a fierce intensity. Lullaby turned to him and shook her head from side to side, her expression grave. "You don't know how wild some girls could be," she said, her voice heavy with warning. Once again Khafra cleared her throat and reminded them of her existence. It made them turn to her. "Can you talk about that outside of this?" she asked them. She reminded them that they were still in the cyber building. For a moment, the group was silent, their eyes flickering nervously from one another to Khafra and back again. They were wondering if the game company recorded it. But then Lullaby spoke up, her voice laced with a mischievous undertone. "Fine. Let's head to the cafe next door then," she suggested, a playful smirk dancing across her lips. "It's late afternoon and we should celebrate our first victory." My treat. The others nodded their agreement eagerly, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Okay. I think that's all. I can only say good luck to you. Kafra reminded the group of the potential dangers that lay ahead, of the need for caution and secrecy as they acted as the game's villain. And then, just as suddenly as she had appeared, she was gone, her digital avatar vanishing into the ether of cyberspace. The others followed suit, removing their VR devices one by one and slowly returning to the real world. As they did so, the sense of disorientation and disconnection was palpable, a jarring reminder of the stark divide between the virtual and the physical. For a moment, they simply sat there in silence, their minds still racing with the thrill of their virtual exploits. But gradually, the noise and bustle of the real world began to seep back. As they rose from their seats, one by one, the group offered their thanks to Kafra, their voices carrying a sense of gratitude and respect for the guidance she had provided. It was clear that they valued her insights, and that they would not have made it this far without her. Shay was the first to stand, her movements smooth and graceful as she shook off the last vestiges of the virtual world. Thanks for your help, Kafra. We'll catch up with you later, she said, her voice warm and genuine. Next was Larissa, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint as she offered her own thanks. Yeah, thanks for the heads up. And don't worry, we'll keep our adventures under wraps, she said, a sly smile playing at the corners of her lips. Jane was more effusive, her excitement at their successful foray into the virtual world still palpable. Thanks so much, Kafra. That was amazing, she exclaimed, her words punctuated by a high-pitched giggle. And then it was his turn. He approached Kafra with a sense of reverence, his step slow and deliberate as he offered his own thanks. Thank you for everything, Kafra. Your guidance has been invaluable, he said, his words carrying a sense of sincerity that was unmistakable. After they bid their farewells, the group began to make their way out of the cyber building. Thank you for all the reviews. The rating are up now? XD. Don't forget to give me power stones. 150 power stones equals a bonus chapter. 300 power stones equals 2 bonus chapters. Chapter 21 to 21, Celebrating Victory. Villain CH21. Celebrating Victory. They arrived at the cafe. As they settled into their seats, their expressions were a mix of exhaustion and elation. Larissa let out a contented sigh as she leaned back in her chair. Her eyes glimmered with satisfaction and she couldn't help but smile as she looked around at her team. I must say, we make quite the team, Larissa remarked, her voice filled with admiration. Vivian laughed softly and twirled a strand of her hair around her finger. I agree, we're an unstoppable force, she chimed in. It's amazing how we all have such different skills and yet we complement each other perfectly. Bella nodded in agreement. Her eyes were bright and her voice was filled with enthusiasm. I'm so grateful to have met all of you. That mission was a new challenge for me. Shay smiled proudly as she looked at her daughter, Zoe. I couldn't be more proud of all of us, she said, her voice laced with maternal love. Zoe did an amazing job too, don't you think? Zoe blushed and ducked her head, but her eyes shone with excitement. It was so much fun, she exclaimed. I can't wait for our next mission. Jane nodded in agreement. Speaking of which, what do you all do in the real world? She asked, curiosity evident in her voice. I will start. I'm an online tutor and translator for an education course. Larissa nodded. That sounds fascinating, she said. I'm a Pilates instructor and fitfluencer. I posted a lot of videos and blogs about health and fitness on the internet. Vivian beamed. I'm a cosplayer, she said, her eyes sparkling with passion. I love creating costumes. Also, makeup guru. You can find my videos on the internet. Bella chimed in. You can say I'm a voice actress. I'm more into ASMR, she said, her voice smooth and melodious. And yeah, you can also find my video on the internet. I never reveal my face though. Shay smiled. I'm an investor, she said, her tone confident. Then she leaned toward them. I'm thinking about investing in the game company, she whispered. That's why I tried this game. Then she shrugged. But who knows, it took me to another adventure. Zoe grinned proudly. And I'm a student, she said, her voice tinged with excitement. I'm taking a business major. Alice spoke up. I'm selling gaming devices at my offline and online store, she said, her expression shrewd. Also review gaming devices sometimes, she added. Alan cleared his throat and spoke up. I'm an online writer and do a bit of photography, he said. He was always hesitant to say what his job was, especially in front of the girls. And as he expected, that question came a taboo question for Alan. The girls looked at him expectantly, eager to hear more. What kind of stories do you write? Alice asked, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. He considered his response. He knew that his writing wasn't exactly mainstream, and he wasn't sure how the others would react. Fantasy stories, he said finally, hoping that it would be enough to satisfy their curiosity. But the girls weren't content with such a vague answer. What kind of fantasy stories? Shay pressed, leaning forward in her chair. Alan took a deep breath, steeling himself for their reaction. Harem stories, he said. To his surprise, the girls didn't react with laughter or ridicule. Instead, they seemed genuinely interested in his work. Harem stories. Larissa repeated, her eyebrows raised. It's about an incubus, he admitted. Tell us more, Larissa demanded. Alan hesitated for a moment, not sure if he wanted to reveal the explicit details of his writing. But he could feel the curiosity emanating from the girls, so he took a deep breath and decided to answer their questions. Well, he began, the incubus in my story is a seductive demon who is adored by many women. And he is a prince. The girl's eyes widened in surprise and amusement. Wow, that sounds interesting. Bella exclaimed, grinning mischievously. Tell us more, Alan. Alan shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Well, the harem has, intimate relations with the incubus. Intimate relations. Larissa repeated, raising an eyebrow. You mean they have S**X? Yes, they do. It's a harem story after all. He swallowed his embarrassment. Sounds interesting, chimed Jane. The others also commented the same thing, and Alan couldn't help but feel relieved that they weren't judging him. So, what's the title of the story? Shay asked curiously. Alan took a sip of his drink before answering. It's the Incubus series. I publish it online, and it has quite a following. Really? Vivian exclaimed, leaning closer to Alan. Can we read it? We're all adults here, and we won't judge you. Alan felt a warm feeling in his chest, grateful for the girl's acceptance. Sure, I'll send you the link. Just expect a lot of absurd things. After they finished eating, they exchanged numbers, created a group chat, and decided to go home. Hey guys, I had a great time tonight, said Alan. We should definitely do this again sometime. Agreed, said Larissa. It was nice to meet all of you and to have a break from the usual routine. I second that, added Vivian. This was a lot of fun. Jane gathered her things. It's been lovely meeting all of you, she said. I hope we can stay in touch. Definitely, said Alice. As they all stood up to leave, the group exchanged waves and well wishes. Until next time, they said in unison, before heading out of the cafe into the cool night air. Vivian shivered slightly, rubbing her arms to warm herself up. Her phone was in her hand as she stood on the sidewalk. Do you need a ride home, Vivian? Alan asked as he caught that she was about to order a gibber. Vivian's face lit up. Can I? That'd be amazing, thank you so much, she exclaimed. Alan grinned, pulling out his motorcycle keys from his pocket, and gave her an extra helmet. Hop on. Give me your address. I'll take you home, he said. Alan always brought an extra as one of his homies always asked for a ride. But he already moved out to another city last month. Vivian took the helmet and eagerly climbed onto the back of Alan's motorcycle, wrapping her arms around his waist before she told him where she lived. Alan revved the engine, and they sped off into the night. As they rode, Vivian couldn't help but feel a little nervous. She had never been on a motorcycle before. Moreover with a stranger like this. You know, Alan, I had a great time tonight, she said, raising her voice to be heard over the roar of the engine. No problem. I'm glad you came after what happened in the game, he replied, turning to look at her over his shoulder. That answer made her heart beat fast. Yeah, she answered with a much lower voice. She could feel her face getting hotter just because she remembered what happened. Luckily, Alan couldn't see her at all. After a few more minutes of riding, they arrived at Vivian's apartment building. Judging from the structure and the exterior, it was an expansive, middle-high-class one. She hopped off the back of the motorcycle, turning to face Alan. Thanks again for the ride. I had a great time, she said, smiling up at him. She hoped she could invite him for a drink, but he was still a stranger to her, so she decided to do it another chance. No problem, he said. Then Alan rode back to his own apartment. Like my story? Add this to your collection. Don't forget to give me power stones. 150 power stones equals a bonus chapter. 300 power stones equals 2 bonus chapters. Chapter 22 to 22, Vampire Queen's Hunger. Villain Ch 22. Vampire Queen's Hunger. Alan arrived at his apartment, still feeling the adrenaline rush from their successful mission in the game. His mind was abuzz with thoughts and ideas as he kicked off his shoes, listening to the satisfying thud they made as they hit the ground. The scent of his home enveloped him as he walked through the living room and into the bathroom. The walls were painted a serene shade of blue, and the dim lighting created a peaceful atmosphere. Turning on the shower, he watched as the water flowed out of the faucet, creating a small cascade of droplets. He took a moment to breathe in the steam before stepping under the warm water. The sensation was invigorating, and he felt his muscles start to relax as he scrubbed the dirt and sweat off his skin. After his shower, he dried himself off and wrapped a towel around his waist. Padding across the hallway, he went to his bedroom and changed into comfortable clothes. He picked out a soft t-shirt and a pair of lounge pants, settling into his favorite armchair with his laptop in hand. The wooden desk was cluttered with books, papers, and other writing paraphernalia. A small lamp illuminated the area, casting a warm glow over the space. Alan took a deep breath, feeling the familiar excitement bubble up inside him as he opened his laptop and began typing. His fingers danced over the keys, weaving a story that was inspired by their recent mission in the online game. The characters he had encountered in the game were now living and breathing on the page, their adventures unfolding in his mind's eye. The words flowed effortlessly as if he was simply transcribing a story that had already been written. As he wrote, he sipped on a cup of tea that he had made earlier. The tea was warm and soothing, the perfect accompaniment to his creative process. Several hours had passed before he looked up and realized how late it was. He saved his progress and closed his laptop, feeling a sense of satisfaction at the progress he had made. The next chapter of his story was taking shape, and he knew that he was onto something special. He stretched and stood up from his desk. He realized how much he needed a break. His muscles were stiff from sitting in one position for so long, and his eyes felt strained from staring at the computer screen. So, he closed his laptop and sighed contentedly, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It was time to log into the game, explore new worlds, and fight epic battles. He slipped on his VR headset and logged in, eager to see what awaited him. As Alan entered the game, he found himself in the cursed crypt's yards. The atmosphere was eerie, the air thick with the stench of decay. But Alan was undeterred, he was on a mission to level up. He made his way inside the mansion and headed to the NPC room to buy some potions for his hunt. But as he entered, he saw someone in the corner of his eye. It was Larissa, or Nefares, as she was known in the game. She was standing near the potion NPC. She was stunning with her silver hair that cascaded down her back, her red eyes that pierced through him, and her bat wings that rested against her back. As if that wasn't enough, she had a pair of sharp fangs peeking out from behind her lips. "Hey, I didn't expect to run into you here," Alan said, breaking the silence between them. Larissa flashed a playful smile, her fangs glinting in the virtual light. "Likewise," she replied, her voice smooth and melodious. Alan cleared his throat, feeling a little awkward. "So, what brings you here?" "Just stocking up on some potions," Larissa replied. "What about you?" "The same, actually," Alan admitted. "I'm planning to go hunting, and I want to make sure I'm prepared." Larissa raised an eyebrow, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Hunting, huh? Mind if I join you?" "Sure, I'd love that," he said, his voice tinged with eagerness. Larissa turned to face him, her eyes glinting with a mischievous light. "You remember our agreement, don't you?" she asked, a sly smile curling her lips. Alan swallowed hard. "Yes, I remember," he said, his voice cracking slightly. Larissa's smile widened. "Good. We need to replenish our HP and DP after all." Alan's pulse quickened at the touch of her hand on his skin. "Where are we gonna do that?" he asked, trying to keep his voice steady. "In my room," Larissa replied, her eyes locked on his. "Okay," he answered. As they entered the room, Alan's eyes widened at the sight before him. The walls were adorned with rich tapestries and flickering candles, casting a warm glow across the space. A plush bed dominated the center of the room. Larissa turned to face Alan, her body now fully facing him. Her eyes met his, and she held his gaze for a moment longer than necessary. A seductive smile played across her lips as she leaned in closer, her body language alluring and captivating. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, its shimmering in the virtual light. Her full lips were painted a deep shade of red, their plushness begging to be kissed. Alan found himself staring at her, unable to tear his gaze away from her mesmerizing features. "Remember the deal," she said, her voice low and husky. "I will draw your blood while we do it." Alan's heart raced as he looked at her. He knew what he had agreed to, but the intensity of her gaze and the allure of her beauty made his heart pound fast. He tried to steady himself and replied, "I remember it." Larissa approached him slowly, her hips swaying as she walked. She reached out and ran her fingers through his hair, making him shiver. "Good," she purred. "Now, let's get started. Like my story? Add this to your collection. Don't forget to give me power stones. 150 power stones equals a bonus chapter. 300 power stones equals 2 bonus chapters. Chapter 23 to 23, Breath and Whisper. Villain CH 23. Breath and Whisper. Nefares wants to do a lewd act. Do you agree? Yes/no. Yes, he chose. She pressed herself against him, running her hands down his chest and over his abdomen. She drew closer, her eyes locked on his, and whispered into his ear, "Don't worry. I'll make sure you enjoy yourself too." Alan grunted softly at the sensation of her soft lips kissing his neck. His blunt steak hardened within his pants as he felt her hand brush against his thigh, moving up the inside of his leg. At least for his character. But as for himself, he could feel the adrenaline rush in his veins. His heart beat fast. "My, aren't we eager?" she asked, her tone amused. "I've been waiting for this," he muttered breathlessly. Larissa giggled, then swiveled around and straddled his waist. Her breasts brushed against his chest as she sat atop him on the bed. She was only inches away from his face, and he could feel her warmth against his skin. "You're so cute," she cooed, drawing her hands over his torso. "If you want me to stop, just say the word." "No," he mumbled, his voice thick with desire. Larissa smiled, then began peeling off his armor. The pieces fell to the floor one by one, creating a pile beneath them before it disappeared as it returned to his inventory. Then she started to open her clothes. Alan gazed at the scene before him, entranced by the sight of her supple flesh. She undid her clothes, revealing the curve of her breasts and her stomach. Then she unclasped her belt and unfastened it, letting it fall to the floor. Alan watched as she continued to remove her clothing, his eyes widening as she revealed her tight, smooth skin. She grasped her hands around her waist, pulling her dress up. "So beautiful," he breathed. Larissa giggled, stepped out of her shoes and kicked them aside, leaving her dressed only in a pair of sheer stockings and a lacy black bra. "I'm glad you like it," she murmured, walking toward him in bare feet. "I do," he replied. She reached for him, but he took her hand and placed it on his chest instead. He cupped her hand, smiling as he looked into her eyes. "You are so beautiful," he whispered. Larissa leaned in close, pressing her lips against his. Her tongue slipped between his lips. He groaned as she sucked on his bottom lip, then moved to his upper lip. She pulled back slightly, then lowered her head, nuzzling his neck. She moaned. "Your scent is intoxicating." Alan gasped as she traced her nails along his collarbone. He put his hands on her hips and pushed her against him, wrapping his arms around her body. Larissa wrapped her arms around his neck and pulled him close, deepening the kiss. Their tongues tangled together, and he felt her fingers running through his hair. He slid his hands down her back and squeezed her firm buttocks, hard. She moaned into his mouth, and he felt her hands trace his abs and stomach muscles. Alan moaned as she began to kiss his chest, her lips trailing down his stomach. He grabbed her ass and pulled her tighter to him, his erection throbbing. "Is this what you wanted?" he murmured, his lips brushing against hers. "Yes," she replied. Alan pressed his lips against her throat, licking and sucking on her skin. He pulled her close, nuzzling her neck and ear as he nibbled on her delicate earlobe. "HNNN." She moaned softly, closing her eyes and tilting her head to the side. "That feels so good." He kissed her neck and shoulders as she wrapped her arms around his neck and tilted her head back. She moaned softly as he kissed her, his lips grazing her throat and jawline as if he wanted to eat her alive. "Alan." She called her name breathlessly. A sign that she enjoyed all his virtual touches and she wanted more. "SHHH, he murmured, looking into her eyes. "Let me take care of you." Larissa nodded, and Alan kissed her once more. He moved lower, his lips touching her collarbone. He followed the line of her breast, kissing her, then sucking on her hard pink tip. "Oh!" she cried out, arching her back. Alan suckled on her soft mounds, rolling her tips between his thumbs and forefingers. He licked her breasts, savoring the taste of her skin, then moved on to her stomach. He kissed and nibbled on her tummy, tracing his tongue along the edge of her navel. His hand slid up her legs, sliding along her thighs as he went. Larissa moaned as he touched her, then smiled and gripped his head tightly when he kissed her inner thigh. "Ah!" she cried out, pushing his head deeper between her legs. Alan's tongue darted out, flicking against her wet folds. He grunted as he tasted her, then switched to tonguing hers. She writhed against him, moaning and grinding her hips against his face. "Ha! More!" she demanded. Alan complied, swirling his tongue around her sweet inside. He sucked on it, rolling it between his lips. He licked her inner flesh, tasting her juices as they flowed from her. He flicked his tongue over, causing her to moan loudly. Yes, she moaned. Just like that. Alan did it again, and she squirmed, her thighs tightening around his head. He rubbed his tongue against her folds, and she bucked against his mouth, her hips trembling. Yes, she moaned. Alan leaned forward, his tongue still circling hers. She moaned, gripping the sheets beneath her. That's right, he whispered. Give it all to me. Larissa shuddered, her body tensing. Feeling she was about to climax, he went up. He kissed her deeply, his tongue dancing with hers as he drew away slightly. He then pushed his erection inside her, filling her sweet warm flesh completely. Ah. She moaned, her teeth gritted. Her heavy breath was getting louder. Like my story? Add this to your collection. Don't forget to give me power stones. 150 power stones equals a bonus chapter. 300 power stones equals 2 bonus chapters. Chapter 24 to 24, Virtual and Reality. Villain Ch24. Virtual and Reality. Alan groaned as he began to thrust into her, his hips slapping against her body. He couldn't hold back any longer, the need to release his seed had taken control over him. I can't. He muttered breathlessly. I'm going to come. Larissa wrapped her legs around his waist and pulled him closer, meeting every thrust. Come inside me, she begged. Alan grunted as he buried himself in her tight flesh, his balls tightening. His erection pulsated inside her, and his liquid shot deep inside her. She clenched around him, milking his shaft as he filled her with his seed. Your health point and demonic power are fully charged. Then she opened her mouth and buried her fangs in his neck. She bit down gently, sinking her teeth into his skin. Alan gasped as he felt her teeth pierce his skin. He groaned softly as the pain sensation and pleasure mixed inside of him. She sucked on his neck for a few minutes, her tongue lapping at his neck, before releasing him. Larissa giggled and wrapped her arms around him, pulling him close. You are good, admitted Larissa bluntly. Just as Vivian said. Thanks, Alan replied. Larissa turned to him and said, You know, I've been thinking. I want to do this with you in the real world. Alan looked at her, surprised. What do you mean? He asked. I mean, meet up and have sex for real. In the flesh, she replied, a mischievous smile playing at the corner of her lips. Alan felt his heart skip a beat. He had never done anything like that before, but the thought of doing it in real life was tempting. I don't know, he said hesitantly. I mean, we just met. Are you not afraid of me? I could be some kind of psycho. Larissa chuckled. I know you aren't. But if you're not interested, that's okay. We can just keep it in the game. Alan breathed a sigh of relief, but he couldn't shake the feeling that he was missing out on something. Maybe we could meet up, he said tentatively. But I've never done anything like that before. I'm not sure if I can do it as well as in the game. Larissa looked at him, surprised. Really? You've never had sex before? Alan shook his head. No, I haven't. Is that weird? Larissa looked at him incredulously. I can't believe it. I mean, based on your appearance, I thought you have done it with a lot of women. Alan cleared his throat. I've just been busy with work and writing. I haven't had much time for anything else. And to make it worse, his last breakup was a bad one. Larissa smiled sympathetically. Well, don't worry about it. We can take things slow. I don't want to pressure you into anything you're not ready for. Alan felt a surge of gratitude towards her. Thanks, he said softly. Larissa leaned over and kissed him on the lips. No problem. Now, do you still want to go hunting? Alan nodded eagerly. Yes, let's do it. Larissa got out of bed and started getting dressed. I'll meet you outside the mansion, she said. Alan stood up from the bed and started to re-equip his armor. His mind was still lingering on what Larissa had said earlier. He had never considered the possibility of doing it with someone from the game before. It was a strange and somewhat unsettling thought, but at the same time, he found himself intrigued by the idea. Shaking the thought off, Alan went to the NPC room to buy some potions. An NPC named Galen immediately greeted him with a warm smile. Hello there, heartless demon. What can I do for you today? He asked, his voice friendly and welcoming although his appearance was not. The same as Thera, he was more ghostly than any Galen in other cities. His eyes scanned the list, looking for the items he needed for his next hunt. 1 basic health potion, a potion made from ground health herbs that restores about 50 HP. 25 coins. 2 basic mana potion, a potion made from ground mana herbs that restores about 70 MP. 50 coins. 3 strength potion, looking to increase your physical strength. This potion will give you a temporary boost, allowing you to deal more damage in combat. 100 coins. 4 agility potion, need to be more nimble in combat. This potion will increase your agility, making it easier for you to dodge attacks and land critical hits. 100 coins. 5 fire resistance potion, need to resist a particular type of damage. This potion will increase your resistance to fire type damage, making you less vulnerable in combat. 200 coins. 6 earth resistance potion, need to resist a particular type of damage. This potion will increase your resistance to earth type damage, making you less vulnerable in combat. 200 coins. 7 wind resistance potion, need to resist a particular type of damage. This potion will increase your resistance to wind type damage, making you less vulnerable in combat. 200 coins. 8 ice resistance potion, need to resist a particular type of damage. This potion will increase your resistance to water type damage, making you less vulnerable in combat. 200 coins. Shit. This is expensive. He thought. In this situation, he wished he had a healer among his group. Sadly, it was too much and it could create an imbalance in the game. He bought a few basic health potions and basic mana potions. Automatically, his coins decreased according to the price of the items he selected and the items went into his inventory. Thank you for your patronage, heartless demon. Good luck on your journey, Galen nodded and bid him goodbye. He quickly made his way out of the room, eager to get back to the hunt. He found Larissa waiting for him outside, her expression unreadable. Ready to go? She asked and invited him to a party, her voice low. He accepted her invitation. Let's go, Alan nodded. Then they made their way to the Tower of Power. Like my story? Add this to your collection. Don't forget to give me power stones. 150 power stones equals a bonus chapter. 300 power stones equals 2 bonus chapters. Chapter 25 to 25, Tower of Power. Villain CH 25. Tower of Power. Alan and Larissa's footsteps echoed against the eerie field as they approached the entrance of the Tower of Power. The sky was overcast, the sun barely peeking through the dense clouds, giving off a dim and gloomy light. The grass beneath their feet was dry and withered as if it had been scorched by an unknown force. As they drew closer to the tower, the looming structure made of black stone seemed to grow even more menacing. The tower's sheer size and ominous presence made Alan feel a shiver run down his spine. He glanced at Larissa, who appeared unbothered by the foreboding atmosphere. Standing guard at the entrance were 2 stone golems, each one standing over 10 feet tall. The golems had a humanoid shape, their bodies bulky and muscular, and their skin was made of smooth gray stone. Their eyes glowed a fiery orange, giving them an almost demonic look. The golems appeared unarmed, but their imposing presence alone was enough to make anyone hesitate. The golems greeted Alan and Larissa in deep, rumbling voices. "Welcome, heartless demons," they said in unison, acknowledging the duo's notoriety in the game. "Please be careful. Almost all monsters are aggressive and will attack you as soon as you come near them. May you both come out victorious." With that, the golems nodded and stepped aside, allowing Alan and Larissa to enter. They stepped through the Gothic entrance. The interior of the tower was dimly lit, with a cold, musty smell lingering in the air. The walls were made of black stone, giving the place an ominous vibe. The sound of bats fluttering their wings and screeching echoed through the corridor. Without wasting any time, Alan used his demonic aura skill. A black aura surrounded his body, and his status was immediately displayed in front of his eyes. Your attack and defense have increased by 5%. You have decreased enemies' attack and defense by 5% within a 7-meter radius. Countdown, 15 minutes. Larissa looked at Alan with amazement, her eyes shining with excitement. She had seen his demonic aura skill before, but she was still impressed by the aura surrounding him. It was as if he had become a different person altogether. Rather than a man who had slept with her earlier, he looked like a demon from the underworld. Alan also activated his demonic claw skill. His hands turned into sharp claws, and he grinned as he felt the power coursing through his veins. You have increased physical damage by 5%. You have ignored 10% of the target's physical defense. Countdown, 15 minutes. As the sound of footsteps echoed through the tower's empty halls, Alan and Larissa instinctively turned toward its origin. Their eyes darted back and forth, scanning the darkness for any signs of movement. Suddenly, out of the shadows emerged a group of zombie-like creatures, their decayed skin and missing limbs. They glanced at the monster's head. Zombie. With a wicked grin spreading across his face, Alan readied his claws for battle. "We have our first victims," he declared, relishing in the challenge ahead. "Level 15? Not bad," said Larissa. She remained calm and collected, her eyes focused on the creatures ahead as she readied her blood manipulation skill. As she activated her skill, a crimson aura enveloped her body, pulsating with otherworldly energy. The air around her crackled with power as she channeled her abilities, causing the very fabric of reality to warp and bend at her command. Her eyes glowed with an intense red hue, giving her an almost demonic appearance. With a blood-curdling howl, the creatures lunged at Alan and Larissa, their sharp claws slicing through the air with deadly precision. The duo sprang into action, dodging and weaving between the creatures' attacks with incredible speed. Alan's claws glinted in the dim light, his movements fluid and graceful as he struck at his foes. Larissa, on the other hand, relied on her vampiric abilities to dispatch her enemies. She moved with lightning-fast speed, her movements almost too quick for the eye to follow. Her hands glowed with a crimson aura, and with a wave of her hand, the very air around her crackled with power, sending shock waves through the creatures' ranks. With a flurry of well-placed blows, Alan and Larissa dispatched the zombie-like creatures with ease. Their movements were fluid and graceful, their attacks precise and deadly. The creatures fell one by one, their decayed bodies crumbling into dust as they were struck. As the last of the monsters fell, the system announcement rang out, informing them of their rewards for the encounter. You received Zombie Salive 2 EA, Decayed Nail 5 EA, and 10 coins. 10 coins. I can't even buy a basic potion with that, Alan grumbled, his disappointment evident. I killed at least 3 of them. 10? I only got 6 coins. That's just stingy, Larissa added, her own frustration mounting. Despite their disappointment with the meager rewards, their EXP bars had increased, signaling that their efforts had not gone unnoticed by the game system. Before they could complain any further, the sound of approaching footsteps interrupted their thoughts. They tensed, ready for whatever lay ahead. As the sound of footsteps grew closer, Alan and Larissa readied themselves for another fight. But they were not prepared for what they saw. Emerging from the shadows was not one, but a horde of zombies. Dozens of decayed and mutilated creatures shambled toward them, their grotesque forms illuminated by the flickering torches that lined the walls. Although they were only on the first floor, the enemies were attacking them in overwhelming numbers. But Alan and Larissa refused to back down. They stood their ground, ready to face the onslaught. "Get ready," Alan said, his voice firm. He called upon his demonic lance, 5 black lances that hovered around him, ready to strike. Larissa summoned her own powers, calling upon her blood manipulation skill. Red tendrils of energy coiled around her fingers, pulsing with otherworldly power. With a blood-curdling howl, the zombies charged toward them. Alan and Larissa fought with all their might, striking down the undead one after another. The battle was intense, the zombies attacking in a frenzied frenzy. But the duo was more than prepared for the fight. Alan's demonic lance pierced through the zombies with ease, the black lances striking through multiple enemies at once. Larissa's blood manipulation skill was equally impressive, the tendrils of red energy slicing through the zombies like a hot knife through butter. As they fought, the zombies continued to pour in from all sides. The duo was quickly becoming outnumbered, their energy levels dwindling. But they refused to give up. With fierce determination, they continued to fight, sliced through the zombies with brutal efficiency. Sweat poured down their faces, their breathing ragged, but they did not falter. Like my story? Add this to your collection. Don't forget to give me power stones. Current release rate is 5 CHPS/week. 150 power stones equals a bonus chapter. 300 power stones equals 2 bonus chapters. Chapter 26 to 26, Endless Battle. Villain CH26. Endless Battle. The battle was endless. The problem was, the tower was too quiet and the only sound that came was from their battle. So the monsters kept coming to them because they were attracted to the noises. The duo fought valiantly, but this time, the zombies were more aggressive. Some of the zombies managed to get close enough to scratch and bite them, causing their HP to decrease. The wounds on their bodies were deep and painful. Alan felt the sharp sting of a zombie's nail digging into his flesh, while Larissa had a deep gash on her arm from a zombie's bite. But fortunately, Alan was able to use his soul siphon skill to absorb their enemies' HP and MP, replenishing his own. Meanwhile, Larissa used her blood drain skill to fill her own HP, feeling the strength returning to her body. Alan and Larissa continued to fight, their movements becoming more frenzied and desperate. They fought with wild abandon, striking out at the zombies with all their might. Alan's claws tore through the zombies' flesh, while Larissa's blood manipulation skill sliced through them like a razor-sharp knife. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, the last of the zombies fell to the ground. Alan and Larissa stood there, panting and covered in sweat and blood. You received Zombie Salive 21 EA, Decayed Nail 31 EA, and 121 coins. Level up. You are now level 16. The room was quiet once again, the only sound coming from the duo's ragged breathing. That was intense. Alan gasped out, his voice trembling slightly from the adrenaline still coursing through his veins. He looked down at his hands and took a deep breath to steady himself. He had managed to raise his level by 1, just by defeating these zombies, but he knew that the journey ahead was going to be much harder. Indeed. Larissa nodded in agreement, her eyes scanning the area for any signs of movement. She had also gained some experience points from the battle, but her thoughts were now focused on the wounds that she had sustained. Her body was covered in scratches and bite marks from the zombies, and she winced as she tried to move her left arm. Larissa took a deep breath and raised her hand, calling upon the inventory system of the game. A holographic interface materialized in front of her, showing all the items that she had acquired so far. She quickly scanned through the list and selected a basic health potion, which she pulled out from the inventory and held in her hand. The potion was a small, clear vial that glowed with a bright red light. Larissa uncorked it and raised it to her lips, closing her eyes as she drank it down in one gulp. A cool, refreshing sensation flooded her body as the potion's magical energy coursed through her veins, replenishing her depleted HP points. Alan also followed suit, summoning his own inventory system and retrieving a basic mana potion of his own. He drank it down quickly, feeling a surge of power as his mana reserves were restored to their full capacity. "All right, are you ready for the next battle?" Alan asked, looking at Larissa with a determined glint in his eyes. Larissa nodded, a small smile playing at the corners of her lips. "Of course, let's keep going." They went further. The atmosphere grew darker and more oppressive. The air grew musty and moist, and the only sound was the rhythmic beat of their footsteps on the stone floor. As they went deeper, the darkness enveloped them. It was as if they had entered a different world, a place where the rules of reality didn't apply. The walls were covered in a slimy substance, and the air was thick with the smell of decay and death. Larissa shivered involuntarily, but she pushed her fear aside. She had to remain focused if they were going to survive this game. Alan, too, was on edge. His eyes scanned the darkness, searching for any signs of movement. But all he could see was the swirling mist that filled the air. "This place gives me the creeps," she muttered. He nodded in agreement. "We need to stay focused," he said. "The monsters here will be stronger than the ones we faced before." "Let's be careful," she said. As Alan and Larissa continued walking deeper, they noticed mushrooms growing on the walls and floors. The mushrooms were of various sizes and shapes, some glowing faintly in the dark. Suddenly, without warning, the mushrooms around them started to pop their eyes open, causing them to enlarge significantly. "What's going on?" Larissa exclaimed in shock, readying her vampiric abilities. "It's an ambush," Alan said, calling upon his demonic lance. The mushrooms grew larger. In a second, they transformed into grotesque mushroom monsters. These monsters had a big mouths full of sharp teeth, and their eyes glinted menacingly in the dim light. Mutant poison mushroom. They approached Alan and Larissa, and before they could attack, the monsters released a poisonous spore that filled the area around them. Coughing and gasping for air, Alan and Larissa tried to fight back. However, the spore made it difficult to breathe, and their movements became sluggish. "Poison has been spread. Your HP will decrease by 1 point every 5 seconds. We must get out of here," Alan yelled, his voice barely audible over the sound of their enemies. "Forward," he told Larissa, pointing in the direction they needed to go. Larissa nodded, trusting Alan's instincts. She could feel the poison seeping into her character's veins and knew that they needed to act fast if they were going to survive this encounter. They ran as fast as they could, dodging the mushroom monsters and weaving their way through the tower. The monsters closed in on them, their teeth bared and their spores thick in the air. Alan slashed and killed them with his demonic lance, taking down several monsters in quick succession. Meanwhile, Larissa used her blood manipulation to create razor-sharp blades of blood that sliced through the monsters with ease. Their battle was intense, the sound of their weapons clashing against the monsters echoing through the tower. The air was thick with the scent of blood and decay, and the sound of their labored breathing filled their ears. But slowly, one by one, the mushroom monsters fell, defeated by the sheer determination and skill of the two adventurers. Finally, 15 minutes later, the last of the mushroom monsters fell to the ground, defeated. "You received Mushroom Spore 15 EA, Poison Spore 5 EA, and 105 coins. Are you okay?" Alan asked, his voice hoarse with exhaustion. Larissa nodded, a small smile on her face. "I'm fine," she said. "Thanks to you." Alan grinned, feeling a sense of pride in their accomplishment. "We make a pretty good team," he said, offering her a hand up. "Like my story? Add this to your collection. Don't forget to give me power stones. Current release rate is 5 chps/week. 150 power stones equals a bonus chapter. 300 power stones equals 2 bonus chapters. Chapter 27 to 27, Peaceful Hill bonus chapter. Villain ch27. Peaceful Hill. On another game map, Mac was also hunting with the healer who helped him before. Her name was Yura. He decided to hunt with her after he found she healed character to full health when he had to go AFK, away from keyboard, for a few minutes. Since he needed a healer and this game potion's price was expensive, he decided to ask her to join him. Mac led the way as he approached a monster. His sword glinted in the digital sunlight as he made his way through the grassy terrain. His body was covered in minor wounds. The creature was a grasshopper, but it stood an impressive 2 meters tall, towering over Mac's own avatar. Despite its imposing height, the monster's appearance was almost comical. It held a ukulele in its claws, giving it the air of a whimsical character from a children's fairy tale about the grasshopper and ant. Mac couldn't help but grin at the sight of it. Lazy grasshopper. It was indeed out of place since the game itself was a bloody one, but Mac guessed the developers wanted a touch of comedy in the middle of this bloody battle game. After all, the map he was on was called Peaceful Hill. The hill was green and lush, covered in trees and bushes. It was like a breath of fresh air in the midst of chaos. The trees swayed gently in the breeze, and the leaves rustled softly. The air was fresh and clean. Mac gripped his sword tightly, steeling himself for the battle ahead. He charged towards the grasshopper monster, its ukulele still clutched in its claws. As he closed in, he swung his sword with all his might. The blade connected with the creature's midsection, slicing cleanly through its body. The grasshopper let out a pained screech and collapsed to the ground, its legs flailing as it writhed in agony. The ukulele that had once been clutched in its claws had fallen to the ground, the strings now silent. "You received Grasshopper's Tibia 1 EA and 3 coins. Mac gasped for air, his heart racing in his chest. He didn't know how many monsters he had killed that day. A dozen? Hundreds. Yet he felt he leveled up so slowly. Heal. Yura used her skill on Mac and healed his wound. Yura's healing skills were impressive, there was no denying that. Mac watched as she waved her hands over his virtual body, the green glow of her magic washing over him and mending his wounds. But despite the healer's best efforts, Mac's face remained displeased. It wasn't Yura's fault, of course. She had saved his life on more than one occasion during their 2 hours of hunting. But the fact remained that they had only managed to reach level 15 in that time. It wasn't nearly enough progress for Mac, who had been hoping to level up quickly and gain access to the more challenging areas of the game. Apart from that, there was something on Mac's mind. Mac looked around and saw that they weren't the only ones hunting on this map. In fact, there were some other groups scattered throughout the area, each one focused on taking down the peaceful monsters that roamed the land. He could understand why so many players were drawn to this place. The lazy grasshopper, the monster they had just defeated, was a peaceful creature that wouldn't attack unless provoked. It made for an easy and relatively safe target, especially for players who were just starting out. The map was also located close to the first city they had landed in and Ilid. This made it a popular destination for players who wanted to level up quickly without venturing too far from civilization. They quickly found themselves surrounded by other players who were also taking advantage of the lazy grasshopper's peaceful nature. At first, it was a welcome sight. The more players there were, the easier it would be to take down the monsters and level up quickly. But as more and more players arrived, the situation began to deteriorate. Arguments broke out over who had hit the monster first, with players accusing each other of stealing their kills. The tension was palpable, and it didn't take long for things to turn violent. Mac watched as two players came to blows over a particularly large lazy grasshopper. It was a ridiculous sight, the two avatars dueling, punching, and kicking each other in the middle of a virtual forest. Although they were low-level players, it didn't mean they couldn't kill each other. As long as both of the players agreed, they could duel in a hunting map like this. And then there were the long-range players, the mages and archers who were content to sit back and take potshots at the monsters from other melee fighters. It was a sneaky tactic and one that went against the spirit of the game. But some players were willing to risk it, knowing that the game master would only intervene if they were caught. Mac couldn't help but feel frustrated by the situation. This was supposed to be a nice and peaceful map, but it had turned into another battlefield. He had always prided himself on being a fair player, and the idea of cheating or stealing from others was abhorrent to him. I have to change my hunting grounds, thought Mac. He turned to Yura, hoping to find some solace in her company. She looked just as annoyed as he did, her eyes scanning the crowded battlefield for any signs of trouble. It's getting worse, Mac muttered, his voice barely audible over the din of battle. Yura nodded, her expression grim. We should move on. Find a quieter spot. Mac agreed, and they began to make their way through the forest, trying to avoid any more confrontations. They could still hear the sounds of battle in the distance, but it was growing fainter by the second. But when they were near the exit portal, a scream sounded. Help me! Like my story? Add this to your collection. Don't forget to give me power stones. Current release rate is 5 chps/week. 150 power stones equals a bonus chapter. 300 power stones equals 2 bonus chapters. Chapter 28 to 28, Peaceful Hill bonus chapter. Villain ch28. Peaceful Hill. They froze, their instincts telling them that something was very wrong. Without a word, they turned and ran back the way they had come, the sounds of footsteps pounding in their ears. As they drew closer to the source of the commotion, they could hear the unmistakable sound of metal on metal, the clanging of blades against each other. And then they saw him, a lone player, his back against a tree, fending off a large butterfly-like monster with a pair of gleaming daggers. The monster was unlike anything Mac had ever seen before, its wings shimmering in the sunlight as it swooped down to attack the player. The man was screaming for help, his eyes wild with fear as he tried to keep the monster at bay. But it was clear that he was outmatched. The butterfly monster was too strong, too fast. Mac and Yura exchanged a glance, silently agreeing to help the man. They drew their weapons and charged forward, their footsteps pounding against the forest floor. The monster turned to face them, its wings flapping furiously as it prepared to attack. As Mac and Yura approached, the butterfly monster turned to face them, revealing its full form. The creature was truly a sight to behold, with wings as large as a car. It was a stunning mix of vibrant colors, blues, purples, and greens all blending together seamlessly. But the beauty of the creature was marred by the sight of dead players strewn about its feet. It was clear that this butterfly monster was no ordinary creature. It was larger, more powerful, and had a much higher level than any monster they had encountered before. Mad butterfly. Max swallowed hard as he took in the sight before him. He knew they had to be careful. This monster was aggressive and showed no signs of backing down. The butterfly monster flapped its wings again, its razor-sharp wings glinting in the sunlight. Mac could see the muscles in its legs tensing, ready to lunge forward and attack. Yura was the first to act. She quickly raised her staff, chanting an incantation under her breath. Agility. With a quick flick of her wrist, Yura activated her agility skill, targeting Mac with a glowing aura. Mac felt a surge of energy rush through his body, as his AGI status and movement were boosted. He could feel his muscles twitching with anticipation. His movement was faster than before. He raised his sword, his hands shaking with adrenaline as he charged toward the monster. The monster reacted quickly, its wings flapping to create a gust of wind that knocked Mac off his feet. He struggled to regain his balance as the monster swooped in for the kill. Mac swung his sword, but the monster was too quick. It dodged his attack effortlessly, its wings flapping to keep it just out of his reach. Mac gritted his teeth, determined not to give up. He had to find a way to get past the monster's defenses. He noticed a pattern in the monster's movements, a split-second delay before it would change direction. Mac took advantage of this, feinting to one side before quickly changing direction and launching an attack. His sword connected with the monster's wing, slicing through the delicate membrane. The monster screeched in pain, but it wasn't defeated yet. In the midst of the intense battle between Mac and the monster, Yora's eyes darted toward the wounded dual daggers player, and from the looks of it, he had barely escaped the clutches of the deadly butterfly monster. Yora didn't hesitate to use her skill. Heal. The man's name was Gil. His hair was striking green and his eyes were brown. He had a deep gash on his leg, and Yora's heal skill glowed with a soft light as she worked to close the wound. He looked at Yora with gratitude in his eyes as she worked her magic and let out a sigh of relief as his health bar filled up. "Go help him!" shouted Yora once his wound healed. The monster was almost 10 levels apart from Mac, she knew he couldn't handle it alone. Upon her order, he looked over at Mac, determination in his eyes. "Roger that," Gil said, unsheathing his dual daggers and charging toward the butterfly monster. The monster continued to dart around Mac, its movements almost too quick for the human eye to follow. Mac gritted his teeth and focused, determined to find a way to take down the creature. He tried to anticipate its movements, swinging his sword in a wide arc in the hopes of catching the butterfly off guard. But the creature was too quick, always staying just out of range of his blade. Mac felt a sense of frustration welling up inside him, but he forced himself to stay focused. He couldn't let himself get distracted. Just when it seemed like all hope was lost, Gil struck. He lunged towards the butterfly, his daggers glinting in the sunlight. The creature tried to evade his blows, but Gil was too quick. He struck the butterfly with a swift, precise blow, causing it to stagger backward. Mac saw his chance and lunged forward, swinging his sword with all his might. They fought the mad butterfly with all their might, desperation fueling their every move. The monster's fluid movements made it hard to hit, but they were not giving up. Despite their efforts, the battle was taking its toll on both of them. Mac's health bar was dangerously low, and he could feel his energy waning. Gil was also struggling, his movements sluggish from his new injuries. But they knew they couldn't give up. They gritted their teeth and pushed themselves to their limits. Finally, after what seemed like 10 minutes battle, they emerged victorious. The mad butterfly fell to the ground, defeated. Mac and Gil breathed heavily, their wounds bleeding and their bodies weak. "You received flower 1 EA and 4 coins. "We did it," Mac said, his voice hoarse from the strain of the battle. He looked over at Gil, his breath coming in ragged gasps. "Yeah, we did," Gil said, his voice equally strained. Yora quickly knelt down beside them, her hands glowing with healing light. "Heal." Gil turned to face Mac and said, "Thank you for saving me back there. I owe you guys big time." Mac smiled and waved his hand dismissively, "No problem at all." Yora finished healing them both, and they stood up. Mac turned to Gil and said, "Hey, if you're hunting alone, do you want to join us? It's too crowded here, so we're planning to go to another place. It is filled with higher level monsters. We could use one more DPS in our group, and I know you're a good fighter." Gil's eyes lit up with excitement. "Are you serious? I'd love to join you guys." Mac nodded, "Great. Let's get going then. It's going to be tough, but I'm sure we can handle it with the 3 of us." They started walking towards the exit portal while talking about their strategies and skills. "Like my story? Add this to your collection. Don't forget to give me power stones." Current release rate is 5 chps/week. 150 power stones equals a bonus chapter. 300 power stones equals 2 bonus chapters. Chapter 29 to 29, Ghoul. Villain ch29. Ghoul. Alan and Larissa panted and caught their breath. They had been hunting for 3 hours now, chasing down the monsters that lurked in the shadows. Their bodies were slick with sweat, their hearts pounding in their chests. Alan's voice was strained, his words coming out in short gasps. "I think we should go back," he said, his breathless voice barely audible. He had reached level 21, but it had come at a steep cost. The battles had been relentless, and he was beginning to feel the weight of the exhaustion bearing down on him. Larissa, who stood next to him, nodded her head in agreement. She too was exhausted. Her focus started to blur from the constant battles. They had fought off an endless stream of monsters, all of them aggressive and determined to take them down. They were on the second floor, but it felt like they were lost in some otherworldly dimension. The space was vaster than any tower they had ever seen, with winding corridors and cavernous chambers that stretched off into the darkness. The tower was imbued with powerful magic that was beyond their comprehension. It was clear that this was no ordinary tower, but something ancient and powerful that had been lost to time. The floor beneath their feet was made of a hard, black stone that shimmered in the dim light. It was smooth and unyielding. Every step they took echoed through the chamber, a reminder of the vast emptiness that surrounded them. Indeed, Alan's soul siphon and Larissa's blood drain had allowed them to hunt for hours on end, draining their enemy's life force and using it to fuel their own strength. But even their impressive abilities were no match for the monsters that lurked on the second floor of the tower. The creatures here were unlike any they had encountered before. They were larger, fiercer, more aggressive, and more high-level. The air was thick with the stench of death and decay, as though they had stumbled into a graveyard of monsters. The first floor was a walk in the park compared to this. It filled with easy-to-defeat enemies like mutant poison mushrooms, black bats, and zombies, none of which were stronger than level 20. But here on the second floor, the monsters were on a whole different level. They had suddenly jumped from level 30 to level 40, and it was clear that they were in over their heads. If they were normal users, they would have been dead the moment they entered this place. But they were not. Even with their powerful abilities, Alan and Larissa had to use tactics to defeat just one monster due to the level gap. But even in the face of such overwhelming odds, they pressed on. The rewards for defeating these monsters were too great to ignore. The EXP they gained was incredible, but the item drop rate was another story. They had discovered that a 5-level gap was the sweet spot for getting the best item drops. Anything more or less, and the drop rate plummeted. The level gap between them and the monsters was also the main reason that even though they weren't far from this floor's entrance portal, they were already out of breath. The only good news for this level was, the monsters didn't attack them in groups. Well, at least that hadn't happened to them yet. Alan and Larissa's ears were attuned to every sound around them. They picked up on something else, the sound of footsteps approaching them from a distance. They turned in the direction of the sound, their eyes scanning the darkness for any signs of movement. And then, they saw it. A figure emerged from the shadows, slowly walking towards them. It was a ghoul, its skin a sickly green hue that seemed to glow in the dim light. Its eyes were sunken and hollow, and its limbs were thin and wiry. As it drew closer, they could see its jagged teeth gleaming in the darkness, and they knew that they were in for a fight. Green ghouls. "It's a ghoul, do you want to face it?" she asked him, her voice steady and calm. Last one, Alan decided. Although Green Ghoul was a level 40 monster, he had slow movement. His attacks were fatal but easy to read since he always opened his mouth before he made an attack. He didn't have many attack variants other than bite, slash, and poison attack. But his HP was another thing. HP, 5213. It was a lot for level 20-ish players like them. They mostly only deal damage of 100 to 150 points or 200 to 250 points if they could attack his critical points. One more thing, one hit from the monster was fatal. They would die with 2 to 3 hits from the monster. Right, let's kill him, she said, setting up her blood manipulation skill. Her fingers danced in intricate patterns as she drew upon the power within her. The air around her began to thicken, the very essence of blood coalescing into a powerful force. Beside her, Alan flicked his fingers in a similar motion, calling forth his demonic lances. 10 black spears appeared around him, hovering ominously since he had raised his skill to double their number. He knew that they would need every advantage they could get to take down this beast. As they prepared to strike, the monster loomed before them, its massive form casting a long shadow across the ground. It bared its teeth in a vicious snarl, ready to unleash its deadly arsenal of attacks. With a flourish of Alan's hand, he sent them hurtling towards the ghoul, their razor-sharp tips gleaming in the dim light. The lances slid through the air with deadly grace, slicing through the monster's defenses with ease. But to their surprise, the ghoul was far more agile than they had anticipated. With a deft movement, it sidestepped most of the lances, leaving only 2 to strike its flesh. Green Ghoul has taken 91 damage points. 2x. Like my story? Add this to your collection. Don't forget to give me power stones. Current release rate is 5 CHPS/week. 150 power stones equals a bonus chapter. 300 power stones equals 2 bonus chapters. Chapter 30 to 30, Perfect Sync. Villain CH30. Perfect Sync. With a deep breath, he lunged forward, his eyes locked onto the ghoul's every movement. His fingers twitched with anticipation. He couldn't spam these black lances since all skills have a cooldown time. So, the player's skill was very important in this game. Demonic Energy. Demonic Claw. Alan's hands were now covered in jet black scales, thick as armor and sharp as blades. Your attack and defense have increased by 5%. You have decreased enemies' attack and defense by 5% within a 7-meter radius. Countdown, 15 minutes. The ghoul let out a low growl, its eyes fixated on Alan as he approached. A sign that it would attack him. As Alan drew closer, the ghoul tensed, ready to pounce at any moment. Its teeth bared in a snarl, its claws flexing in anticipation of the kill. But Alan was not fooled. He knew that the ghoul would wait until he was almost in front of it before making its move. So, he waited, biding his time, until the last possible moment. Shadow Step. With a quick flick of his wrist, Alan disappeared from before the monster and reappeared behind him. The ghoul was caught off guard, and whirled around, its eyes widening in surprise. It was too late. Alan had already swung his demonic claws at the monster, and he landed 2 critical hits since he attacked from the monster's blind spot. Critical hits. Green Ghoul has taken 241 damage points. 2x. The creature roared in pain, its body convulsing as it tried to shake off the attack. The ghoul turned around, its eyes locked onto Alan, its jaws gaping wide as it prepared to launch its deadly attack. With a quick flick of her wrist, Larissa summoned the blood around her, transforming it into a sharp and deadly weapon. She hurled the needle blood at the ghoul, aiming for its most vulnerable spot. The monster hissed in pain, its flesh tearing open as the sharp projectile struck it with deadly accuracy. In contrast to Alan, who had higher HP and more agile movements, Larissa had opted for a longer-range fighting style. She knew that she couldn't afford to get too close to the ghoul, not with its deadly claws and razor-sharp teeth. Green Ghoul has taken 31 damage points. 10x. It wasn't fatal but enough to distract the ghoul's attention from him. Once again, the ghoul turned around. Seizing the opportunity, Alan sprang forward, his demonic claw at the ready. He deftly landed 3 hits to the ghoul, striking it with deadly precision. The monster roared in pain, its body convulsing as it tried to shake off the attack. As Alan battled the ghoul up close, Larissa approached, her eyes fixed on the monster. She knew that she had to use her blood manipulation skill to the fullest if she wanted to help Alan bring down the beast. But she also knew that she had to keep her distance. Summoning the blood around her, Larissa transformed it into a long and deadly whip. She hurled the whip at the ghoul, the sharp end slicing through the air with deadly accuracy. The monster howled in pain as the whip struck it, tearing through its flesh with ease. Larissa continued to use her blood manipulation skill to great effect, striking the ghoul with deadly precision from afar. Each strike landed with a sickening thud. It was a simple tactic, one that they had used since they entered the second floor. By shifting the monster's attention back and forth between them, they were able to defeat it easily without taking any damage. But it required concentration, and they had to pay close attention to their enemy and their team. This tactic could only be used on slow-speed monsters like the ghoul. It was not effective against hordes of monsters, meaning that they had to flee in such situations. That was why they didn't venture too far from the entrance portal. They knew that they couldn't afford to take any risks. As they battled the ghoul, Alan and Larissa moved in perfect sync, their movements fluid and graceful. They were like two dancers, each move complementing the others. With a final, deafening roar, the ghoul collapsed to the ground, its lifeless body twitching as it succumbed to its injuries. Alan and Larissa stood there, panting heavily, their bodies covered in sweat and blood. It had taken more than a minute of non-stop attacks before the monster finally died, and it had given them a large amount of EXP. You received Ghoul's Mouth 1 EA and 5 coins. The drop may have been subpar, but they were able to raise 25% of their EXP bar from just a single monster. It was a significant boost to their leveling progress. However, they knew that the ghouls were the only slow-moving monsters on the second floor. The other monsters were either moving fast or even disappearing and appearing elsewhere. Most of these monsters were shadow type and had ghost class, which made them incredibly difficult to deal with. They could move through walls and avoid attacks, making it almost impossible to hit them. It was so annoying. With a sigh of relief, Larissa turned to Alan and said, "We need to go back now. I need to pee." Her voice was laced with panic, and she shifted from foot to foot, clearly uncomfortable. Alan nodded and said, "I will open the portal for you." Alan stretched out his hand and activated his dark portal skill. The air around his hand shimmered and crackled with energy as the portal began to materialize. The dark purple vortex swirled and pulsed. Without hesitation, Larissa hurried towards the portal, eager to relieve herself of her urgent need. She stepped inside and disappeared into the swirling maelstrom. As she vanished, Alan halted his steps and turned to face the southeast. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the darkness, searching for any signs of danger. And then, he saw it. Two glowing red orbs seemed to be staring back at him. They belonged to a monster, lurking in the shadows and waiting to attack. A smirk appeared on his lips once he realized what it was. But he knew he couldn't handle it yet, not at his level. "I wonder what kind of monster boss is he," he muttered before he stepped inside the portal. "Like my story? Add this to your collection. Don't forget to give me power stones. 150 power stones equals a bonus chapter. 300 power stones equals 2 bonus chapters. Thank you for your support. I will upload bonus chapters as my thank you in a batch this week XD. Chapter 31 to 31, did you enjoy your date? Bonus chapter. Villain CH31. Did you enjoy your date? The loading screen flashed before Alan's eyes as he waited to be transported back to the cursed crypt's gate. As the screen disappeared, he was back in the crypts, standing in front of the gate. It was a familiar sight, with a series of arcane symbols and esoteric runes that pulsed with dark energy. It never failed to leave him in awe. But instead of Thera's greeting, another girl's voice came from behind him. "Welcome back, Your Majesty," the female voice said, dripping with sarcasm. "Did you enjoy your date?" Startled, Alan turned around to see who was addressing him. Selena, the witch, stood there with a sardonic smile on her face. Her player was Alice. Next to Selena stood Ira, the nine-tails fox. Her player was Bella. Ira's attire was a strange mixture of a kipeo and something far more sensual. The deep cleavage on her dress was almost scandalous, and her curves were accentuated in a way that put her far away from the appearance of a real kipeo. And yet, despite the provocative nature of her outfit, there was something undeniably alluring about her. Her blonde hair cascaded in soft waves around her face, and her eyes were a startling shade of red. Lilith stood behind both of them and looked at Alan shyly. Her blushing face was clear. On the other side of them stood Larissa, who seemed to have gone AFK. He knew he should have told them that he and Larissa went to the Tower of Power, but the mention of Your Majesty by Alice had sparked something in him. He decided to play along. "Yes, my dear wife," he said, extending his hand to Alice with a seductive smile. "I do enjoy every single second of my date with her. But if you're jealous..." He trailed off, his eyes locked on Alice's as if challenging her. "I also shall take you on a date," he said like a gentleman. To his surprise, his words managed to elicit laughter from the group, including Vivian, who had been quiet up until now. Alice chuckled and shook her head. "That was so cheesy," she said. "It was cringy as hell," added Bella, her tone laced with amusement. Alan withdrew his hand and smiled at the group. His little act had gone over well, and he had managed to make them laugh despite the tense situation. He knew, however, that they were not here just to chat and joke around. Anyway, joke aside. "You're from the Tower of Power, right?" Alice confirmed in curiosity. Her face turned serious, and he could sense the urgency in her voice. "Yes," he replied, his tone matching hers. "What did you find there? Does it fill high-level monsters?" Vivian asked curiously once again, her eyes wide with excitement. "Do you want to go there? The three of you?" He confirmed. He knew that they were eager for adventure. "Yes," Bella spoke up. Followed by her huff, her frustration evident in her tone. "We've been trying to hunt in the field, but the monsters are too weak and too little," she complained. A frown on her forehead. Indeed, there were dark slime monsters in the field near them. It was a level 5 monster and they weren't aggressive types. The Mandragora, on the other hand, was more of a challenge. It was a level 12 monster. But there were only a few of them. "We only got 2 levels during almost 2 hours of hunting. It's very annoying," complained Alice. Her hands were on her waist and annoyance was on her face. Her impatience was clear from her expression. "I wonder if the Tower of Power would be a better hunting ground for us," added Vivian with a huff. "Or can we get a better drop than here?" she added hopefully. "The Tower of Power is indeed a better place for hunting," Alan said, his voice laced with confidence. "I managed to reach level 21 in just 3 hours, but you need to be careful. The monsters there are known to attack in groups, especially on the first floor. Make sure you have enough potions to last you the journey," he reminded them. Alice, Bella, and Vivian listened intently, eager to hear more about the dangers that lie ahead and what he had found in that place. "Most of the monsters on the first floor are around level 10 to level 20, Alan continued. "But if you decide to venture to the second floor, you have to be even more cautious. The monsters there are much stronger, with levels ranging from 30 to 40. I also found a boss monster there. The ghouls are quite easy to kill and give huge EXP, Alan added. But they're also quite rare, so you have to keep your eyes peeled if you want to find one. And if you do decide to go to the second floor, make sure you stay close to the entry portal. You never know what kind of danger lies ahead," he closed his long explanation. Alice's eyes sparkled with excitement as she considered the prospect of exploring the Tower of Power. What about the drop items? She asked eagerly, her voice barely contained with anticipation. Alan hesitated, his expression faltering. He cringed. Seriously, don't expect much from that, he admitted, his voice tinged with disappointment. Alice's face fell, her hopes dashed by Alan's words. She had been hoping to uncover rare and valuable items in the tower, but now it seemed that she had to bury that hope. Her disappointment was palpable as she took a deep breath and let it out slowly. I thought I'd find something even better than slime mucus there, she murmured, her head dropping in dejection. Alan could see the disappointment etched on Alice's face and knew he had to offer her something to lift her spirits. I did get a better item than that, he admitted, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Like my story? Add this to your collection. Don't forget to give me power stones. 150 power stones equals a bonus chapter. 300 power stones equals 2 bonus chapters. Chapter 32 to 32, I like to play rough bonus chapter. Villain ch 32. I like to play rough. Alice's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Bella and Vivian leaned in eagerly as they urged Alan to show them what he had found. What is it? Show us, they said in unison, their voices filled with anticipation. Don't regret it, Alan warned them with a wry grin. He waved his hand, and his inventory screen appeared in front of him. His hand reached in and pulled out a rotten zombie nail. I got decayed nails, he announced, holding it up for them to see. As the girls peered closer, Alan continued to pull out the rest of the items he had acquired from the Tower of Power. Ghoul's mouth, he said, holding up a grotesque fang that was dripping with saliva. Bat wing, he added, revealing a dark and leathery wing that looked as though it had come from a creature of the night. Mushroom spore, he continued, producing a small vial of glowing green powder that seemed to shimmer with a strange and otherworldly energy. Poison, he added, holding up a tiny glass vial that contained a bubbling, noxious substance. Finally, Alan reached into his inventory one last time, his hand emerging with a vicious and disgusting-looking liquid. And zombie saliva, he announced. As Alan held up the zombie saliva, the girls recoiled in horror. The liquid was thick and viscous, with a sickly green color that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. It smelled terrible, like a mix of rotten flesh and decayed vegetation. Alice couldn't help but shudder as she stared at it. Yeah. I should not be asking. She muttered, regretting her earlier enthusiasm. Alan sighed, putting it back into his inventory screen. I can only hope it will be worth a fortune, he said hopefully, his shoulders shrugging slightly. Alice and Bella nodded in agreement. I agree. Making money in this game is very difficult, Bella admitted. I wonder if the other players got it more easily. Alice muttered, her brow furrowing in frustration. The silence was broken by Vivian's hesitant hum, and all eyes turned to her. As Alan turned to Vivian, he noticed the hesitation etched on her face. The corners of her lips twitched nervously and her index fingers connected, tapping nervously against each other. A faint blush rose to her cheeks, indicating her discomfort. Do you have something to say, Vivian? Alan asked, his voice gentle and encouraging. Vivian's eyes darted over to Larissa, taking in her every feature as she briefly studied the stunning vampire queen. A tinge of envy pricked at her heart as she returned her gaze to Alan. His captivating presence had a way of consuming her every thought, making it hard to focus on anything else. Your request is still valid, right? A soft blush crept up her cheeks as she waited for his answer, unsure of what it would be. So, have you guys done it? Bella let out a shocked gasp. Oh my God, she muttered, clearly amused by the situation unfolding before her. It seems someone is jealous because the Emperor went on a date with the vampire queen. Her words were teasing, meant to lighten the mood and poke fun at Vivian's momentary jealousy. Vivian's heart was racing. The heat in her cheeks was becoming more intense by the second, and she knew that she was blushing fiercely. Panic gripped her, causing her to stammer as she tried to find the right words to say. "It's not what you think," she blurted out, desperation lacing her tone. "I'm just curious." Her voice was unsteady, and she knew that everyone could hear the fear in it. Deciding to tease Vivian, Alice stood by Alan's side, her body pressed up against his as she hugged his arm possessively. Her fingers trailed over his skin, starting from his face and down to his neck, before finally resting on his chest. Her touch was electric, sending shivers down his spine. Her voice was sultry, dripping with seduction as she spoke. "What is your answer, Your Majesty?" she purred. "Have you done it with our dear sister, Neferes?" Her words were laden with innuendo. Alice drew even closer to him, her lips brushing against his ear as she whispered, "Shall we continue and have a foursome?" Her words were shocking, and Alan could feel his heart racing with desire. But Alice wasn't done yet. She continued to tease him, her voice laced with humor and seduction. "I believe it will replenish your energy," she added with a playful giggle. It was clear that Alice was enjoying herself immensely. He, on the other hand, appeared relaxed, his posture easy and confident. His gaze flickered over her, taking in her every feature with a careful precision that bordered on invasive. "I did," he murmured, his voice like liquid silk. "I have also fulfilled her request." His words were smooth and even, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Alice remained silent, her eyes locked onto his with a fierce intensity. She could feel his hand on her waist, his fingers burning against her skin. The sensation sent a shiver down her spine, but she refused to show any sign of weakness. "As for your request," he continued, and before she could react, he pulled her close, his body pressing against hers with a force that left her breathless. She could feel the hard planes of his chest against her own, the heat of his body seeping into her skin. "I don't mind it," he whispered, his lips brushing against her ear. "It's just..." His red eyes glinted with a hint of something dangerous, something that sent a thrill of fear and excitement down Alice's spine. She could feel the power emanating from him, a dark and irresistible force that drew her in despite herself. "Don't blame me," he warned, his voice low and menacing. "I like to play rough." Alice's eyes widened in shock as she looked at him, her heart racing in her chest. Her jaw dropped, and she could feel her cheeks growing hot as she took in his appearance. It was like nothing she had ever seen before, and she was completely captivated by him. "Bella. I think I'm melting," she whispered, her voice barely above a whisper. She could feel her body growing weak at the sight of him, and she knew that she was powerless to resist. She was a simper, she could say, for someone who could play a DOM perfectly like this, and she knew that she was completely at his mercy. It was funny, she thought, how he had managed to capture her attention so completely. She had met many people who were more handsome than him, and she had played with many players in MMORPG games before. But this man, there was something about him that set him apart from all the rest. Chapter 33-33, You Are Single. Villain CH 33. You are single? Bella's eyes locked with Alan's, and she could feel her heart racing in her chest. There was something about him that drew her in, something that made her want to be closer to him. His voice sounded older than his age, and it was like music to her ears. As she watched him with Alice, she could feel her mind wandering somewhere else. It was a dangerous thought, one that she knew she should push away, but she couldn't help herself. The way he moved, the way he spoke, it was like he had complete control over her. "I need to start calling you, Daddy," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Unconsciously, her hands moved in front of her chest, and she could feel her face growing hot with embarrassment. Alan couldn't help but feel confused by the reactions of the two girls before him. He had simply followed Alice's lead and thought that it would end in laughter like it had the last time. From his point of view, it had been cringe-worthy, but he had gone along with it to make her happy. But he had not expected the girls to give him such a different reaction. Alice had been weak in his arms, her body pressed tightly against his, and Bella had been staring at him with a look of longing in her eyes. Vivian interrupted them with a question. "A question, Alan," she said, raising her hand. He turned to her and released Alice from his embrace. "You don't have to raise your hand. We're not in a class," he said. She lowered her hand. "Have you ever done it before?" Her face was still blushing, and she was nervously tapping her fingers together. He smiled dryly at her, his mind flashing to his ex. "No, never," he replied, his tone nonchalant. Alice held the side of Alan's face, her fingers gently tracing the contours of his cheekbones as she made him turn to face her. "Do you have a lover? Girlfriend? Crush?" she asked, her voice soft but serious. He finally admitted, "I've been single for 2 years." Bella's jaw dropped in shock and disbelief. You're kidding, right?" she half shouted, unable to believe that a man as attractive and charming as Alan could be single for so long. "I hope I'm kidding," Alan replied dryly. "Unfortunately, I'm not." Vivian looked at him curiously, her head tilted to one side. "Why?" she asked. "You don't want to be in a relationship? I mean, you look like a fine man," she added, her voice lowering to a whisper. From their first meeting, she had been struck by how handsome and friendly Alan was, and she couldn't understand why he hadn't found someone to be with. "That's..." Alan hesitated, his mind flashing back to the memory of his last breakup 2 years ago. The day when he won the game tournament. It felt like an eternity ago, but the wounds were still fresh. He tried hard to win the tournament since he knew his ex wanted a branded bag and an overseas vacation. But it was too expensive for a fresh graduate student like him, so he decided to use his gaming skills to get it. He had poured his heart and soul into winning that tournament, hoping to surprise his ex-girlfriend with a grand prize that would have made her happy. He could still remember the adrenaline rush he felt when he finally emerged victorious, the pride he felt in himself for achieving his goal. But when he went to her apartment to share the good news, he found her in bed with another man. It was like a punch in the gut, knocking the wind out of him. He couldn't believe it. He had trusted her, loved her, and she had betrayed him in the worst possible way. It took him a while to process what had happened, but he knew he couldn't stay with her any longer. He left her, without any explanation or confrontation, although she begged him to come back. He just walked away, feeling hurt and empty. He didn't know what to do, or where to go. All he knew was that he didn't want to stay in the same city, surrounded by the memories of their time together. So he packed his bags and moved to a new city, where he bought a small apartment with the money from the tournament. He also bought a sports motorcycle he had always dreamed of, a sleek and powerful machine that made him feel alive. But he couldn't escape his past completely. Everywhere he looked, he saw reminders of his ex-girlfriend. He needed a distraction, something to keep his mind occupied. That's when he started writing. At first, it was just a way to vent his feelings, to put his pain into words. But as he wrote, he found himself getting lost in his own stories, creating worlds and characters that were far from his own reality. He wrote day and night, pouring his heart into his work. And to his surprise, people loved it. It gave him more than enough money to sustain himself. Writing became his therapy, his passion, his purpose. He realized that he didn't need anyone else to be happy and that he could find fulfillment in his own creativity. And so, he continued to write, even after he had found a new circle of friends. Vivian's voice cut through the stillness. "Alan!" she called out. She and the others immediately noticed the change in Alan's face the second she mentioned it. It was clear to Vivian that something had struck a deep chord within him. If it's personal, you don't have to answer it. Sorry, Vivian quickly apologized, sensing that she had touched on something that was still raw and painful for him. But Alan shook his head. Don't be sorry, he said at last. I just remembered something I shouldn't remember. Chapter 34-34, My offer still applies. Villain ch 34. My offer still applies. So, that means all of us have a chance, right? Bella said, her voice ringing out clear and strong in the silence. Or are you still closing yourself in? His eyes flickered back and forth between Bella and the other members of their group. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and measured. I moved on a long time ago, he clarified. It's just, most of my homies are boys. So. He opened his hand and smiled dryly as if he were saying here I am. Worse still, most of his homies already had girlfriends, and they spent more time with their significant others than with him now. He missed the old days when they could all hang out together, eating pizza, drinking Coke, and watching the game or spending a whole night playing FPS, first-person shooter, games. Larissa was back online. She interrupted their conversation, and her eyes darted back and forth between Bella and Alan, her expression one of confusion. She cleared her throat. Mind explaining what you guys are talking about since I don't have any idea about this? She asked, her voice tinged with a hint of curiosity. Bella wasted no time getting straight to the point. She placed a reassuring hand on Larissa's shoulder and spoke with a seriousness that belied the lightheartedness of their conversation. Alan is single, she announced, her eyes flickering back and forth between her two friends. Larissa was momentarily stunned. She stared at Alan, her eyes widening in disbelief. You're single? She repeated, her voice rising in pitch. Alan couldn't help but chuckle at her reaction. He had never considered his relationship status to be such a shock to anyone. Yes, he said, his voice calm and measured. Larissa's eyes gleamed with mischief as she leaned in closer to him, a seductive smile playing across her lips. That is good news, she purred, her tone suggestive. Don't forget my earlier offer. It still applies. For a moment, there was silence. Alan could feel the weight of Larissa's words settling over him like a thick blanket. I will think about it, he said at last, his tone carefully neutral. He knew that his response would be taken as a sign of interest, but he couldn't let her know it. Alice, Vivian, and Bella turned to Larissa, their eyes wide with curiosity. Alice couldn't help but ask, what offer? Larissa hesitated, her gaze flickering away from Alice's. It's kind of personal, she finally replied, her voice barely above a whisper. So? I can't say it. The air was thick with tension as the three girls exchanged glances. What could Larissa be keeping from them? Alice wondered. Vivian and Bella seemed equally perplexed. Their attention turned to Alan, who had been quiet throughout the conversation. From their expressions, it was clear that they were silently urging him to shed some light on the matter. But before he could even speak, Larissa interjected with a frown. Hey, I'm still here. At least ask him that after I'm gone. The atmosphere was awkward, so he decided to break it. Anyway, he said abruptly, I have to go now. Is there anything else you would like to talk about? Or do you guys want to do it with me to fill up your HP and DP? He was tempted to say that but thought better of it. After all, they had just met, and it wouldn't do to offend them. The girls looked at each other, unsure of what to say. Bella, on the other hand, looked offended. Are you trying to run away from us? She demanded, her tone accusing. Alan shook his head, his expression was apologetic. No, it's not, he explained. I have an appointment with my friend tomorrow morning. We will meet at the gym, So I can't sleep too late tonight. Vivian's eyes widened in disbelief as she listened to Alan's response. Oh. You are quite responsible for a gamer, she said, shock evident in her tone. I thought they were all a nocturnal type. Alan chuckled softly, his eyes crinkling at the corners. I still want to live a long life, you know. He reminded her. As someone who lived alone, falling ill was something that would only make things difficult for him. Instead of waiting to treat an illness, he preferred to prevent it as best he could. Alice joined in, her voice light and teasing. I love responsible men, she joked. He smiled at the compliment. Before he could say anything else, Vivian spoke up. Before you go, she said, I think you should add us as your friends. So whenever you come online, we will find out. Alan nodded. He had been so caught up in the excitement of the last battle that he had forgotten to add them as friends. Sure, he said, I'd be happy to add you guys. He waved his hand in front of him. Alan navigated through the menus of the game and added them one by one. So the last three should be Jane, Shay, and Zoe, he reminded them. Vivian frowned. Yeah, but we didn't see them at all, she said. Larissa nodded in agreement. Likewise with us, she added. Well, they're probably busy, Alan suggested, trying to offer an explanation. If they're not online tomorrow, we can ask them in the group chat, he added, reminding everyone of the group chat they had created before leaving the cafe. It was a convenient way to exchange information and coordinate their gaming sessions. But Alan hadn't said anything there when he decided to go inside the Tower of Power. He had only planned to take a quick peek. But who knew, he ended up spending a whole 3 hours there with Larissa. Well, Shay and Zoe look different from us after all. They have the wealthy people's aura, Alice observed. Bella's response was immediate and indignant. You're fucking rich, Alice. How could you say that? She exclaimed. Alice smiled wryly, understanding Bella's frustration. I mean, crazy rich people, she clarified, gesturing with her hands to emphasize her point. As the conversation continued, Alan checked the time on the corner of his screen and realized that he needed to leave soon. He couldn't afford to stay up too late. I need to go now, guys, he announced. See ya tomorrow, he added, waving goodbye to the group. Okay. Night, Alan, they responded in unison. Chapter 35-35, The Rich Woman. Villain ch 35. The Rich Woman. Slowly, he reached up and lifted the VR headset from his head, feeling a slight tug as it disconnected from his neural interface. As he blinked his eyes, adjusting to the dim light, he noticed the digital clock on his desk. It displayed the time with an electric blue glow, 01:02 a.m. He sat there for a moment, still feeling a bit disoriented as he reacquainted himself with the physical world. Alan let out a small sigh as he shook his head from side to side. The excitement for the new game had taken hold of him completely, and he knew that he had indulged himself a bit too much. He muttered to himself, I hope they don't sleep too late. He knew he shouldn't be saying anything about their sleeping habits, but who could blame them? The allure of a new game was something that was hard to resist. Alan carefully placed his VR headset down. As he thought, he realized that he still had a lot of skill points and stats to distribute. He had been confused about his character from the start, unsure whether he was meant to be a mage type or something closer to a knight. Or perhaps, he thought with a frown, it was both. Lost in thought, he began to contemplate the intricacies of his character's skill tree. Depending on what type of character he was meant to be, he knew that he needed to put his status points in the right place. After all, he didn't want to be stuck with a character that was poorly balanced or had weak stats. Alan rose from his gaming chair, his legs feeling stiff from hours of sitting. He stretched his arms and yawned, feeling a sudden wave of exhaustion wash over him. But before he could retire for the evening, He picked up his phone and opened a chat app, his fingers tapping away at the screen with practiced ease. He was sending a message to Khafra. In his message, he made a simple request, a list of skills for his character and all of his wives. Then with a heavy sigh, Alan put his phone down and made his way to his bed. He pulled the covers up to his chin and closed his eyes, feeling the weight of the day's events wash over him. In another place. The white luxury car came to a stop in front of the grand mansion, and with a soft exhale, Shay and Zoe emerged from its sleek interior. Their feet tapped onto the marble floor beneath them as they made their way to the front entrance. Towering columns and intricate carvings decorated the facade, a testament to the wealth and status of their family. The maids and servants of the household were lined up in a neat row, their faces expectant and eager as they watched the two women approach. However, Shay and Zoe barely acknowledged their presence as they walked by, lost in their own thoughts. Inside, the grand staircase beckoned, its walls adorned with paintings and tapestries that told the stories of the family's illustrious past. Zoe let out a long, drawn-out yawn, stretching her arms high above her head to work out the stiffness in her muscles. She couldn't fathom why her mother had insisted on investing in that particular company for so long. Her voice was tinged with annoyance as she spoke, still recovering from the hours she had spent waiting for her mother to negotiate. "I don't understand why you wanted to invest in that company that much," Zoe complained. "It's a good game, and the idea is incredibly original, so why not?" Shay responded to her, her voice heavy with exhaustion. "Besides, since I'm one of the players, I can find out all the information much faster," she added. Shay's eyes sparkled with a glint of satisfaction, despite her weariness. "Did you see how the players stormed the game shops after the First War? Let alone the sale of item mall," she reminded her daughter. "If I don't buy it now, someone else will." Zoe couldn't help but cringe at her mother's words. "But I didn't expect you to go as far as threatening them," she added, her voice laced with concern. Shay let out a small chuckle. "It wasn't a threat, my dear. Just a gentle reminder that we don't take kindly to those who don't keep their promises," she explained, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. She had just spoken to the CEO of Hell's Gate Company and invested a considerable sum of money into the project. She was a woman who got what she wanted, no matter what. "Well, they are very stubborn. So hard negotiations are needed," Shay added in a casual tone, her lips curving into a sly smile. The staff at the company had been skeptical at first, fearing that Shay would come in and completely revamp the entire structure. But she had promised them that she wouldn't and had managed to convince them to agree to the deal. "I thought you did it because of Alan," Zoe teased, her eyes flickering mischievously as she glanced over at her mother. "It is," Shay replied, her voice still casual but with a hint of humor in her tone. She knew that her daughter was trying to provoke a reaction out of her. Zoe stopped in her tracks, shock written all over her face. "Are you serious?" she asked, incredulous. Shay chuckled and turned to face Zoe, a playful gleam in her eyes. "I'm half kidding," she admitted, her lips quirking up into a mischievous smile. "Half kidding?" Zoe repeated, emphasizing each word as she struggled to wrap her head around her mother's response. "Yup," Shay responded, nodding her head and grinning broadly. She knew that her daughter was always up for a bit of banter, and she couldn't resist playing along. Chapter 36-36, This is no longer a game. Bonus chapter. Villain CH36. This is no longer a game. Zoe's heart was pounding in her chest, a mixture of excitement and apprehension. She had always known that her mother was a free spirit, and that she didn't conform to society's norms. But this was different. This was something that she had never seen before. "What do you mean by half kidding?" Zoe asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Shay's eyes flickered with amusement. Nothing," she said with a shrug, as she turned to walk away. But Zoe was not going to let her mother off the hook so easily. She chased after her, her heart racing with anticipation. When she finally caught up to her, she blocked her path, forcing her to stop. "Tell me, Mom, are you really interested in him?" she asked, her voice serious and unflinching. This was the first time her mother had shown any interest in a man much younger than her, and Zoe knew that her mother's half-kidding meant she was serious. She looked at her daughter, her eyes glistening with a mixture of amusement and affection. "If I said yes, would you oppose me?" she replied casually, as if the idea of her daughter disapproving of her love life was amusing. Zoe frowned in confusion, her brows knitting together as she tried to make sense of her mother's sudden interest. "Why? You just met him once." "I don't understand," she asked, her voice tinged with confusion. "No reason," she said casually, as if she were discussing the weather. "He simply caught my eyes. As for the rest, it depends on his personality. Like you said, we've only met him once, so we don't know anything about him. But based on data from Kafra, we already know that he comes from the middle class and doesn't have any criminal record. We don't know anything about him other than that," she added, her voice measured and calm. That made Zoe's eyes widen in shock. She couldn't believe that her mother had checked this man's bio. "You even checked his bio?" she asked in shock, her voice almost like a shout. She casually folded her arms across her chest and smirked, a glint in her eyes that Zoe knew all too well. "Not only him, but I have also checked all of our team's data and asked Brad to conduct further investigations," she explained nonchalantly. Zoe's frown deepened, her confusion growing more palpable by the second. "What? Why?" she asked, her voice tinged with frustration. "It's just a game," she reminded her mother, hoping to make her see the absurdity of her actions. "It was," she replied casually, her voice measured and calm. "But since I've invested there, this is no longer a game for me. Besides, I need a guarantee that we are dealing with normal people, not psychos, or even half-hearted people who like to leave their duties and jobs in the middle," she explained, her voice taking on a slightly harder edge. She hated nothing more than people who were only passionate at the beginning of their work, but then disappeared over time, leaving their job without saying anything. Zoe took a deep breath, trying to calm the frustration that was building inside her. She knew that her mother was passionate about her work and that she took everything seriously. But sometimes, she took things too far. "True," she admitted, her voice resigned. "But do you really think that this is necessary?" she asked. "Yes." A smile appeared on Shay's lips, the kind of smile that spoke of mischief and determination. "And you know me," she said, turning to look at Zoe with a glint in her eye. "Whenever I'm attracted to someone, I'm going to find out all about him," she reminded her daughter, her voice low and conspiratorial. Zoe rolled her eyes, knowing full well that her mother wasn't joking. She was an investor, and with her wealth, she could buy or do anything she wanted. Many people approached her, hoping to get a piece of her wealth. Gold diggers, she called them. And she didn't like them one bit. That was why she had tested Alan when they were in the cyber building, hinting that she was interested in making him her virtual sugar boy. But it seemed that Alan didn't like the idea, and she could say that he had passed her test. "Right," Zoe said with a huff. But she didn't seem to hear her daughter's annoyance. "Cut the chit-chat," she said, already walking away. "I need to shower and put on my 12-step night skincare after this," she added, as if that was the most important thing in the world. Zoe followed alongside her mother, listening to her talk about her skincare routine. She was a firm believer in the power of beauty products, and she made sure to use only the best. Zoe couldn't help but be a little shocked that her mother still did her 12-step skincare routine every night while she found it troublesome. "You're still doing that?" Zoe asked in disbelief. "Yes, darling. That's what keeps me look beautiful," Shay replied, glancing at her daughter with a smirk. I'm over 30 now, you know. It's important to take care of yourself. Zoe rolled her eyes. I think I'll stick to my favorite night cream, she said with a cringe. Shay shrugged. Suit yourself, she said before disappearing into her room. Zoe walked to her room in silence, her thoughts consumed by what her mother had just said. She couldn't believe that Shay had already looked into Alan's background, just based on one encounter. It seemed that Shay was always one step ahead of everyone else, always looking for an edge in whatever she did. But Zoe's thoughts soon turned to Alan himself. She couldn't deny that there was something about him that had caught her mother's eye. He was charming and handsome, with a hint of mystery that only added to his allure. And Zoe had to admit that she was curious about him too. Chapter 37 to 37, Irrational Jealousy Bonus Chapter. Villain ch 37. Irrational Jealousy. Indeed, Zoe didn't show much interest in him, but she couldn't deny that he was her type. With his bad boy appearance and sharp eyes, he seemed like he could be trouble, but his friendly personality contradicted that notion. She found herself attracted to him more than she cared to admit. Her thoughts wandered to the scene earlier that evening when she saw Alan giving Vivian a ride. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Although she understood why Vivian needed a ride, a part of her wished she was the one who hugged him from behind. Zoe knew she couldn't be too upset about it. After all, Vivian was the only one among them who didn't know how to drive because of her childhood trauma. She couldn't own a car and relied on taxis or Uber to get around. She opened the door to her room and walked in, her mind still preoccupied with thoughts of Alan. She had planned on taking a shower after her conversation with Shay, but as soon as she closed the door behind her, she let out a deep sigh and collapsed onto her bed. The mattress bounced under her weight as she threw herself onto it, her arms flailing out to her sides. She lay there for a moment, staring up at the ceiling as her mind continued to race. The image of Alan kept flashing through her mind, and she couldn't shake the weird feeling that had settled in her chest. Zoe's mind was racing with thoughts and emotions that she couldn't seem to control. The mere thought of being close to Alan made her heart race and her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She knew she shouldn't feel this way, but she couldn't help it. Alan had an irresistible charm that was hard to ignore. She grabbed her pillow and held it tight. She needed to calm down and regain her composure. But the more she thought about Alan, the more her heart raced and her breathing quickened. Suddenly, an image flashed through her mind of hugging Alan's waist as they rode on his sport motorcycle. The thought alone made her blush deeper and she had to cover her face with the pillow to hide it. The idea of their bodies touching made her feel lightheaded, and she had to take deep breaths to steady herself. No. What am I thinking about? She whined frantically as if what she thought was a heavy crime. Zoe knew she was being ridiculous. After all, she had only just met Alan, and they were just teammates in a game. Her thoughts turned to the game they had all been playing earlier. Wait. I have to do that with him in the game, she thought. His intimate request made her heart skip a beat. The imagination crossed her head. Her heart was pounding even more and panic overtook her. How can I do that when I've already met him in the real world? She half screamed in panic. Somehow, she felt she would not be able to sleep tonight. The sun peeked over the horizon when the first rays began to filter through Alan's bedroom window. The soft light caressed the room, slowly illuminating every corner and casting a warm glow over everything it touched. The time on his phone showed 07:00 a.m. The gentle sound of the alarm clock on his phone shattered the stillness, jarring him out of his peaceful slumber. Alan stirred slightly, his eyes flickering open for a moment before he groaned and turned his head to bury it under the pillow. The incessant buzzing of the alarm clock was like a jackhammer in his ears, pounding away at his senses and threatening to ruin his entire day before it had even begun. He knew he had to get up, but he couldn't bring himself to move just yet. He reached out a hand to hit the snooze button on his phone, hoping that just a few more minutes of rest would be enough to reinvigorate him. But instead of getting up, Alan felt himself sinking back into the depths of slumber. His body felt heavy, like a lead weight, and his mind was filled with a thick fog that refused to clear. He knew he was risking being late, but he couldn't seem to find the motivation to get moving. 5 minutes later, the phone rang again, shattering the peace of the morning with its shrill tone once again. It was a ringtone for a call, not an alarm ringtone. He groaned, not wanting to be disturbed from his precious slumber, but knew he had to answer it. He swiped his finger across the screen, bringing the device to life, and pressed it to his ear. "Hello," he mumbled, his voice thick with sleep. A voice, male and irritable, came through the speaker. "Please don't say you're still sleeping," it said, dripping with annoyance. "I'm awake, Gary," he lied, not wanting to admit to his friend that he had been caught. "Don't give me that bullshit. I've been waiting for you for an hour here." Gary snapped, his irritation clear in his tone. Alan's eyes snapped open, his drowsiness melting away as a shot of adrenaline coursed through his veins. It was impossible, he had only hit the snooze button a few minutes ago. He should have at least 10 more minutes before his alarm rang again. But what if he had been asleep for much longer than he realized and hit snooze multiple times without realizing it? Huh! He half screamed in shock as he jolted up in bed. He glanced at the clock on the wall. 07:06 a.m. He scoffed. "Nice try, Gary," Alan said in annoyance. "Oh. You are awake now?" Gary exclaimed, his voice bright and cheerful. "See you at the gym." "Don't forget to bring my request," Gary said casually. Then, without any further ado, he hung up the phone, leaving Alan feeling frustrated and irritated. Alan's eyes narrowed as he stared down at the phone in his hand, his fingers clenching around it tightly. "That asshole," he muttered under his breath, a deep-seated irritation bubbling up within him. But even as the words left his lips, he couldn't help the small smile that tugged at the corners of his mouth. With a sigh, Alan rose from his bed, his bare feet padding softly against the cool hardwood floor. He stretched his arms above his head, feeling the tightness in his muscles loosened with each movement. Chapter 38-38, Unexpected Meeting. Villain CH 38. Unexpected Meeting. He made his way to the bathroom and took a quick shower, letting the warm water wash over his body, relaxing his muscles and preparing him for the day ahead. Once he finished, Alan wrapped a fluffy towel around his waist and made his way to his bedroom. He selected his favorite workout clothes, slipped on his black sneakers, and was ready to head out the door. Before leaving, Alan grabbed a simple pre-workout snack, a slice of wheat bread with peanut butter and banana slices. He knew the importance of fueling his body before a workout, and this snack always did the trick for him. He also made sure to bring a bottle of protein shakes and 2 boxes of protein powder for Gary. They were on sale, and Gary had asked him to buy them a few days ago. His gym bag was slung over his shoulder. A black leather jacket hugged his broad shoulders. Next, he reached for his helmet, a matte black one with a tinted visor, before Alan made his way down to the basement of his apartment building where his motorcycle was parked. He straddled the sleek machine, feeling the powerful engine thrumming beneath him. He turned the key, feeling the bike roar to life, and revved the engine a few times before speeding off into the streets. Despite the rush hour traffic, Alan expertly weaved in and out of cars. People turned their heads to watch as he zoomed past. Less than 10 minutes later, Alan arrived at the gym. He parked his motorcycle in the designated area and removed his helmet, shaking his head to free his hair from its confinement. Alan pushed open the doors of the gym and stepped inside, greeted by the familiar scent of sweat and metal. The gym was massive, with floor-to-ceiling windows on one side that let in the morning light, illuminating the sleek machines and equipment that lined the walls. The floors were polished to a high shine, and the walls were painted in shades of dark gray, giving the space a sleek and modern feel. He walked up to the reception desk, scanning his membership card to enter. The attendant, a young woman with bright brown hair and multiple piercings, gave him a friendly nod and a smile before returning to her work. Alan made his way through the gym, the sounds of weights clanging and people grunting filling his ears. As he walked through the weightlifting area, he spotted Gary on a treadmill, his body glistening with sweat as he ran. Gary had a very sleek, tall, and athletic appearance. He was often seen wearing a tank top and matching shorts that fit his toned physique perfectly. His black hair was well groomed and styled neatly, adding to his overall sharp appearance. His brown eyes were intense and focused, indicating his dedication and commitment to fitness. Once Gary spotted Alan out of the corner of his eye, he hopped off the treadmill, his chest heaving with exertion as he wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel. "Hey man, good to see you," he said, grinning at Alan. Alan smiled back. "Thanks." He gestured to Jerry's new workout clothes, a sleek black tank top and matching shorts that hugged his body in all the right places. "Looking good. Did you get some new gear?" Gary nodded, running a hand through his short black hair. "Yeah, I just picked these up yesterday," he grinned. Alan laughed. "Well, you definitely look the part. So, did you bring your A game today?" Gary nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Always. Gotta looks cool," he joked. As they made their way, Gary suddenly turned to Alan, a serious look on his face. "Hey, did you bring my protein shakes?" Alan nodded, patting his gym bag. "Got 'em right here. But we'll have them after we're done, okay?" Gary frowned slightly but nodded in agreement. "All right, sounds good." After that, Alan and Gary concentrated on their workout, pushing themselves to their limits with heavy weights and intense cardio. Sweat dripped from their foreheads as they grunted and groaned, the sounds of their exertion filling the air. Finally, after what seemed like hours, they finished their workout and made their way to the shower area, stripping off their sweaty clothes and stepping under the hot water. After they dressed in the locker room, Alan reached into his gym bag and pulled out the 2 boxes of protein powder that he had picked up for Gary earlier. "Here you go. 2 boxes, just like you asked." Jerry's face lit up with a grin as he took the boxes from Alan. "Thanks, bro. You're a lifesaver." He pulled out his phone and opened his mobile payment app, transferring the money to Alan's account with a few quick taps. "There you go. Payment sent." Alan checked his phone, confirming the payment had gone through. "Thanks." Gary nodded, tucking the boxes of protein powder into his gym bag. "For sure, man." Alan and Gary finished changing and headed out of the locker room. They chatted excitedly about their workout routines and plans for the week ahead. Alan made sure to steer the conversation away from the game he had played, knowing that Gary wasn't much of a gamer and wouldn't be interested in hearing about it. As they walked out into the gym area, Jerry's eyes were immediately drawn to a woman who had just finished a Pilates class. She was stretching her toned, lithe body on a mat near the wall, her long, dark hair falling in waves around her face. "Damn," Gary muttered under his breath, his gaze fixed on the woman. "She is beautiful." Alan gave him a playful nudge with his elbow. "Maybe you should go talk to her." But before Gary could respond, the woman in question suddenly stood up and turned towards them. Alan quickly caught a familiar face. "Alan," she said, her voice laced with surprise. Alan's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the woman standing before him. It was Larissa. Chapter 39-39, she teases him and it backfires on her. Villain ch 39. She teases him and it backfires on her. Alan took in Larissa's appearance and couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement and nervousness building up inside of him. She was dressed in a tight-fitting workout outfit that hugged her curves in all the right places, and a small towel hung loosely around her neck. It reminded him of the request she had made to him the day before. "I want to do this with you in the real world." The memory of her words caused his heart to beat faster in his chest. "Larissa, what are you doing here?" he finally managed to ask. "That's what I wanted to ask you. What are you doing here?" she returned Alan's question. Her heart was racing, pounding against her chest like a wild drum. Her gaze fixated on Alan's chiseled form, his body clad in a fit body t-shirt. She could clearly imagine what was underneath. The memory of their steamy virtual rendezvous flashed before her eyes, leaving her breathless. "Wait, I was the one who wanted it and I did it to tease him, but why did it backfire on me?" she thought. Yes, her last night's request was a tease. Well, half a tease, since she had to admit that he was good. She had been the one to initiate their virtual tryst, to tease him with her seductive words and suggestive actions. And yet, she couldn't deny the thrill she had felt, the pleasure of his touch even if it was only through the digital world. She had never expected it to go any further than that, not with someone she didn't have any feelings for. It was all just a game. And so, when she asked him to meet in the real world, she had expected him to jump at the chance, to come to her apartment without a second thought. Instead, he surprised her by asking for more time, indicating that he wasn't the type to jump into bed with just anyone. Also, his last confession in front of the others left her even more shocked. And now, she couldn't deny the attraction she felt towards him, the way her body responded to him, and her heart that beat fast. She didn't know what to make of his hesitation, his reluctance to give in to their desires. Was he just playing hard to get, or did he truly have reservations about their connection? It was a feeling she thought had been left behind in the hallowed halls of her university, where she harbored an unrequited crush. Despite her efforts to keep a level head, she found herself struggling to maintain her composure. Her heart beat wildly in her chest, threatening to burst free. And yet, she managed to speak to him in a calm tone, surprising even herself. "I was working out with my friend," he said, gesturing to the tall, muscular man standing beside him. "I know," she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "But I've never seen both of you here before. We just joined last week. Our last gym moved out to a farther place," he explained briefly. "I see," she said with a smile. "Well, I'm a Pilates instructor here. I usually teach evening classes, but today I had to cover for another instructor." Before Alan could respond, Gary turned to him. His eyes fixed on Larissa in disbelief. "Wait, you know her?" he whispered, his voice filled with shock. "Yes," Alan replied simply. Larissa took the initiative and extended her hand to Gary, introducing herself with a warm smile. "I'm Larissa," she said. "I just met Alan yesterday." Gary took her hand. "Gary," he introduced himself. "You know, I was in shock since Alan rarely hits on a girl," he said, unable to hide his bewilderment. Larissa's eyes widened in surprise as she turned to face Alan. "Oh," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "So what you said last night was right." Alan looked at her quizzically, a hint of annoyance creeping into his voice. "Why should I lie?" he asked, his tone clipped. "Anyway, you guys are done, right?" she said, her eyes flickering between Alan and Gary. "Would you like to eat together?" "Sure," Alan said, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "We'll be waiting for you in the lobby." With further ado, Larissa made her way toward the women's changing room, while the men went to the lobby. Jerry's eyes followed Larissa's retreating figure as she disappeared from view. He watched her until she was out of sight, a small frown creasing his brow. Only when he was certain that she was gone he turned back to face Alan. "How do you know her?" Gary demanded, his voice laced with suspicion. "Did you go to the club last night without inviting me?" Alan rolled his eyes, accustomed to Jerry's endless curiosity. He had known him for years, and he knew how persistent he could be when he set his mind to something. "You know I'm not the type of person who likes to go to the club without you guys," he reminded Gary. But Gary was not deterred, his mind racing with possibilities. "Do you know her from a dating site?" he prodded, hoping for some semblance of an answer. Alan shot him a flat stare, a clear indication that his friend was barking up the wrong tree. "No," he replied with a hint of annoyance. "You know I never do that." Jerry's mind was now in overdrive, his curiosity piqued beyond measure. "Then what? Tell me," he demanded, his eagerness palpable. Alan sighed, knowing that he wouldn't be able to dissuade Gary from his quest for answers. "I met her in a game," he revealed, reluctantly. Jerry's mind was reeling with the revelation. It was not something he would have expected from someone with her alluring presence and captivating aura. He stared at Alan, his face a mask of disbelief. "She is a gamer?" Gary asked incredulously, his voice low and hesitant. Chapter 40-40, Beautiful Ladies Privilege Bonus Chapter. Villain ch40. Beautiful Ladies Privilege. Alan nodded, a small smile playing at the corner of his lips. "Yeah," he clarified. "But she doesn't look like one," he complained, his voice filled with annoyance. "And she goes to the gym." "Gamers don't go to the gym," Gary blabbered, his words tumbling out in a rush. That made Alan frown, his forehead creasing in confusion. He pointed at himself, a gesture of defiance. "I'm a gamer and I also go to the gym. Is there a problem with that?" he complained, his voice carrying a hint of indignation. "You are an alien, not human." "So you are an exception," Gary answered nonchalantly as if the explanation was obvious. It made Alan shake his head from side to side and smile dryly. He knew that Gary was not one to be swayed easily, and he didn't want to waste his breath trying to convince him otherwise. "Okay, joke aside," said Gary as he returned his gaze to the front. "Since she is a gamer, she is a no-no for me," he continued, his words final. "I bet this because of his ex," Alan thought. Gary had confided in him before, mentioning his ex-girlfriend's interest in video games. At first, it hadn't been a big deal to him. But over time, she had transformed into an e-girl, broadcasting her gaming exploits for all the world to see. She kept their relationship hidden away from the public eye and spent every night in front of her computer screen, completely absorbed in her virtual world. As the relationship disintegrated, Gary had grown increasingly frustrated with her flirting and lack of communication, eventually deciding to call it quits. He vowed that he would never date another gamer again, and he even went so far as to ask Alan to exclude him from any gaming-related activities or conversations. "She, Larissa, never said that she was into you," Alan said, his tone indifferent. He didn't break stride, his expression remaining unchanged. Those words were like a sharp knife plunging into Jerry's chest, twisting and turning as it gouged out. And even though he hated it, he knew what Alan said was right. Alan watched him for a moment as Jerry's overconfidence faded away due to his words, before shrugging and adding in a casual tone, "Just saying," Alan added. "You don't have to say it out loud, you know," Gary with a depressed huff. Alan, sensing his friend's despair, tapped him on the shoulder, jolting him out of his thoughts. "Hey, cheer up," he said, his voice gentle and soothing. Gary forced a weak smile, his eyes downcast as he struggled to shake off his broken confidence. "Don't worry," Alan continued, his voice reassuring. "There's plenty of fish in the sea. You'll find someone new." "I know," Gary said, his voice soft. "I just need more time." They walked towards Quick Fit restaurant, which was conveniently located next to the gym. Gary and Alan chatted amiably, their conversation ranging from the mundane to the fantastical. Alan regaled Gary with the idea for his new villain story, while Gary shared his latest theories about the supernatural, in case Alan wanted to add them to his story. The air was crisp and cool and the leaves rustled underfoot as they made their way to the restaurant. The smell of freshly baked bread and savory spices wafted out from the open doors, making their mouths water in anticipation. Once they arrived, they were greeted by friendly staff, who welcomed them with open arms. The decor was simple yet cozy, with comfortable booths and wooden tables, and the walls were adorned with inspirational quotes and posters featuring fitness models. After placing their orders, Gary and Alan settled into their seats, their conversation picking up where it left off. As they chatted and waited for their food, their attention was suddenly drawn to the entrance of the restaurant. Larissa had just walked in. Rather than going to them right away, she approached the counter to place her order. Waiting for her food, she headed towards their table. "Hey, guys." Larissa greeted them with a wide smile as she took a seat across from them. "Sorry for making you wait." "Of course not," Alan replied. Larissa turned to Gary and Alan, her eyes shining with excitement. "So, do you like the gym? Is it better than your last one?" Gary and Alan exchanged a quick glance before Gary spoke up. "Yeah. It's got more facilities than our last one, and the staff is really friendly." Larissa grinned, clearly pleased with their response. "That's great to hear. It's always nice to hear positive feedback." Before they spoke much, a server approached their table, holding a tray of steaming hot plates and glasses of cool drinks. They were grilled chicken breast with air-fried sweet potato. "Your food and drinks are ready," the server said with a smile, placing the plates and glasses down in front of them. Jerry's mouth watered as he took in the delicious smells of the food in front of him. He couldn't wait to dig in. "Thank you," Larissa said, smiling warmly at the server. "It looks amazing." The server nodded in appreciation before turning and walking back towards the counter. Gary picked up his fork and eagerly started to dig in, savoring the flavors of the dish. As they ate, they continued to chat about various topics, from the gym to their hobbies to their work. The atmosphere was light and cheerful, with the occasional burst of laughter. After they finished their meals, Larissa started to bring up a topic about the game. "Hey, have you heard about this new MMORPG that just came out?" she asked Gary in curiosity. She wanted to know if they would meet him on the battlefield or not. But Alan shook his head. "Sorry, Larissa, but Gary here isn't much of a gamer. In fact, he's a bit allergic to that kind of topic." Gary couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment at Alan's words. But he indeed wanted to avoid it. Larissa's face fell slightly at Alan's words. "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize it," she said, her tone apologetic. "It's okay," Gary said quickly, trying to smooth over the awkward moment. "I mean, I still appreciate hearing about it, even if I don't play by myself." It made Alan turn to him and gave him his flat stare. "Seriously? Didn't you say you don't want to hear it for whatever reason?" Gary grinned innocently at him. Beautiful lady's privilege. Chapter 41-41, Headshot. Bonus chapter. Villain CH41. Headshot. Larissa's eyes flicked between the two men as they spoke, confusion etched deep into her features. "Let me guess." Larissa began hesitantly, her voice laced with confusion. "Did something happen related to gamers? Or maybe about a game?" Alan returned his gaze to Larissa and heaved a deep sigh. "Yeah. Jerry's ex is a gamer," he replied, his voice terse. "So, he said he didn't want to date gamers ever again or even hear about games again." Then Alan's attention shifted to Gary. "But it looks like someone has changed their mind," Alan added, his tone laced with annoyance. Jerry's face twisted into a pout, but then he turned to Larissa, and his expression softened. His eyes gleamed with a mischievous twinkle, and his lips curled into a confident smile. "Just like Alan said. So if you want to be my girlfriend you have to stop being a gamer," he declared, his tone teasing and playful. She cringed at Jerry's bold declaration. A frown etched onto her forehead as she tried to find the words to refute his request. "I never said I wanted to be your girlfriend," she said, her voice firm and unwavering. She was confused about why Gary suddenly thought that she had a crush on him. Alan watched it with amusement, his eyes sparkling with mischief. He shook his head from side to side slowly, a sly grin tugging at the corners of his lips. "Headshot!" Alan exclaimed, mimicking the voice effects of a popular video game. His sarcasm was evident in the nonchalant tone of his voice. He had warned Gary time and time again about his overconfidence, but Gary never seemed to listen. It would make it difficult for him to find a new girlfriend. Due to her refusal, Jerry's confidence took a nosedive. His attempt at a joke was transparent, and she could tell that he was trying to save face after being rejected so bluntly. She watched as he forced an awkward grin, his embarrassment radiating off of him in waves. "Of course. I was just kidding. Ah ha ha ha." He ended with a forced laugh, desperately trying to cover up his humiliation. He lowered his head, pretending to be busy eating his food. "Bury me," he whispered under his breath, his voice barely audible. Alan took pity on him and decided to change the subject, hoping to ease the tension that had settled between them. He cleared his throat and turned to Larissa, flashing her a small smile. "May I ask you a thing or two about your Pilates class?" he asked, his tone casual and relaxed. Larissa nodded, her curiosity piqued. "Sure, what would you like to know?" she asked, her eyes bright with interest. "Is your class for women only?" Alan asked. It was a random question. Larissa sighed as she spoke about the lack of male participation in her Pilates class. "No, we also accept men. It's just that there are very few who take it," she said, her voice laced with frustration. "And they mostly don't last long. They're more interested in weightlifting and stuff. So, most of the members are women," she added, shaking her head in disappointment. It seemed like no matter how hard she and her colleagues tried to introduce Pilates to men, the stereotype that the class was for women was too deeply ingrained. It was the same with yoga, where the majority of participants were girls. She flicked her eyes up to meet Alan's, hoping to find some spark of interest in his gaze. "Are you interested in it?" she asked, a hint of excitement creeping into her voice. Based on Alan's body shape, which was not overly muscular, Pilates could still be suitable for him. Alan shook his head in response, immediately refusing her offer. "Not really," he said, his tone nonchalant. Larissa's disappointment was palpable as Alan declined her offer to join her Pilates class. "Pilates is a good exercise for lower back pain," she tried to convince him. "I heard most writers have it." But Alan remained steadfast in his decision. "Still a pass for me," he said, smiling kindly. Larissa let out another sigh, feeling like she had failed in her attempts to convince Alan. "Okay, just tell me if you're interested," she said, resigned to the fact that she couldn't force him to join. Suddenly, Gary spoke up, his voice urgent. "Guys, I think I need to go soon," he said, his eyes glued to his phone. Alan turned to his friend. "Did something happen?" he asked, wondering why Gary seemed so anxious all of a sudden. He couldn't help but wonder if Gary was trying to escape the awkward situation with Larissa after his failed attempt at asking her out. Jerry's eyes remained glued to his phone. "My childhood friend just moved into the city, so he asked me to show him around. He's around here right now," Gary said, his voice low and conspiratorial. "He will be arriving soon." He finished the sentence with a quick glance around the cafe as if looking for signs of his friend's imminent arrival. He then put his phone in his pocket and set about finishing his food with rapid intensity, as if the meal was an afterthought and his true focus lay elsewhere. "Is he going to eat with us?" she asked, her voice light and teasing. Gary shook his head, a small smile quirking at the corners of his mouth. "I don't think so," he said, his words clipped and precise. "He said he had lunch already. He asked me to show him where the game store is. His VR headset charger is broken." Alan's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "He is also a gamer?" he asked incredulously, the words tumbling out of his mouth before he could stop them. Gary nodded, his eyes sparkling with amusement at Alan's surprise. "Yes," he said simply before a frown creased his forehead. "I wonder why there's so much of your kind? Are you an amoeba?" he grumbled, his words laced with a teasing edge that Alan was all too familiar with. Before Alan could come up with a witty retort, the tinkling of the restaurant's bell announced the arrival of their guest. Chapter 42-42, VR Game Cafe Bonus Chapter. Villain CH42. VR Game Cafe. The man who strode into the restaurant had easy confidence in his movements. His head was crowned with a wild mop of ginger hair, the fiery strands seeming to catch the light and reflect it back in a blaze of warmth. His face was angular and sharp, with a square jaw that was set in a determined line. His eyes were bright green, sparkling with intelligence and humor, and they seemed to take in everything around him with intense scrutiny. He was lean and athletic. His height was not much different from Alan's and he carried himself with confidence. He was dressed in a simple t-shirt and jeans, the casual clothes doing little to hide the coiled energy that seemed to radiate off him in waves. The man swept his gaze around the room, his eyes darting from one corner to another as if he were taking in every detail. He seemed to be searching for someone. As Gary waved his hand to attract the man's attention, Alan watched as the newcomer's gaze settled on their table. The man's expression shifted, and he approached their table with a smile that was both warm and genuine. "Gary, man. It's so good to see you," he exclaimed, his voice filled with warmth and excitement. The two men hugged each other. "Wow, you've really been hitting the weights, huh?" the newcomer said, giving Gary a playful punch on the shoulder. "You're looking good, man." Gary grinned, looking pleased with the compliment. "Yeah, I've been trying to keep in shape," he said, patting his bicep. "But you've lost some weight, haven't you? Looking pretty ripped there yourself." The newcomer laughed, rubbing the back of his neck. "Yeah, I've been trying to cut down a bit. Gotta keep in shape," he said with a wink. "You must be Alan, right?" "I'm Gilbert. Gary told me a lot about you," the newcomer said, turning to Alan with a friendly smile. His voice was warm and welcoming. "It's good to meet you, Gilbert," Alan said, returning the smile. Then Gilbert turned to Larissa, his brow furrowed in confusion. "And you must be Jerry's new girlfriend, right?" he said, making random guesses as he tried to place her in their group. His tone was innocent, and a big smile crossed his face as he looked at her. Jerry's coughs echoed through the restaurant as he struggled to regain his breath, his face turning red with embarrassment. "When did I say I have a new girlfriend?" he complained hoarsely, once he was finally able to speak again. Gilbert pressed his lips together awkwardly, realizing that he had made a mistake. "No," he said, turning to Gary with a questioning look. Larissa smiled dryly, sensing the tension in the air. "We just met. Gym buddies," she explained briefly, hoping to prevent any more misunderstandings. Meanwhile, Alan turned to Gary, his expression flat and unreadable. "You said something about me, didn't you?" he asked, his voice tinged with annoyance. The fact that Gilbert guessed that Larissa was Jerry's new girlfriend, but didn't guess that she was Alan's girlfriend, made it clear that Gary had been talking about him behind his back. Gary squirmed uncomfortably in his seat, feeling the weight of his friend's disapproving gaze. "Nothing," he muttered, looking nervously in another direction as he tried to avoid the topic. But Alan wasn't about to let him off the hook that easily. "Mind telling me you're nothing?" he asked, his irritation palpable. Gary let out a heavy sigh, knowing that he couldn't keep his secret any longer. Fine, I confess, he said, returning his gaze to Alan's. I only said that you've given up on your love life. Alan's eyes narrowed in anger as he heard Jerry's words. And why would you say that? He demanded, his voice was sharp. Gary swallowed hard, feeling a knot form in his stomach as he tried to come up with an explanation. I don't know, man. I just assumed that since you haven't been seeing anyone lately, he trailed off, feeling guilty for betraying his friend's trust. But before he could say anything else, Gilbert spoke up, his tone apologetic. Actually, he said, you bury yourself in your writing and games, so you have no hope of getting a girlfriend, Gilbert explained, cringing at the awkwardness of the situation. Alan's eyes narrowed as he turned to Gary, his expression darkening into a death stare. It was a joke, Gary stammered. His voice was shaky, and he looked like a deer caught in the headlights of an oncoming car. Don't worry, Gilbert said, his tone reassuring. Being an online writer and gamer is not a bad thing. I'm also a gamer and have been spending a lot of time playing Hell's Gate lately. So, I can't judge. Alan and Larissa turned to Gilbert, their eyes widening in surprise. They had never encountered another player in the real world. You are a Hell's Gates player? Alan asked, his curiosity piqued. He wanted to know what the normal users would think about yesterday's event. Gilbert's face lit up, and he nodded eagerly. Yes, he said, a hint of excitement in his voice. That game is so addicting. I spent all day online yesterday. Especially that war event. Gilbert continued, his eyes gleaming. That's so intense. I can't wait to raise my level and beat up that emperor. He clenched his fists, his enthusiasm was contagious. Based on Gilbert's reaction, Alan concluded that the event worked out well. I see, Alan said, his voice filled with quiet satisfaction. Beside him, Larissa nodded in agreement, her eyes shining with excitement. You are also a Hell's Gate player, right? Gilbert asked, his voice tinged with enthusiasm. We should hang out and play together sometimes. I just discovered a VR game cafe on my way here. Who knows, we can make a good team. VR game cafes had been sprouting up all over the city in recent years, fueled by the growing popularity of online gaming and virtual reality. A place where they could lose themselves in their favorite games and connect with other players in real time. These VR game cafes were designed to provide an immersive gaming experience, complete with equipment and high-tech accessories. And while most gamers had their own equipment at home, VR game cafes offered a unique opportunity to connect with other players and enjoy a more social gaming experience. From high-end racing simulators to cutting-edge VR erotic games, there was something for everyone, regardless of their interests or preferences. Of course, playing these VR erotic games came at a steep price. Unlike other games, they required players to rent a small room to play in, ensuring complete privacy and discretion. But for many gamers, the price was worth it, offering a chance to explore their wildest fantasies in a safe and controlled environment. Chapter 43-43, Digital Dominion Bonus Chapter. Villain CH-43. Digital Dominion. Alan paused for a moment, considering Gilbert's invitation. He knew that accepting it could be dangerous, given the risks involved with revealing his true identity to other players. But he was also curious to see the game from a different perspective, to understand what drew players like Gilbert. With a deep breath, he decided to accept Gilbert's offer. I prefer to play alone, but sure. I'll give it a try, he replied, hoping that his disguise skill would be enough to keep him from being recognized. Larissa shot him a warning glance, clearly concerned about the risks he was taking. But Alan just smiled reassuringly, silently promising her that he would be careful. Gilbert turned his gaze to Larissa. Are you a player too? That's awesome. We should definitely play together sometime, he said, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Larissa hesitated for a moment but ultimately declined. I usually play with my friends. You know, gamer girls' night, she explained before Gilbert could even ask. But thanks for the offer. Gilbert nodded understandingly, but Alan could tell Gilbert was disappointed. That's too bad. A friend of mine is planning to create a guild, and I wanted to help him recruit as many players as possible, he said, explaining his interest in finding new teammates. Isn't that something that can only be done after the character has reached level 45? Alan asked, his voice betraying his curiosity. Gilbert nodded eagerly. Yes, that's right. Most players are still hovering around level 15 to 20 right now, but we predict they'll be able to reach level 45 within a week or so. So in the meantime, pay-to-win players are quickly snatching up authority crystals to create their own guilds. My friend already bought one last night. It's a limited item, after all, he added with a shrug. Authority crystal was an item mall for creating a guild. The game company only sold 5 of them daily and they couldn't be purchased with game coins, but with real money. Alan and the others also got a share of the item sales since the guild creation had something to do with the war event. At some point, the war event may not be any different from the medieval era's type of war, where the guild members were very important. Each guild could also have a headquarters which could be upgraded as desired. But the game developer also provided a default gathering place for small guilds, mostly at the inn or taverns scattered in every city. They could simply rent a room in one of the places. The duration was around 1 to 2 hours and they even had a waiting list system in case it was in high demand. Your leader surely moves fast, Alan said, trying to get the conversation back on track. Gilbert nodded eagerly, a look of admiration in his eyes. He immediately bought it when the item mall opened at 00:00 am today. That's crazy. But I have to admit, apart from money, he also has good fighting and leadership skills, he explained, his voice laced with respect. But before they could delve deeper into the topic, Gary cleared his throat, his impatience growing more palpable by the second. Ahem. Can we go now? He interjected, his voice tinged with irritation. His gaze was on Gilbert. The annoyance etched on Jerry's face. Looking down, Alan could see that Jerry's plate was already empty. Or do you prefer to spend the rest of the day looking for the game store through the apps? Gary added with a dry smile. Gilbert quickly stood up from his seat. No, 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 he answered, a hint of desperation in his voice. You know most of the store's reviews are fake. It's hard to find a credible game store. Some shady stores prefer to sell fake things over the original, he explained quickly, as if he was in a hurry. What about online stores? I know one that has a good reputation, Alan offered, trying to be helpful. He knew Alice's online store was a safe bet. Gilbert shook his head. Well, sorry. I need it now or I can't be online today, he refused, his tone becoming more urgent. Alan could sense the desperation in his voice. It also has a big offline store. You can check it out, Larissa offered, a small smile playing on her lips. Gilbert turned his attention to her. Really? Do you have the address? He asked eagerly. 123 Dragons Way. The store's name is Digital Dominion, she replied, her voice smooth and clear. Without hesitation, Gilbert whipped out his phone, his fingers moving quickly as he typed in the address. Cool, he said with a grin. Then, Gilbert turned to Alan. So, should we exchange numbers? Or do you prefer to exchange Discord ID? He offered, referring to the popular chat app commonly used by gamers. Alan paused for a moment, considering Gilbert's proposal. I prefer Discord. Here's my ID, he said, taking out his phone and showing Gilbert his app ID. Thanks, man. I'll add you later, Gilbert said. Gary stood up from the table. He let out a soft sigh. Can we go now? Or are we planning to stay here all day? He said with a hint of annoyance in his voice. Gilbert looked up at him, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Come on, Gary, don't be such a stick in the mud. We're just getting to know each other, he teased. But Gary responded to him with an annoyed stare. Okay, Gilbert said quickly and turned his gaze to Alan and Larissa. Well, I should probably get going now. I don't want to keep Gary waiting too long. He stood up from the table. Thanks for the help, guys. Take care, Larissa said with a wave, and Alan nodded in agreement as Gilbert and Gary went out of the restaurant. As Alan watched Gilbert leave, he couldn't shake off his curiosity over Gilbert's leader since a player with both money and skill was rare. Chapter 44-44, Play with Fire. Villain CH44. Play with fire. You sure like to play with fire, Larissa reminded him once Gilbert and Gary left. Alan answered her with a shrug. Well, I need to know what the players do. Let's just say this is my first undercover job, he replied casually, trying to hide his excitement. Larissa took a deep breath, trying to calm her nerves. Just don't let them know, okay? Don't worry, he reassured her. Anyway. Alan took out his phone again and showed the screen to Larissa. I just got our skill tree and character type from Kafra, he announced. Kafra just replied to his message about an hour ago. He had just realized it earlier. Larissa leaned closer and read it carefully. Mind sending this to me? She said, hoping to study it more later. I will send it to the group chat, said Alan. Quickly, his fingers moved, forwarding all of it to their group chat. As the message was delivered, the group chat lit up with notifications, and Alan's teammates quickly responded, peppering the chat with messages and comments. However, amidst the flurry of chatter, Larissa suddenly posed a question that gave Alan pause. Have you heard anything about Shay, Zoe, or Jane? She asked, her voice tinged with concern. The three of them didn't reply to the skill tree. Alan was about to answer, but his eyes suddenly darted away from the screen, drawn to the figure that had just passed by the door. The girl's features were obscured by a heavy sense of fatigue. Her hair was a bit disheveled, and she wore a jacket and shorts. In one hand, she carried a small grocery bag, and her other hand fumbled in her pockets for change. Without a second thought, she made her way to the counter and placed her order for a pre-made sandwich. The tired lines etched into her face deepened as she waited for her food, her eyes fixed on the counter with a blank stare. Is it that Jane? He asked, his voice laced with uncertainty. She looked messy today, different than yesterday. She looked like she had just pulled all-nighter. Larissa's gaze followed Alan's, settling on the girl. Her brow furrowed as she studied the woman's tired features. I think. She trailed off, her voice filled with doubt. I will check on her in case something bad just happened, he said, his voice filled with worry. He quickly got up from his seat and approached Jane. Jane, right? He asked in disbelief, hoping that he had recognized the right person. Jane turned her eyes towards Alan, her half-sleepy gaze settling on him. Her hand was clutching a small grocery bag, while the other held the sandwich she had just bitten into. Oh, Alan. What are you doing here? She asked, her voice laced with surprise. I'm eating with Larissa, he gestured to Larissa, who was sitting nearby, watching them curiously. Would you like to join us? He offered, hoping that she would accept. Jane glanced over at Larissa, who waved at her warmly. Jane raised her sandwich in greeting, offering a small smile in return. Then, turning her attention back to Alan, she shook her head regretfully. I wish, she said, but I don't think I can. I just finished my work. They advanced the deadline suddenly. I think I need to marry my bed, she admitted with a small chuckle. She took another large bite of her sandwich, leaving a small sliver of bread. Alan couldn't shake the worry that gnawed at him as he took in Jane's appearance. Her eyes were heavy with exhaustion, and dark bags sagged beneath them. He couldn't help but feel concerned for her safety. "You're going to drive in this state?" he asked, his tone laced with shock. "Isn't it dangerous?" Jane shrugged, her gaze drifting off into the distance. "Oh, I live near here. Maple Apartments," she said, taking the last bite of her sandwich. But Alan couldn't let it go. He couldn't bear the thought of her driving in such a tired state. "Do you want me to accompany you?" he asked, his voice laced with worry. "It's not safe for you to be out on your own in this condition." Jane looked at him skeptically. "Am I not disturbing your date?" she asked, her voice flat. Alan shook his head. "No, not at all. Larissa won't mind," he said, gesturing to where Larissa stood, watching them with curiosity. "We bumped into each other at the gym," Alan explained. Jane nodded, her hair falling in gentle waves around her face. "Oh," she replied softly, her voice barely above a whisper. "Okay. Wait. I will be right back," he said, determined to make things right. With purposeful strides, he approached Larissa. "I'm going to take Jane to her apartment. Do you want to come with us?" he offered. He knew Jane would probably feel better if another girl was with her instead of just the two of them. Larissa's eyes flickered with interest, and for a moment, Alan thought she might accept his invitation. But then, she shook her head regretfully, her full lips twisting into a pout. "Sorry, I can't. I have to go back to the gym soon. I have to shoot my new Pilates video within 15 minutes, she said, her tone tinged with disappointment. "Okay then," he said. "See you in the game," said Alan as he left since Jane looked like she might collapse at any moment. Her eyes almost closed just from waiting for him. Without a moment to spare, Alan rushed back towards Jane. He could see that she was on the verge of collapse, her body swaying precariously as she clung to the nearby bench. With a sense of urgency, he reached out and gently patted her shoulder, hoping to rouse her from her dazed state. Her eyes fluttered open. In one fluid motion, his hands shot out and picked up her groceries bag which had almost fallen from her grasp. He could feel the weight of it, the contents shifting and clattering against each other. "Let's go. You need a rest," he said. Chapter 45-45, Loneliness Bonus Chapter. Villain ch 45. Loneliness. Alan led Jane out of the restaurant and onto the bustling city streets. He couldn't help but worry about her well-being. She looked so tired and drained, her body swaying with each step as if she might collapse at any moment. They walked in silence, the noise of the city fading into the background as Alan focused all his attention on Jane. He could see the exhaustion etched into every line of her face, the way her eyelids drooped heavily with weariness. 5 minutes later, they finally arrived at her apartment building. The building was tall and imposing, its glass and steel facade gleaming in the bright city lights. "Just up here," Jane mumbled, pointing towards the elevator. But as they waited for the elevator to arrive, Alan could see that Jane was struggling to stay awake. Her head would droop, her eyes closing for just a moment before snapping back open again. Without hesitation, Alan made a decision. He would walk Jane all the way to her apartment, just to make sure she didn't fall asleep in the middle of the hallway. And so, he took her arm gently in his, supporting her as they made their way down the long, dimly lit hallway. They walked slowly, carefully, Alan's hand hovering just inches from Jane's back in case she stumbled. As Alan stepped inside Jane's apartment, he was struck by how cozy and inviting it looked. Despite being a studio type, it had the size and feel of a much larger space, thanks to Jane's clever use of furniture and decor. The living room was warm and inviting, with plush throw pillows and soft blankets draped over the sofa. The walls were adorned with colorful paintings and photographs, adding a touch of personality to the space. "Here you go." He set the groceries bag down on the counter, the contents clattering slightly as they settled. Turning to Jane, he was surprised to find that she had already collapsed onto the sofa, her breathing slow and even. For a moment, Alan just stood there. His jaw dropped in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Jane had fallen asleep so quickly, so suddenly. It was as if she had simply shut down, her body and mind too exhausted to continue. "She must be so tired," he muttered. The fact that she just fell asleep without caring that he was in that room, showed it. He could do something to her or even take her belongings, but she just collapsed like that. He was about to leave, but then his eyes flicked over to the groceries bag sitting on the counter. His gaze lingered on the bag. He knew that Jane had just bought perishable items, like milk, that shouldn't be left at room temperature for too long. With a sigh, Alan approached the bag and carefully took each item out, placing them gently on the counter. He was surprised by how few there were. They were only a carton of milk, a pack of eggs, a pack of white bread, 2 cups of instant noodles, and a box of cereal. Maybe she only grabbed a few essentials for addition, he thought. He opened the refrigerator and couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. The shelves were almost completely empty, with only a few condiments. He leaned in closer, scanning the fridge for any signs of life. But there were none. No vegetables, no fruits, no dairy products, nothing. Just a few lonely items scattered haphazardly across the shelves. His gaze drifted to the kitchen cupboard, but it was the same story there. A half-empty box of tea, a bottle of canola oil, and some spices were the only things he could see. The silence in the apartment was deafening, with only the hum of the fridge providing any background noise. As he turned to face Jane, he couldn't help but cringe at the sight. She looked so vulnerable and alone, sleeping on the sofa with her eyes closed. It was clear that she had been working hard and neglecting her own well-being. She reminded him of his ex-girlfriend. Someone who was too proud to admit when she needed help, even when it was obvious to everyone else. He remembered how he used to take care of his ex, showering her with love and attention. But in the end, she still cheated on him. Nice guys finish last somehow, he thought that idiom was true. He knew he could have just left her. They had just known each other, so it shouldn't be his business. The fact he had escorted her to her room to ensure her safety was good enough. But there was a feeling that tickled him. So rather than leave, he decided to make her an egg sandwich, as it was the only thing he could cook with the ingredients she had bought. He heated up the frying pan and started to fry the eggs. After he had finished cooking, he placed the sandwich on a plate and left a note on the counter. The note read, "Take better care of yourself, Jane. See you in the game." He knew that he shouldn't overstep his boundaries, but he felt that he needed to remind her to take better care of herself. Before he left, he covered her with a small blanket that was at the end of the sofa. He looked at her for a moment, taking in the peaceful expression on her face. "Why am I doing this?" he asked himself in irritation and confusion. Maybe because he felt Jane was lonely like him. Or maybe her shabbiness was similar to his ex. It wasn't until he looked upon her once more that he found his reason. There was a familiarity to her shabbiness, an echo of his past that stirred something deep within him. Her condition reminded him of a time when he was just like her, lost and alone in the city, a city that was foreign to him. When he just broke up, had no one, and was not interested in doing anything except playing games. In those early days, his diet consisted of nothing more than eggs, milk, Coke and bread, sometimes supplemented by instant noodles. He slept wherever he could, be it on the sofa or his gaming chair. At one point, his toxic behavior in the MOBA, multiplayer online battle arena, games consumed him, his anger and frustration boiling over into every match. He cursed and raged, his toxicity leading to numerous bans of his game ID, but with each ban came a new email, a new identity to fuel his addiction. It was his way to vent his depression before he started writing. Those dark times were now behind him, and he had made peace with himself. Well, taking care of someone isn't a bad thing. She is my teammate after all. At least I know why she wasn't online last night, he thought. Along with a long exhale, he made his way to the door, his mind already racing with plans for the day. I should concentrate on leveling up today. Chapter 46-46, Player Killer. Villain CH 46. Player Killer. Once Alan stepped out of Jane's apartment building, his senses were immediately hit with the cacophony of city sounds. The blaring of car horns, the chatter of pedestrians, and the distant hum of a siren all melded into a symphony of urban chaos. Quickly, he made his way toward the gym's parking lot. His gaze was drawn toward the gym building. He scanned the seating area, searching for a glimpse of Larissa. But she was nowhere to be found. Reaching his motorcycle, he ensured that his helmet was securely fastened and started the engine with a satisfying roar. Then Alan expertly maneuvered his motorcycle towards the exit to the busy street, dodging reckless drivers and swerving through traffic. He weaved his way towards his apartment. In a few minutes, he arrived at his destination and made his way toward the elevator. His mind was already filled with his leveling plan and how he would distribute his status points. But just as he was waiting for the elevator, his phone chimed, startling him out of his reverie. He fished it out of his pocket and saw that he had received a message. Without a second thought, he swiped his finger across the screen to unlock it and read the message. It was from Vivian. Vivian, morning, Alan. When will you be online? I'm a little nervous about today's quest. I hope we can complete it together. A frown appeared on his forehead. Today's quest, he thought. His mind raced with questions, but he quickly concluded that it was likely just one of the daily missions that the game provided. A repetitive quest that could be completed every day, and would be reset every day. He couldn't help but wonder what today's quest would entail since Khafra had never mentioned it before. Ding! The elevator chimed. Alan's feet carried him into the open elevator, his fingers quickly typing a reply to Vivian's message on his phone screen. Alan, I just got back from the gym. I'll be online after this. With a final tap of the screen, he stowed his phone away and pressed the elevator button. As the doors closed, Alan's thoughts drifted back to Vivian's message. It's strange, he thought. Vivian was a skilled gamer, and the daily quests were usually simple enough to be completed by anyone. So why did she need his help? He couldn't help but wonder what the mission was. Would they be searching for a rare item? Or perhaps the quest involved the elimination of a particularly powerful monster. He guessed that this creature must have a fairly high level, or else Vivian wouldn't have requested his assistance. Exiting the elevator, he walked to his room. As he entered his living room, he took off his shoes, placing them neatly by the door. Next, he put away his helmet, took out his keys from his pocket, and with a flick of his wrist, he tossed them onto the side table next to the door. Finally, he shrugged off his leather jacket, revealing a plain white t-shirt underneath, and hung it up on the coat rack by the door. Quickly, he poured himself a glass of cool water in the kitchen before making his way to his gaming room. The room was dimly lit, with only the flickering light of the computer screen illuminating the space. He took a deep breath and put on his VR headset. The headset came to life, he felt the device scan his retina, verifying his identity and granting him access to the game. A surge of adrenaline coursed through him as he was finally able to log in and enter the world of Hell's Gate. His senses were assaulted by a cacophony of sound and color, as he found himself standing in the cursed crypts, the same place where he had left his character the day before. But his team was nowhere to be seen, only Thera who greeted him as always. He was about to go inside the mansion, but suddenly, a transparent box appeared in front of him. Welcome back to Hell's Gate, Devil Emperor. You have one daily quest. Oh, is this what she means, he thought. Alan clicked the announcement in front of him. The box showed another announcement. Daily quest. Kill 10 players from level 10 to level 25. Location, Ilad's underwater dungeon. You can only kill players in this location. Once you kill 10 players, you will be teleported back to Cursed Crypts. Target, players. Rewards, EXP and coins. He was stunned. Kill 10 players, huh? He muttered. A smirk adorned his face. This will be interesting. There wasn't any hint of surprise in his tone. He was the villain of this game, of course. He understood why he got this mission. But he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Now he could understand why Vivian asked for his help. Based on their track record, Vivian was the only player who played more PvE, player versus environment, type of games. Even though she played a lot of MMORPGs, due to her peaceful nature, she never engaged in player versus player combat or entered the battle arena, preferring to keep to herself and avoid confrontation or even went to the battle arena. Then another hologram box appeared in front of him. It was a chat from Vivian. Lilith, Alan, where are you? Did you read my message? I'm with Shay and Zoe in the portal room. We will do the daily quest together. Do you want to come with us? Since she had already listed Alan on her friend list, it would announce her once he was online. A smile appeared on his lips. Oh, they're online already? He muttered in excitement. His feet swiftly stepped into the mansion. With a quick wave of his hand, a holographic keyboard appeared before him. His fingers flew across the keys as he typed his reply to the message he had received. Azazel, I'm in. Wait for me, I'm on my way. Chapter 47-47, Absurd Dream. Villain CH 47. Absurd Dream. As he walked, he took a moment to distribute his status and skill points over his character, carefully weighing each decision and considering the impact on his gameplay. But amidst the flurry of numbers and statistics, his attention was drawn to two particular statuses that glowed in a vibrant shade of green. Soul Siphon Skill Effectiveness plus 1%. Dark Element Resistance plus 1%. He couldn't remember acquiring these bonuses, and for a moment, he was confused as to where they had come from. Then, suddenly, it hit him as he remembered his additional request. He realized it was because of what he had done with Larissa and Vivian yesterday. He couldn't help but grin. I should do that more often, he muttered to himself, feeling the rush of excitement and power that came with the bonuses. But the thought of making that request to the girls made him feel like a pervert. Pushing the thought aside, Alan continued to make his way through the hallway, his mind abuzz with the possibilities of what lay ahead. He was eager to test out his new abilities, to see how they would enhance his gameplay and give him an edge over his opponents. Finally, he arrived at the portal room where Zoe, Shay, and Vivian were already waiting for him. But out of three, his eyes quickly drew at Zoe, Abyssia. She was the Kraken Queen, a creature of immense power and grace, and her dark hair cascaded down her back in long, sinuous waves. Her eyes glimmered with an otherworldly intelligence. But it was the rest of her body that truly captivated Alan's attention. She was wearing something akin to a bikini, revealing her toned and muscular form in all its glory. Her hair was adorned with intricate shell decorations, and her bottom was held up by a series of thin, delicate straps that accentuated her curves. Her tentacles wriggled behind her body, each one as long and thick as a python, their suckers glistening in the light of the portal room. Alan walked up to the group, his eyes flickering over each of their faces in turn. Hey, everyone, he greeted them. The moment Zoe caught sight of him, her tentacles, which had been wriggling and undulating behind her, immediately retreated and disappeared into her body. Vivian smiled at him and greeted him warmly. Hey, she said, her voice soft and melodic. Shay, on the other hand, greeted him a little differently, her tone slightly apologetic. I heard you guys went hunting last night. Sorry for our absence, Alan, she said, her eyes meeting him in a brief moment of connection. We have something we need to do, she added, before turning her attention to her holographic screen and adding him to her friend list. Zoe did the same, her fingers deftly tapping the holographic keyboard with practiced ease. That's okay, he said, his voice smooth and confident. Have you received my message in the group chat? I hope it can help you to distribute your skills and status. The group nodded eagerly, their eyes fixed on Alan. Yeah. We've got it, Shay said, her voice dripping with mischief. Thank you for informing us. She paused for a moment, a wicked glint in her eye. I will also provide other information to you later. Just wait, Khafra hasn't sent it to me yet. Alan's curiosity was piqued. About what? He asked, his gaze flicking between Shay and the other members of the group. Our equipment, Zoe replied, her voice low and confident. It made him turn to her. Oh right. I forgot to ask that, he said, regret lacing his voice. It was an important one, especially for a game that demanded the utmost precision and skill. But he had let it slip from his mind. He knew there were NPCs selling gear, but their wares only went up to level 100. And that wasn't even mid-game. He needed to find something more powerful, something that would give him an edge in battle. Perhaps he could scour the game world for rare items to forge into equipment, or maybe the game developers would offer them something special. But, as he knew all too well, there was no such thing as a free lunch, and he realized that even though they were the villains of the game, they had to play by the same rules as everyone else. The game developers wanted a playing field that would keep players engaged and motivated. If the villain was too overpowered and untouchable, it would make the game boring and frustrating. And that was the last thing the developers wanted. Alan knew that to succeed, they had to work hard like any other player. They had to level up, acquire good equipment, and hone their skills. For sure, failure was not an option. Meanwhile, Zoe's cheeks burned as her gaze met Alan's piercing eyes. Her heart raced in her chest, pounding so loud she was sure he could hear it. It was an absurd feeling, really, one she was almost ashamed to admit. But ever since last night, when she had allowed her thoughts to wander to him, she couldn't shake the image of Alan from her mind. She knew it was ridiculous, of course. After all, they just knew each other, as teammates. There was no reason for her to be feeling this way about him. But despite her best efforts to push the thought from her mind, she couldn't help but dream about him. And what a dream it was! So vivid and real, she could remember every single detail. It was almost embarrassing to admit, even to herself, how much it had affected her. But as she looked at Alan now, she couldn't help but feel her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Alan noticed her discomfort, his brow furrowing in confusion. He watched her as she shifted her gaze away from him, nervous energy emanating from her. Are you still thinking about your request? He asked, his voice soft and gentle. He could tell something was bothering her, something she wasn't quite ready to share, and he guessed it was because of her absurd request. Besides, Zoe didn't talk much when they were at the cafe, it was her mom who talked more. Chapter 48-48, Disguise. Villain ch48. Disguise. Zoe's heart raced with panic as Alan's question hung in the air. She immediately lifted her head, locking her gaze with his in an attempt to mask her discomfort. Of course not, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. I'm just a little tired. My mom and I have been leveling since morning. She watched as a look of understanding crossed Alan's features. Ah, I see, he said with a nod. How many levels did you guys manage to get? Zoe took a deep breath, gathering her composure. Not much, she replied, trying to sound confident. We only managed to reach level 21. She could see the surprise in Alan's eyes, and a part of her was relieved that she had managed to impress him. That's the same as my level, he said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Good then. This quest should be easy for us. Yeah, Zoe replied nonchalantly, trying to hide the butterflies fluttering in her stomach. The thought of working alongside Alan on this quest was both thrilling and terrifying. Just like yesterday's war event. Shay watched her daughter closely, her eyes flickering between Zoe and Alan. She could sense that something was different about her daughter's demeanor when she was around him, something that she couldn't quite put her finger on. It wasn't until she looked at Zoe's face, the flush of her cheeks, and the way her eyes lingered on Alan's features, that she realized what it was. She knew that Alan was exactly the type of person that Zoe was drawn to, from the moment they had first met. His dark hair and piercing eyes, the athletic body beneath his shirt, all of it made Zoe weak at the knees. And she was happy that her daughter had found someone she was attracted to. Without a second thought, Shay stepped forward, her eyes locked on Alan's. As she drew closer, a playful smirk crossed her features, a glint of mischief in her eyes. And then, with a boldness that surprised even her, she reached out and took Alan's arm. I think we should go now, Shay said with a playful smirk, the corner of her lips turning up mischievously. She knew that her daughter was smitten with Alan, and she couldn't resist teasing her a little. Zoe looked surprised, her eyes wide as she bit her lip nervously, her gaze fixed on Shay's hand as she held Alan's arm. Shay couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at her daughter's reaction. Then she glanced over at Vivian. Shay could see the same look of interest in her eyes. Well, it seems he is quite popular, she thought. But Alan's reaction was different from the others. Alan's voice was low and measured as he cleared his throat, drawing Shay's attention back to him. He spoke with a seriousness that belied his casual demeanor. I think we should disguise ourselves and create a party first, he reminded her, his tone firm and steady. Shay nodded, her mind racing as she considered their options. Khafra had warned them about accessing the town or city and low-level maps with their true forms. They needed to blend in with the other players, and that meant disguising themselves as fellow gamers. Oh, I forgot about that, Shay said with a sheepish grin, quickly releasing her grip on Alan's arm. Without further ado, Alan created a party and invited all of them to join. Then he used his skill. Disguise. A screen appeared in front of him, displaying his character and the option to create a new one. He deftly navigated through the menus, selecting options for each character trait and appearance. It even asked for a new name, which would serve as an alias for their true identities. What set this screen apart was the additional options that it offered. As they created their new characters, it asked them to determine their class as players. They could choose to be a swordsman, a mage, an archer, or any other class that would aid them in their quest. It was an important decision, as their class would determine their abilities and skill sets. After fiddling for a few seconds and pressing enter, Alan's appearance changed. His once deep blue hair turned jet black. His clothes changed, too, morphing into the gear of a dual dagger class player. His new name appeared above his character's head. It read Al, a simple nickname that he used in real life. He had tried to come up with something more creative at first, but after hitting several "this name is already taken" messages, he decided to keep it simple. Disguise complete. Countdown 59:58. You have equipped basic dual daggers, default. You have equipped basic uniform, default. All your demonic skills are locked. You got dual dagger player's skills. He scrolled through the skill list. He had chosen the dual dagger class, so he focused on his skills related to it, like quick attack and evasion. A few seconds later, he turned to the others. Are you guys ready? He asked. But the others seemed to still set their appearance. Vivian was still trying to find the perfect appearance that suited her. She wanted to look intimidating and cute at the same time, but all the options in the game seemed too cliché or stereotypical. She kept scrolling through the screen, trying different combinations of features, hairstyles, and clothes. Zoe, on the other hand, was having trouble choosing a name for her character. She had tried several names that she thought sounded cool or cute, but they were all already taken. She sighed in frustration and started typing random letters, hoping the system would suggest a name. Shay was having trouble choosing a class. She had played many different classes before, but none of them seemed to fit her current strategy for the quest. She finally settled on the mage class, which had a wide range of offensive spells and could support her teammates. As the others continued to customize their appearance and class, Alan grew impatient. He knew they had a limited time of his skill, and they needed to get started soon. "Please be quick," he reminded them. "We need to finish this quest in an hour." Chapter 49-49, Underwater Dungeon. Villain CH-49. Underwater Dungeon. About 5 minutes later, they were finally ready. Shay decided to become a mage. Vivian became an archer and Zoe became a swordsman. It was weird since their appearance was not matched with this place at all. They were like a group of players who entered the last boss dungeon. "See you in Illid," Alan reminded them again, his voice low and serious. After the others answered him with a nod, he entered the portal. A screen appeared in front of him. "Where do you want to go?" 1 Illid Town. 2 Ron City. 3 Iron Village. 4 Gorok City. 5 Burled Harbor. He chose Illid. The feeling of being pulled apart and reassembled in a different location was disorienting, to say the least. But as the light faded and he looked around, he knew he had arrived in one piece. Illid Town was a marvel to behold, a sprawling medieval city with towering walls and narrow streets. The buildings were made of stone and timber. As Alan appeared at the town's gate, he felt a sense of awe wash over him as he had never seen the town in this peaceful state before. The players around him were passing and chatting, going about their business in the bustling streets. Their weapons clanged against their sides as they walked. "Welcome back, adventurers!" Thera exclaimed, her face lighting up with a cheerful smile. Her presence was a welcome distraction from the gloomy cursed crypts. Alan quickly regained his focus and turned to his companions. "Let's go," he said, his voice steady and determined. He started walking, leading the way through the bustling streets. Although he wanted to take a moment to appreciate the scenic beauty of the town, he knew he had to prioritize his mission. He had to focus on their mission first before he could visit this place again, since once his disguise was finished, he would be teleported back to the cursed crypts. Indeed, the time limit would increase if he raised the skill, but he decided to increase it later and concentrated on his fighting skills. The group moved in unison, their footsteps echoing on the cobblestone streets as they made their way towards the ship waiting for them in the northeast. The ship loomed ahead of them, its massive wooden hull towering over the dock. The sails were unfurled, ready to catch the wind and propel them toward their next destination. An NPC stood at the helm, his weathered face crinkling in a smile as he spotted the group approaching. The gruff-looking sailor greeted them. His rough hands were calloused, and his face was etched with the lines of a life lived in harsh conditions. "Welcome aboard, adventurers," he grunted, eyeing them warily. "I'm the sailor in charge of this vessel. We've got 2 destinations on the docket today, Burled Harbor and Underwater Dungeon. Which will it be?" Alan stepped forward to address the sailor. "We'll be heading to the Underwater Dungeon," he said firmly. The sailor raised an eyebrow, his gruff voice tinged with skepticism. "Are ye sure about that? The waters can be treacherous, and there be all manner of beasts lurking down there. It'll cost ye 100 coins for one trip back and forth." Without hesitation, Alan nodded. "We're sure." The sailor grunted in acknowledgement, then barked out orders to his crew as they set sail towards the treacherous depths of the underwater dungeon. As the ship cut through the waves, the group could feel the tension mounting. A couple of seconds later, the ship finally came to a stop at a rocky outcropping jutting out from the water. The sailor nodded grimly, indicating that they had reached their destination. "Y'all need to make the rest of the way on foot," he said gruffly. Alan looked around in awe, taking in the beauty of their surroundings. The island was a riot of color, with lush green trees and bright flowers covering every inch of the ground. In the distance, he could see the glittering expanse of the sea, stretching out to the horizon. Sailor grunted, adjusting his hat as he surveyed the group. "The entrance to the cave is just ahead. But be warned, the path is treacherous, and danger lurks around every corner," he gave them a clue. Turning around, Alan led his companions towards the cave, keeping a wary eye out for any sign of trouble. As they approached the entrance, they noticed another Theros standing in front of the cave. He bet it was to save their location and access their storage. They also noticed the commotion taking place in front of it. Several players were milling about, chatting and laughing as they geared up for their own adventures inside. A few of them were accessing their storage, carefully selecting weapons and potions to aid them in their quest. He turned to his companions, taking a deep breath before speaking. "Let's take this as an assassination mission," he reminded them sternly. "We should stay anonymous as much as possible. We can't risk being caught. If they got exposed, Jane, Alice, Larissa, and Bella would have a hard time completing their mission." Shay nodded in agreement, her eyes blazing with determination. "You don't have to tell us. We understand what we have to do," she replied confidently. "Cool," Alan replied. They made their way through the dark and foreboding cave and couldn't help but feel a sense of apprehension about the details. Despite its name, the water was only ankle deep, hardly enough to warrant the title of underwater. It was like a shallow puddle under their feet, reflecting the dim light of their torches and casting eerie shadows on the rough stone walls. The cave itself was massive, stretching out before them like a labyrinth of twisting passages and dark chambers. It was easy to get lost in here, with no clear signs or markers to guide them on their way. But different than the cursed crypts, they could navigate this place with the normal navigation maps on the corner of their screen. Chapter 50-50, Assassination. Villain CH50. Assassination. Alan and his companions, Shay, Vivian, and Zoe, pushed forward through the underwater dungeon. They made their way through various groups of players but hadn't made their move yet. It was too crowded, so they had to move deeper. They kept their heads down, trying not to draw attention to themselves as they made their way toward a quieter area. Every now and then, they would stop to kill any monsters that got in their way, gaining valuable EXP points as they did so. The monsters in the area were varied, ranging from level 10 to level 20. The giant sea bug, with its sharp pincers and tough exoskeleton, proved to be a tough opponent. The aggressive mushroom coral, a sea plant-based creature with tentacles, attacks. And the poisonous horseshoe crab, with its sharp stinger. Despite the challenges, the team managed to make it to a quieter area. They were scouting for potential targets, and Alan noticed 3 players who seemed to be hunting in a remote spot. "Guys, I think we found our first target," he whispered to his companions. Shay nodded and said, "I'll take care of the healer." They were the most annoying class of all, and they could heal their teammates. Vivian chimed in, "I'll take the mage. That shouldn't be a problem for me." Alan nodded in agreement and then added, "That leaves the swordsman for me." The swordsman had the highest HP points among the other classes, so it might be a bit more difficult, but he was sure he could handle it. But then Zoe spoke up, sounding uncertain. "What about me?" she asked. Zoe knew her class was the most unsuitable for this mission. She thought that they would attack directly and wreck the whole dungeon like yesterday, but she was wrong. Alan turned to her, his expression serious. "Back us up. We'll handle the rest," he said reassuringly. Before Zoe could open her voice, he used his skill. Hiding. It was a dual dagger user's skill. As Alan activated his skill, his body began to fade away into a translucent form, almost as if he was a ghost. The other players in the dungeon would not be able to see him, but his teammates could still see his character in this transparent form. It was a skill that had proven to be incredibly useful for ambushes and sneaky attacks. However, there were some monster types that could still detect their opponents with this skill, such as insect and shadow types. For those types of monsters, this skill was practically useless. This was also the skill that forced Alan and his teammate to keep moving when they carried out yesterday's war event. They knew, if they stayed in one place, they would become the dual dagger user's easy targets. Alan trod silently to the players, his footsteps muffled by the damp cave floor. He could hear the distant sound of water dripping from the ceiling and the occasional squelch as he stepped into a puddle. He paused once he was near the players and signaled to his teammates to attack. Upon his signal, Vivian drew back the string of her bow, feeling the tension in the bowstring as she aimed at the mage. The mage was standing with his back to her, completely unaware of the imminent danger that was approaching him. Vivian released the first arrow, and it flew through the air with a sharp whistle. The arrow plunged into the mage's back, causing him to stagger and cry out in pain. Before the mage could even turn around to face his attacker, Vivian had already released the second arrow. It flew through the air in a blur of motion, slicing through the air as it headed toward the mage. The second arrow struck the mage. Satisfied with her quick and deadly attack, Vivian didn't waste a moment. She immediately used her arrow strike skill, causing 2 more arrows to appear in her hand. The arrows were glowing with an intense golden light, radiating power and energy, piercing the mage's flesh and instantly ending his life. You have managed to kill a player. Kill player 1/10. By Vivian's side, Shay cast her ice spike skill. She extended her hand, and a burst of blue light shot out from her palm. The icy spikes shot out like projectiles, heading straight toward the healer. The healer looked up in surprise, barely dodging the first round of spikes. The healer attempted to use his healing skill to recover. But Shay wasn't finished yet. She quickly cast her water ball skill. The water coalesced into a sphere, about the size of a basketball, and began to swirl with increasing speed. With a flick of her wrist, she sent the water ball hurtling toward the healer. The ball burst upon impact, releasing a torrent of water that engulfed him. A second later, the healer fell to the ground, his lifeless body. You have managed to kill a player. Kill player 2/10. Seeing his 2 friends suddenly die, the swordsman's heart was pounding, and he could feel sweat starting to trickle down his temple. The sight of his 2 dead teammates lying on the ground in front of him was enough to make him panic. He knew they were strong players, so whoever had taken them out had to be even stronger. His eyes darted around, scanning the area for any signs of danger. He couldn't see anything out of the ordinary, just the dimly lit dungeon and some monsters. He tried to calm himself down, but it was difficult. He knew that as a swordsman, he had the highest HP points, but as long as he didn't know who or what the attackers were, he even couldn't protect himself. Especially since he was sure it was a monster, as they couldn't be attacked by other players unless they agreed to duel. The swordsman raised his blade, pointing it toward the spot where the previous ice strike had come from. His eyes scanned the area, searching for any signs of movement or a potential threat. He had stocked up on enough potions to sustain himself in battle. He also carried an escape rope, a handy item that could bring him back to the save point in an emergency. It was just that the item couldn't be used if he was in the middle of a battle. As he cautiously approached the area, he kept his guard up, ready for anything that might come his way. He knew that if he encountered a high-level monster or a dungeon boss, he would need to act quickly to avoid being killed.